I was getting ready to go to bed, and
Well, now we got to treat you like my 5-year-old daughter, Doug. You only can eat in the kitchen.
great. Hey, wait a sec.
So you can prove yourself.
When your daughter pays rent, then your daughter can eat where she wants, right? So
she kind of does what she wants already.
That's
so.
true.
Who am I kidding?
All right, so the other thing I need to bring up from last night was Ingrid Andress and the Anthem. The Anthem at the Home Run Derby. Kang, you weren't watching live, were you?
I was not. Okay. I missed the Anthem, Doug.
We had it on live. I was just waiting for the Derby to start. And if you don't know who Ingrid Andress is, country music performer. The song I know is Wishful Drinking. She also has The Stranger it's a pretty big hit. I thought she was just trying to do something different because it's not like she's a bad singer.
No, she's actually won Grammys.
Yeah. So,
but after last night, I heard they took one away. She was just trying to do something different, right? So I had saw it this morning because I missed it, like you said, and at the beginning I'm like, okay, maybe this is her rendition. You know, everyone's got their own style, rendition, things like that. But as it went along, you're like, and how it ended, you're just like, wow, that was bad. I have it.
Okay, well,
it's
all of it or just some of it?
All of it.
All right, well,
it's not that long. It's the national anthem. Man.
All right, let's play it. Because as we're playing it, here we go. All right, okay. Not her finest line.
No, but I thought maybe that's her style.
Right.
I wasn't sure yet.
Yeah, she's doing this intentionally.
Yeah.
That is where I thought she started to fall asleep. What? Now is she just talking it? She's falling asleep.
Couldn't quite get there.
No. All right, buckle up.
Yeah, this get worse.
Okay.
Dude, this is me at karaoke realizing during this song I can't get to those notes.
100%.
Right?
This is like. Have you ever done the karaoke thing where you started a song and you're like, okay, I got this, and then you get to the chorus and you're like, oh my God,
I can't get there.
That's exactly what this sounded like. This is exactly what it sounded like. And I want to say this to anthem singers. Anybody who's ever said, this is an extraordinarily difficult task. I cannot carry a tune. I cannot sing. One of the reasons why the only karaoke song I ever do anymore is Brandy by Looking Glass is you can kind of talk your way through the song. There's a moral to the story too. I'm really proud of the sailor. But you can talk your way through the song. You really don't have to sing it. And at no point are there any high notes. The anthem is incredibly difficult. I have empathy towards people that are attempting to sing the anthem and it's just outside their range. She can sing. So I don't know what that was. Like that, was that a choice? So odd. But anybody who's ever sung the anthem can probably provide some insight onto A, how difficult it is, and B, what might have happened there. Because I think people that try to sing the anthem I have so much respect for you because that song, to me, sounds awfully difficult. An awfully difficult tune to carry.
Yeah, I mean, it's you don't want to sound bad because it's it's an important song. It's a big event,
Yes.
things like that. But I don't know when she got the call or how long she was rehearsing, but it honestly looked like she just woke up.
Yep.
Went out there and it's like, I'm doing the national anthem. Okay.
Well,
it didn't.
Did she run?
And that's
this
the way
idea?
It sounded.
Was there a rehearsal? Did we run it? Did we run it past anybody first? And did they go nailed it?
Right? Like, I feel like last second call. I don't know.
I think there's some bad advice along the line here somewhere. I for someone who I know can sing, I feel like we just heard a victim. Like a victim of bad advice. Somebody who said, do it that way. Yeah, that's it.
I felt like we watched the fantasy football punishment. Go out there. The loser has to sing the national anthem at the home run derby.
248-539-9797. It's Carson Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket. Doug Harsh, Gator out today. Get back to the Skubal stuff coming up today at 11:30. If you missed it, reports teams have started to bid, apparently, on the Tigers' most valuable commodity. And it's got some traction here in Detroit. People are intrigued, mostly against it, which I guess shouldn't surprise me. Yesterday they were against trading Jack Flaherty, most of the callers and texters. So today, I guess a better player, I'm not surprised that people wouldn't want to trade him. 248-539-9797. Also have talked about the Derby a little bit, which is, I mean, look, I think I've changed. I'm not mad at anybody. I couldn't sit through the whole thing. I was like, okay, I'm out. And they do seem to try and tweak the format every single year. And for the most part, I think they've done a decent job to make it better. I'm just not as down with it as I used to be. Then there is the Anthem last night prior to the Home Run Derby, which I feel bad for Ingrid Andress because I think somebody told her this would be a good idea, sing it this way, because she's a better singer than that. And it's not like there's a defense. You can sing the anthem however you want.
What are the odds she was in a suite for a while before her duties were called upon? Like she knew she had to sing, of course, but maybe she, hey, you're at the All-Star game, or I'm not the All-Star game, the Home Run Derby. You're in a suite. There's food. There's drinks.
Well, I don't want to imply.
No, but
if you were to tell me that was an explanation, I wouldn't dispute it. You told me she was asleep 5 minutes before.
What?
I got to do what? Oh, yeah. Let's go to Scott. You're on 97 on the ticket. Hi, Scott.
Hi, guys. This is Scott. My bowling average was 156.
Thank you, Scott.
You're welcome. Well, having listened to that last night, I would put her at number 3 in my all-time list of bad anthems.
Yeah.
Number 2, Carl Lewis.
Yeah.
And number 1, untouchable, Roseanne Barr.
Oh, yeah.
So if you want to play those, put them up for comparison purposes, but that's my top 3 at this point. I
probably shouldn't do all that, but I understand why. I mean, did you know who she was before that?
No clue. I'm not a country music person, so no clue. But
she can sing.
Yeah, I don't get it. I tend to believe the latter. Maybe she went to a suite that was fully stocked beforehand. Why would you do that? I mean, I can't see that positively impacting your career at this point.
No.
So
no. Her dad was a strength and conditioning. The other thing is her dad was once a strength and conditioning coach for the Detroit Tigers. She was born in Southfield, Michigan. This isn't somebody who's kind of dropping into the baseball culture that doesn't know that the anthem is kind of part of the deal and it's somewhat important. It's just so odd. 248-539-9797. Let's go to Chaz. You're next on 97 on the ticket. Hi, Chaz.
Hi, guys. Before I unpack that national anthem and make a case that maybe we shouldn't sing it anymore before sporting events, just want to let you know my bowling average is 400 because I have a 200 average with each hand. Okay, so I blew my horn there. But anyway, as a singer, I used to be a vocalist, but as we get older and our rock and roll days are behind us, we gravitate toward country music, which tells you that country music singers aren't very technically trained as a rule. Now, she has that wispy type voice, and then she tries to go to a full voice, and sometimes that happens when you don't hear yourself real well and you don't have ear monitors and stuff like that. Number one, she just wasn't prepared. She didn't practice it. And the national anthem, you can only sing that in one key because of the range. You're either going to start off too low to be able to hit the high notes, or you start up too high and then you get in trouble. But I would say she didn't warm up. That's definitely a voice that wasn't warmed up. You mentioned she was sleepy, perhaps, but I think she just didn't prepare. That's going to hurt her for a while. I think
that you, as a trained vocalist, as you put it, that's your take on what happened.
Yeah, and I say trained vocalist, but I've gravitated to country music now because it's a lot easier to sing than Steve Perry or anything like that of my youth. So that's what I took from that.
Thank you,
Chaz. Made a mistake not preparing.
Appreciate it. 248-539-9797. Kevin is next on 97 on the ticket. Hi, Kevin.
Hey, Doug. So I kind of have an interesting theory on all this. For one, it could be that she was, trying to draw even negative attention to get more publicity, to drive more people through her music. That's one theory that I agree with. But another one maybe, and this one's a little out there, but maybe she sung it that way on purpose as a kind of reflection of where we're at in our country right now. Like, as things are messed up, things are, tense, and maybe she sung it that way to kind of intentionally to kind of reflect that in her performance. So I don't know. Just a weird thought, and I just thought I'd throw it out there.
Are things tense? Yeah, man. I mean, maybe, I don't know.
I think she's just had a bad singing performance, guys.
A bad day.
It's a bad day. It was a rough time. It happens.
Typically, if someone was going to do some sort of protest or make some sort of political statement, they do so with what they're wearing. I don't know that they would sabotage their own reputation to have some sort of vague statement about the state of our country.
She was protesting them cutting her off at the bar.
Let's go to Tony in Bloomfield. You're next on 97.1 The Ticket. Hi, Tony.
Hey, good morning. Good morning.
What's
Guys,
up?
there's no way that was done accidentally. I'm a musician. I sing, but I'm not a singer. But I recorded myself just in driving, like the Star Spangled Banner. I gave myself a key. I sang it, and I played it back to myself. Even if you're not trying, you're going to knock it out because the whole crowd is singing with you. You're not going to sound terrible or Roseanne-ish or what she did. There's no way she did that on accident. You can't be that out of tune on accident. That's horrible. She's out of key completely. It was completely purposeful, I think.
Well, look, singers might know better than I do. It seems like if you did that on purpose, and I don't think she did it on purpose to sound bad. I think she did it on purpose because somebody in a rehearsal told her do it this way and get that gravelly, wispy, I don't know, sexy version of the anthem. I don't know what she was going for. I have no idea. But let's just say that it doesn't appear to have worked. 248-539-9797. All right, coming up, we'll get back to the Skubal talk at the noon hour. NCAA 25. I want to take 10 texts now. Sorry, King, I'm springing this on you. My son yesterday did what I think so many of you do. He chose an obscure group of 5 team that he was going to build a powerhouse out of. You heard, I think Costa chose Hawaii. He's going to turn Hawaii into a powerhouse in NCAA 25. My son chose an obscure group of 5 team to turn into a college football powerhouse. Who did he choose? 248? 248-539-9797. The first 10 texts will read your guesses on which team he chose. And Kang, I want your guess. Who did he choose? The obscure group of 5 team that he has taken to try and make a powerhouse in NCAA 25. And then I want to get into the reviews of the game, what people think, as the early release was yesterday. It's Carson Anderson, Gator out today, 97.1 The Ticket. All right, apparently something's wrong with Ticket Text, and we did not get, it might be down or something, so we're going to attempt to clean that up. Kang, I'll just get your guess then. What group of 5 team do you think my son played with?
I went with Vanderbilt.
Well, they're not in the group of 5. They're a Power 5.
Oh.
Yeah, they're in the SEC. It's okay.
Oh, I thought you meant, I didn't
know. No, the group of 5 is.
I thought you meant.
What is it?
I thought you meant like a crappy team from the Power 5.
No, it's okay. The group of 5 would be the Mountain West, the American, the Sun Belt, the Mid-American, and which one am I forgetting? Conference USA? Is that it? That's who it is.
All right, then I have my guess. I had my guess for that, too.
Let's hear it.
It was Eastern Michigan.
Eastern Michigan. He did not play Eastern Michigan. He went to the Sun Belt and chose the Red Wolves of Arkansas State. I'm finding this to be very intriguing because I think this is the thing to do. And I'm a normie, right? I'm not a big time gamer. I will play this game with my kids just because it's something to do with them. And I like that they play real sports games because I think it makes them more interested in the actual sport. My son will be a bigger fan of college football from playing this game. Grand Theft Auto, I'm not sure that develops any sort of interest that I want him to particularly pursue. But if he becomes a big college football fan because of college football, I think that because of NCAA football 25, I'm stoked about that. But I want a couple things from the gamers that played the game. One is, which obscure school did you choose and why to turn into a national powerhouse? And 2 is the early returns on the game. Because what I find very interesting is, are they incorporating NIL? Are they incorporating the transfer portal? Are you recruiting out of the portal? Are you losing players to the portal? Is some other school in NCAA football, the video game, poached your roster with a better NIL deal? Is all this going down? And furthermore, it's kind of a test drive of the new conference alignment. If you didn't choose a group of 5 team, if you did choose a Michigan or Michigan State, how did you like having Washington, Oregon, USC, and UCLA in the Big Ten? And how did you like the new playoff format? Is it like a test drive of the actual college football season? Did you get a sense for what it was going to be like? Did it actually stoke you for the coming college football season? Did it get the juices flowing? Or did you not like it? Is there something about it you didn't like? I would imagine, you think about the frustrations if you're an actual college coach and you build a roster and your best player gets poached. Like in the game, did it frustrate you? Were you like the Army Black Knights and Alabama came along and stole your running back? I don't know. I don't know the level of the depth of detail. It sounds like the game is really damn detailed. I just went downstairs and I walked into the living room down there and my son is laying on the beanbag. Goes, I got Arkansas State. We got Michigan coming up. I'm like, okay, great. 248-539-9797. I'm intrigued. The early returns of the game. What obscure team did you choose? Why did you choose them? How do you feel about the game? How realistic is it? Is there NIL? Is there portal? Did it get you fired up for the new conference alignment? How about the postseason? We go to Scott in Birmingham here on 97 on the ticket. Hi, Scott.
Hey, Doug. So I don't actually have the game, and I apologize for that. I don't have all that stuff. But
it's okay.
One of the things that I did see that was super cool is it's super in detail. Like one of the things that they do at Michigan Stadium is in the game is actually have the Slippery Rock score. So
if you got
they
a
go in
game,
depth and show it. Yeah.
If you got a game going on in Michigan Stadium, they announce the Slippery Rock score.
And they show it up on the scoreboard too.
That is hilarious. That is hilarious.
So yeah, it's gotten to be and I think that NIL is part of it, and the transfer portal is part of it. But don't quote me.
All right. Well, maybe somebody who play can clear that up for us. 248-539-9797. Let's go to Brady in Canton. You're next on 97 Won a Ticket. Hi, Brady.
What's up? I was just going to talk about my experience so far on the game, trying to use my favorite team, Michigan State.
Yep.
And I'm versing Ohio State, and it's just the teams aren't even comparable. I mean, I can't get any yards on offense. Ohio State is just overpowered in the game. And, yeah, it's just not fun for me right now.
No? Well, you got to build the Spartans into a powerhouse. It's going to take some time, huh?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Jeremiah Smith, the freshman,
Yeah?
catches every pass. Unbelievable.
No, that's good to know. How about NIL and portal? Do you have to deal with the NIL and the portal stuff?
Yeah, you got to recruit people, give them scholarships. You can do, meetings with them, and it shows you their top 5 list on where they want to go. And you just got to, outbid the other teams in the conference and stuff like that.
Yeah.
It's pretty cool.
All right. Well, cool. Glad to hear it. So here's my question. Have you attempted to poach any players that are actual college football players? Like, did you go and try and get Cooper what's the Manning kid down at I'm blanking on his name. The Manning kid down at
Arch Manning?
Yeah, Arch Manning. Did you try and get Arch Manning to transfer to Michigan State? You do something like that?
I'm not that far yet, but that's a good idea, though.
Give it a shot. Brady, let me know how it works out. Thank you. 248-539-9797 from Garrett. I chose Tulane for my rebuild. All sorts of NIL and transfer portal. The depth is crazy that they went into with this game. Scott, I started with Army. Another fun thing to do is play all the trophy games and try and win every trophy in college football. That's certainly an approach. 248-539-9797.
Someone here, Texas, says they chose Arkansas State as well because the waterfalls activate when you score a touchdown.
Is that right?
That's what they say.
Arkansas State has waterfalls?
I guess so. Ask your son. He should know.
I will send him a text right now.
Basically, does something cool happen when you score a touchdown?
Arkansas State have waterfalls. Let's see what he says. If you were to choose an obscure team, what would you choose?
That's a good one. The Arkansas State. I like that choice. I might go with Troy.
Okay.
Because Troy, Michigan.
Troy Trojans. Yeah. You know, I honestly would choose Eastern Michigan. I feel terrible for Eastern Michigan, just in general. I think when you're a MAC school, it's tough sledding as it is to get attention, but at least Central can dominate Mount Pleasant and Western can dominate Kalamazoo. At Eastern Michigan, they are in the shadows of the big house on one side and the shadows of professional sports on the other. So I think gaining traction at Eastern Michigan is one of the toughest jobs in all of college athletics. And every time I go to their baseball stadium and I see that they went to the College World Series twice in 75 and 76, I am blown away by that fact. I cannot believe that that is real life, that Eastern Michigan fielded a baseball team that twice went to the College World Series. And I know Bob Welch pitched there, and I know Bob Ochenko pitched there, and those guys are, long ago major league players. But that just blows my mind that they were competing for. I think once they went to the finals, and they might have played Arizona State. I think Eastern Michigan played Arizona State for a national championship. Anyway, I would feel bad for Eastern. I always felt bad for Eastern. I would try to build something with the Eagles. And remember they did the thing with the wall and everybody made fun of it, like they were breaking down a cinder block wall. And
they still do it?
Yeah, but everybody thought it wasn't working. And I'm like, they're swinging a sledgehammer at cinder blocks, man.
Yeah, maybe fake cinder blocks.
Maybe it been better now.
They got a new field now. Isn't it Max Crosby Field or something like that?
Yeah.
He donated a bunch of money.
Yeah, they had the gray field. And sometimes you're watching a game there and it feels like you're watching on a black and white TV. But anyway, 248-539-9797. What obscure team did you choose and why? For years, I've been telling you that having a Connecticut water softener installed by CGC Water has so many benefits. Call 855-339-4242 or visit cgcwater.com and save $1,000 or more when you bundle a Connecticut Premier Softener and a Connecticut K5 drinking water system. Hey, remember this. If you're not filtering your water, you are the filter. Don't be the filter. Save 10% off a Navien tankless water heater when you let CGC Water Treatment and Plumbing take care of your plumbing needs. CGC Water, your authorized independent Connecticut dealer. Call 855-339-4242. All right, so this came up yesterday, and I have to admit, when we brought it up as a topic, I kind of downplayed it because I just didn't care all that much. But a response from the listeners showed me that they did care as it pertains to the All-Star game. And today's All-Star coverage is presented by T-Mobile. Switch to T-Mobile, and you can get tons of benefits and still save on every plan versus AT&T and Verizon. Use their savings calculator to find out how at t-mobile.com/switch. The starting pitcher in the All-Star game was announced yesterday for the American League, and it was Corbin Burnes of the Baltimore Orioles. Look, Corbin Burnes statistically trails Tarik Skubal in almost every single category. If you're just doing a straight statistical comp, Skubal is the better pitcher. And there's not much debate. It shouldn't be just a straight statistical comp. But if you did that, you go with Skubal. There should be other things. I can understand if there's other things that factor into it. A player might not have the stat line, but just might simply be a better pitcher. And there could be things like rest. Pitcher doesn't want to start a game, or maybe there are some pitchers that go to the All-Star game and never pitch in the game. Bruce Bochy, who made the decision, the Texas manager, on why he chose Corbin Burnes over Tarik Skubal, and this according to Evan Petzold in the Detroit Free Press, quote today, "I think you have to look at his resume, what he's done in baseball. He's had an incredible career. This is his 4th consecutive All-Star game. What he's done this year in Baltimore, they're leading the division. He's a big reason for that. In my mind, it's just his time. It's his time to start an All-Star game. That's why I chose him." He's treating it like some sort of career award. Like he's getting it because he's been there 4 straight times. The National League chose Paul Skeens, who didn't start the year in the majors. This isn't a lifetime achievement award, is it? Isn't the All-Star game kind of by definition the All-Stars of this year? Now, I know when fan voting gets involved, the lines get blurred a little bit. And when you have a rule that every team has to be represented, the lines can get blurred a little bit. But this is not a career achievement award, I wouldn't have thought. And that's the way Bochy's treating it. And now I'm starting to care. We do the scale 1 to 12. And I said yesterday I was like at a 4. I'm now up to like a 7 or an 8 because I heard his reasoning. And I'm thinking, okay, I can make a better argument for Skubal than this for Burnes. You're letting him start because he's had an incredible career? You're letting him start because it's his 4th consecutive All-Star game? If you want to say the one point he made, if he had simply said he's the best pitcher on a team that's leading their division, and for my mind, that's the most important guy that I have that deserves that spot for that reason. But he offered all this lifetime stuff. As well as that, I think he offered up a bunch of things that personally wouldn't be part of the criteria for me. But Tiger fans, I know, got worked up yesterday. Some of them did. So, I don't know, 248-539-9797. Is this upset you? Now, as a player, if I were a player, I would think there would be a degree of importance on this. So I actually now feel a little bit bad for Skubal because I'm going to guess it matters to him that he would have liked to have been the starter in the All-Star game. And so, it would have been a nice feather in his cap. But the truth is, it doesn't take away anything that this 27-year-old dominant left-hander has done. I mean, he's got a better ERA. He's got a better walks and hits per innings pitched. He's got more wins. I mean, you could say, I could do the opposite of he's the most important starter on the best team. I could say this guy's got more wins than Burnes, and he plays on a team that without him would be bad. The biggest reason the Tigers are close to a 500 team is because they have a pitcher that's got 10 wins. It's incredible what he's been able to do with less to work with when compared to Corbin Burnes. So, yeah, I've started to work myself up over this. I didn't care until Bochy spoke. Then when I heard his reasoning, I didn't like it at all. 248-539-9797. Phone calls, feedback. Carson Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket. Tiger fans, do you feel to some degree shafted because the resume is better? The resume is better this year. Now, does this mean a few years from now when Skubal doesn't deserve it but makes the All-Star team, but he doesn't deserve a start, that they're giving him a start because it's his third or fourth straight All-Star game? Is that what that means? Is a Detroit athlete going to get the benefit of the doubt down the road because Riley Green, I guess you make the starting lineup or you don't. It only applies to starting pitchers. Will Skubal be chosen as a Lifetime Achievement Award down the road? I guess. But at the end of the day, I'm probably getting mad about something I shouldn't get mad about because the whole process of putting together an all-star team is flawed to begin with. It's contrived. I do like that fans get involved, but once you do that and it becomes a popularity contest, it probably loses credibility, and I shouldn't let this stuff bother me. 248-539-9797. Brandon's in Detroit, and he's on 97.1 The Ticket. What's up, Brandon?
Hey, what's going on, man? I was just wanted to say I'm just tired of our players and our teams somehow always getting snubbed from things that we deserve. It happens a lot to our Detroit organizations. Pistons getting snubbed for the draft, Lions getting snubbed in the playoffs, and now they doing our baseball team dirty, not allowing Skubal to start in the All-Star game when he clearly should be. I just hope that we don't trade him, and, I don't want the league to take our guy for granted. That's all I want to say.
So a couple things. When you say the Pistons got snubbed for the draft, you're talking about the lottery, correct?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yes.
When you said the Lions got snubbed for the playoffs, what did you mean by that?
Just like, that game against Dallas, where it was that missed call, and everybody was saying, well, if we would have did this the right way, we wouldn't have been in that position. And I hate those statements because it's like right is right and wrong is wrong. You know what I mean? So even in a situation like this, the right thing is Skubal should be starting. I don't care about nobody else's life achievements. Like, that's like giving somebody a pat on the back for participating. That sucks, man.
Brandon, thank you. Yeah, and if the Lions get credit for that Dallas win, they might be hosting San Francisco instead of going to San Francisco.
I think this is where that Detroit versus everybody mentality kind of comes from. It's one thing like we just want what should be ours, what's rightfully ours. And I think right now as Tiger fans, they feel what's rightfully theirs is our starting pitcher, our ace of our staff should be starting the All-Star game. I mean, the reason that Bochy came out with it doesn't make any sense. It's
not to me.
He can pick who it is, of course, but his reasoning, it doesn't add up. Next
up is Sam in Fowlerville. What's up, Sam?
Hey, how's it going, guys? Thanks for having me.
Sure.
Yeah, so I just want to say, it's pretty crazy that Skubal's not getting the start. I mean, the dude's got a better ERA and more wins. He's got a better record. And yeah, just like the last guy said and what you guys were just saying, it's just Detroit versus everyone. It should be Skubal. If you are truly trying to win that game, take the better pitcher. I just don't get it.
The thing is, Sam, is I feel like there is some truth to this. If I snub a Detroit athlete, it's not going to create a stir as opposed to if I snub a kid from a big East Coast market.
Exactly. Yep, exactly.
Yep. So thank you, Sam. 248-539-9797. Are we really going to create a stink if we give Detroit the short end of the stick? I don't think people will ever worry about what's being said about Detroit. That might be changing with the Lions.
This is something that people just they'll remember, and then it adds up, and then they'll pull out the receipt when the time comes. Remember when Skubal got screwed too for this, and then That's what's going to happen. Because in the big picture, it doesn't mean a ton. To Skubal, I bet you means something. Yep. But for this year, no, it doesn't mean a ton. It just kind of irks you.
248-539-9797. All right, coming up, speaking of Skubal, there is a report today in the last 24 hours that teams are loading up on trade offers for people just joining us. Well, could he get traded? Should he get traded if the quote-unquote price is right? Then the question is, what is a correct price? We will get to that today at 12:02 here on Carson Anderson. Gator out today. Open lines, 97.1 The Ticket.
Brought to you by Carl's Golfland. Tarik, Skubal, and Riley Green will take the field alongside baseball's best during the All-Star Game in Arlington, Texas tonight. And this is the first time since 2017 that Detroit has multiple players playing in the Midsummer Classic. Green hopes to roll that momentum from his first All-Star appearance into the second half of the season. Meantime, Skubal says this is really a moment he's only dreamed of as a teen. First pitch in the All-Star Game, 8 o'clock tonight at Globe Life Field. Teoscar Hernandez, meantime, went deep 14 times in the final round to win the Home Run Derby at the All-Star Game last night, the first Dodger to ever win that event. And staying with baseball, the final rounds of the MLB Draft are happening ahead of tonight's All-Star festivities. The Tigers so far have made 11 picks, 7 of them pitchers. Their top 3 picks were all high schoolers. That includes shortstop Bryce Rayner at number 11 overall. Pistons currently 1-1 in the Summer League after an 87-73 win over the Rockets in Vegas last night. Danis Jenkins, the undrafted rookie guard from St. John's, 26 points in the win last night. Detroit's back on on the floor against the Bulls 6:30 this evening. And golf's final major, the 152nd British Open, that tees off Thursday on the old course at Royal Troon Golf Club in Scotland. World number 1 Scottie Scheffler is the favorite to win it, followed by Rory McIlroy and Xander Schauffele. At the Corewell Health Sports Desk, I'm Luke Sloan. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
All right, Gators out today. It is the Carson Anderson program, 248-539-9797. So let's get back to your phone calls here before we get into the Skubal trade talk, which is starting to heat up, which shouldn't be a surprise, all right? It was predictable. Skubal's at the All-Star game. Baseball's media descends on the All-Star game. This is sort of a fringe topic because we don't know if it's based in reality. But Tom Verducci, Sports Illustrated, did some mining, found some stuff. We'll get to that in a minute. But let's get back to your calls. Doug and Ipsy are 97.1 The Ticket. Hi, Doug.
Hey, Doug. I get a little different perspective on this starting pitching thing. What if Tarik Skubal never makes it back there? Then he's lost his only chance to start.
Yeah.
So just the opposite of what Bochy's doing. I mean, there's a chance he doesn't get back there. I mean, I don't think so. He's that good, but you know, he might not ever get there again.
It's so weird. It's almost like Skubal, because it's his first time, I guess he's getting punished. Because it's the first time he's a candidate for this. He's been an All-Star before, right?
Well, another thing is let the rest of the country see what we get to see every fifth day.
I mean, they are going to get to see it. It's not like he's not going to play.
Well, I don't know. You just situational pitcher, probably, at this point.
Well, he'll probably get an inning. He might be the first guy in. This is his first All-Star appearance. Yeah, whether or not he appears in an All-Star game in the future should have nothing to do with whether or not he gets the right to start in a year where he has earned it. If Bochy's logic had included simply the best pitcher on the best team that I got is the guy who decided to start. They're a first-place team. They're a team that's contending for a World Series. He's a big reason why. So I'm going with him because of the importance of the games that he has had to pitch and on a team that is amongst the best in baseball. If he had said that, but when he says, it's his time, he's been here 4 years, it just feels in my mind that he deserves it now, that to me is somewhat random and goes as a Lifetime Achievement Award instead of a guy. Because my case for Skubal is better stats with a worse team around him. Who's been a better pitcher this year?
Right, absolutely.
I'm now on a scale of 1 to 12. I'm like a 9. I'm getting more and more upset. Thank you, Doug. 248-539-9797. Which feels like a weird transition into whether or not they should trade him. All right, so look, I've always said the same thing. I would dangle all my good players out there on the trade market. There's no harm done in talking about trading them. None. You never know if you're going to get a Godfather offer. I don't suspect that they will get a Godfather offer, but I would try. John Heyman, New York Post, said the number one player available would be Tarik Skubal, but thinks it's a long shot he'd get traded. Jeff Passan of ESPN downplayed that possibility. That was earlier in the week. Today, Tom Verducci reporting in the last 24 hours, the Orioles and Dodgers have put together trade packages in an attempt to entice the Tigers to move Tarik Skubal. Okay. I don't go into this with the intention of trading him. I do go into it trying to stoke a bidding war. A bidding war where somebody overpays. Now, let me put it to you like this. What you get back is an unknown. What you get back is typically a package of prospects. What you get back are players that there is hope that they will develop. But there's no guarantees. But if Scott Harris swings a deal where the people in baseball say, boy, did he get a hell of a return, how would you feel? How would you feel if it was hailed as an incredible haul for Tarik Skubal? How would you feel? How would you feel if people in baseball said, boy, the Tigers have set themselves up for the future with this trade? Again, even though there is no guarantees. Verducci, Dodgers, and Orioles have the same name atop their shopping list, reading in part from the story he wrote today. Left-handed ace Tarik Skubal of the Detroit Tigers. Sources from the Dodgers and Orioles confirm they are interested in putting together packages loaded with top prospects for Skubal. The story later says Scott Harris of the Tigers believes the Tigers have a developing pitching core that is the center of the team's rebuild and does not want to disrupt it. According to a source familiar with his thinking, the source said it's doubtful the Tigers move Skubal, but added everything has a price. Later, Verducci writes, trading a homegrown ace with contractual control is a rarity. Harris's decision comes down to two factors. One, how soon does he believe the Tigers can contend for a championship with the talent they have on hand? And two, how tempting do the packages from L.A. and Baltimore get? Later, he writes, imagine Harris stoking a bidding war between the Dodgers and Baltimore. So here's the problem with this concept is I'm going to make what I think is a relatively safe assumption that most of the audience has no idea who the top prospects are and knows anything about the Orioles or the Dodgers' top prospects. Understandable. But I can tell you that they have a top 10 prospect in the entire game who is a catcher. The Orioles do. Actually, they have what I guess is still considered the number one prospect in the game in Jackson Holliday, who got called up by the Orioles and now back in AAA, and he's doing just fine. He's a middle infielder. And the Orioles have Sam Basallo, who is a catcher, who is blocked by Adley Rutschman in the Orioles organization. This is a guy who is at an incredibly difficult position to find a player and has everyday talent, who's stuck behind a young, great catcher. Sam Basallo is 19 years old. He's 6'4", 180-pound left-handed hitter who would be a great addition. So we're talking about, what if it was a killer return? Kang's wish list was Jackson Holliday. What if they got Jackson Holliday and Sam Basallo back? Two of the top 10 prospects in the game. Maybe even something else. And you know, if you're Baltimore and you're trying to win a World Series and you're right now one of the best records in baseball without Jackson Holliday doing anything for you, and you've got a Gunnar Henderson at shortstop where you don't need Jackson Holliday at shortstop, and you've got Adley Rutschman at catcher and you don't need Sam Basallo at catcher, two top 10 prospects in the game for Skubal, sounds like a lot. But we're talking about Tarik Skubal here. And we're talking about the kind of offer you're trying to stoke. The kind of offer that would make you say, well, yeah, I'd do that. And if they say no, and I suspect they would, I don't think Baltimore would do this. I don't even know if Detroit fans would want to do it. But this is the kind of offer. The Dodgers have a couple of top 50 prospects, top 60 prospects, a catcher named Dalton Rushing, and a 19-year-old. He's at high A ball. Those guys are risky, but he draws walks. He's got power. He's got speed. Andy Pages. Oh, I'm sorry. He's at the major league level. My bad. It's Josue DePaula is the 19-year-old. Pages is a 23-year-old with the Dodgers. Right now he's got 8 homers, hitting .257 in his rookie year. Do they want to give up Andy Pages? No, they're playing him every day. But they do have help on the way. Mookie Betts is coming back. Jason Hayward's coming back. Mac Muncy's coming back. Pages, could they get Pages and something for Skubal? They might not want to do that, but we're talking about Tarik Skubal. So you have ridiculous asks because it's easy to hang on to Tarik Skubal, but you ask for an elite return. How would you feel about it if you got an elite return?
I would do it, Doug. And I know it scares a lot of people because I think that's the thing. People are scared. You know, they think they don't want to prospects is a scary word, but we're not asking for a guy who's 3 or 4 years away. We're asking for a guy who's basically next year he's on the roster. He's on the team, if not playing this year, right?
Mm-hmm.
These are the type of prospects we're asking for. High-end, ready-to-play ball players right now, multiple. And I don't even know if you're Scott Harris and you pick up the phone because you're answering a call. You don't even have to shop Skubal. People are calling you, okay?
Yep.
So when they call you, you pick up the phone and they say, hey, we're interested in Tarik Skubal. Okay, cool. What are you offering? I don't even have to put out a shopping list. And what are you offering? And I return with, I need more than that.
Yep.
I need more than that. They offer something else. I need more than that. And you have the Dodgers calling you. I need more than that. You have to be able to at least listen to offers. I think the people that think this is untouchable, that you can't trade Skubal no matter what, you're not looking at the bigger picture. Skubal is a great pitcher, but he's only one player. This team needs multiple players. This could be the point where you look back at, Doug, and be like, wow, that's where it all started. You got to haul a Godfather offer for Skubal. And that's Scott Harris's job as the president of this team, and Greenberg as the GM, is to get the most.
Yep.
If they do trade Tarik Skubal. You're not trading him for nothing.
No. And look, if your ridiculous offer gets rejected, or you're saying no, I need more, and they say we're not doing more, you go, all right, cool.
Then you're stuck, quote unquote, stuck with a great pitcher.
Yeah, and there's nothing wrong with that.
Mm-hmm.
It's just another way to try and get to the mountaintop. Now, this way to get to the mountaintop is is a longer road, and it comes with risks. But I remember years ago when Tigers had a pitcher, Michael Fulmer. I talked to people in the game that were telling me trade him. He's a high injury risk. And they didn't. And there was trade talk about him too. Skubal, I don't hear that. I was kind of hoping I could get some feedback. Hey, maybe it's a good time to trade him. I haven't heard that at all.
Well, at least not injury risk wise. But
No.
I mean, as much as we love Skubal, there's always a chance that he doesn't continue on the same career path he's on right now. Because I put that out there because people are scared,
Mm-hmm.
of the unknown. But every great player was some kind of prospect at one point or another.
Yep.
You have to trust Scott Harris and their scouting to identify those players. And
Yeah.
they didn't draft Colt Keith, but guess what? They saw they liked what they saw, and they gave him that big contract before he even
The
played.
Tigers drafted him, but
Yes.
this Scott Harris didn't draft. No. And so what you're getting into is, do you trust Scott Harris? And there's no reason to have strong. Right now, we're kind of taking it all in as it goes. There's some good and there's been some bad with Scott Harris. I think there's some real promise with this guy, but this is a pivot point for him. Like, handle this one and Jack Flaherty correctly. Get a good return for Flaherty at minimum at this trade deadline is the way I'm thinking right now. All right, 248-539-9797. Let's talk to the people. If they trade him and the return is hailed as a haul from baseball people, how will you feel about it? Sarah Chevrolet in Sterling Heights wants you to make this the summer that you save. Right now, you can lease a new Chevy Silverado for just $276 a month with only $19.99 down. You heard it right, $276 a month for 24 months on a 1500 crew cab 4x4 LT. Unlock the savings with a GM employee discount, Costco, and Chevy lease in your household. Sarah Chevrolet, Sterling Heights, where they guarantee the lowest price or it's free. 17.5 in Van Dyke in Sterling Heights. Make this the summer to save and say Sarah. Call 87-SAY-SARAH or go to saysarah.com. Together, let's drive. Doug Harsh, Gator out today. I'm perfectly fine with not trading Skubal. But could you imagine getting a haul that is hailed as like one of the best? Oh, you set yourself up. The Tigers are set for the future. If they trade him, and that is the way it is, hey, Baltimore's got a chance to win the World Series. They're the favorites to win the World Series now, and the Tigers are set for the future with a great return. How would you feel? Now, I know some people will never accept prospects, and that's what you're going to get, in which case you just are never going to feel good about a Skubal trade. Let's get back to your phone calls. We got Art in Monroe. You're on 97.1 The Ticket. What's up, Art?
Hey, Doug, always good to talk to you. I got a couple thoughts for you.
Sure.
If he does trade Skubal, first of all, he better be right. He better have job security and hopefully get some kind of buy-in from Hinch. But my second thought is, Doug, help me understand as a fan. We're coming off an 8-2 streak.
Yep.
We've almost got a thought of having meaningful baseball. I have a feeling for everybody I've talked to that there's some potential excitement for the second half. You got to trade Flaherty. So if you give up Flaherty and Skubal, now all of a sudden, what message are you sending? That we're just not good enough and we're going to move on from this year?
So here's the deal. I don't know, what message or like, do you think they're good enough? Do you think, what does your instinct tell you about how quote unquote good the Tigers are? Do you think the Tigers are really going to make a run?
I think they're 8-2 and there's momentum and you just never know. But I do know this, if they give up Flaherty and Skubal, it's over.
Oh, there's no question it's over. If they give up Flaherty and Skubal, this year is over. I still don't believe.
That's the only danger. I just don't know. Momentum is a funny thing, Doug. You've seen it over and over again. We can't predict how they're going to be.
Bart, my instinct tells me that what the Tigers have done here is the product of a 162-game season, and they caught the right teams at the right time, and they've played some better baseball. My instinct tells me it's not sustainable. I'm always trying to hope that it is and find a way that things can be better. And they can change my mind the first week or two, the week out of that, probably just a week. If they keep playing, if they win 5 of their first 7 out of the break, I'll be like, okay. I'm buying, because that would get them back to 500. The crazy thing, they've done all this work. Doesn't it feel like they should be closer than 7 games back? I think they've gained the 8 out of 10 stretch. I think they've gained 2 games on the wild card. I was on vacation when it started. I think they've gained 2 games on the wild card and are still 7 games back. At this pace, they got to do this for what? Another 4 weeks to catch up? I don't know. It just doesn't feel particularly sustainable. I'm not giving up, but that's why the 8-10 doesn't change. In fact, in some ways, 8-10 makes it easier to market your player. When Baltimore calls, you say, I don't want to make a trade. We just got back into this thing. We're playing good baseball right now. You're going to have to blow my doors off with a trade offer. Whereas if you dropped 8 of 10, people think you're going to unload them for nothing. Ned in Oxford, you're next. Hi, Ned.
Hey, Doug. Hopefully your summer's going good.
It is. Thanks for the fine wishes. It's going great so far.
Yeah, man. Good. I'm glad to hear that.
You too. I hope your summer's going good.
We're rocking, buddy. We're rocking.
There you go.
Okay, so I think some of the problem is a lot of people are scarred from Al Avila and all his horrible trades.
100%.
I think, at least for me, I speak for myself when I say that, but I'm sure there's people in Metro Detroit and Detroit that feel the same. So I'm kind of with you. I think 2 things have to happen. One, I think Chris Ilitch has to open up the checkbook and get some free agent bats. That's one thing that I think needs to happen. The second thing, I'm with you. And Kang, I would do it, but it's got to be just an absolute gold mine.
Without question.
I'm not taking Skubal is a Cy Young. He's an ace, and he deserves that type of treatment. So it's got to be a package that's going to blow the doors off of this team. And 2 years, we're not talking about we're 7 games out of a wild card spot. We're talking, we're owning the AL Central. That's the type of trade it's got to be. I got my 4-year-old. bumping me. I appreciate it, Doug.
No, thank you for the phone call. 100%.
Yeah,
it's got to be an amazing return.
I said earlier, for those that missed it, I want Jackson Holiday in the deal. He's got to be part of this deal, and he's just part of this deal. There's got to be other big-time, ready-made MLB prospects coming back in return. I will say this, although I'm for trading Skubal for a Godfather deal to help jumpstart this franchise again and get it going, if they don't trade Tarik Skubal, I want them to sign him with an extension.
They better sign him, yeah.
Yeah, I like at the end of the year, enough with that. This was the year to trade him. I don't think his value could be any higher because he'll have 2 years still left of control by whoever team has him. Extend him.
Yep. Yeah, so there's two musts.
Then he's part of the future.
One is I'm not bending on my demand for return. It's a high demand. I'm not bending. I'm not going to take less. I'm not going to say, I guess that's enough. I'm not bending. I'm not negotiating. I'm not going to let you talk me down from a massive price. And if you say no, fine. And then I'm not signing him. I'm absolutely signing him. I'm not going to let this guy get to free agency. And I will sign him early. 248-539-9797. Let's go to Tony in Detroit. You're next on 97 on the ticket. Hi, Tony.
Hey, how's it going, guys?
What's up?
So I think there's that. I completely agree with the last caller, but like there's the main principle of thought is no matter what happens with Scott Harris, how he does this move, either whether it lands in a trade or we keep what we have and then have to go after heavy off-season free agency or get something down the line here really soon. If you don't do one or the other here and succeed at whatever you choose, I feel like he's completely kissing his, death wish here. Mm-hmm. And I say that because, number one, 30% or less succeed at prospects and panning out. So, yeah, you could have two top prospects being there with the Orioles, but guess what? That means maybe one of them pans out. Is one of them going to be better than Skubal? Who knows? But you're also talking about how far are you away from that series, like you said. To me, it's, are you going to be able to go buy two bats in the offseason? You're automatically a contender. Hopefully the pitching holds up. But, Skubal being 7+ years out of a Tommy John, who knows how much longer his arm is going to hold up the way that we hope it does. So you're looking at multiple perspectives here. But regardless of how you do it, this has got to be a gold mine move. I completely agree. At the same time, the Skubal, he's going to end up acquiring almost $50 million at some point per year. He's going to be that type of guy if he continues at the pace he does, as long as he stays healthy. So you got to also look at this from the perspective of ownership. Is Chris Ilitch willing to make that move towards this guy? Is he willing to invest all those chips? I'm looking at it like a poker game. Is he willing to invest in that pot? Who knows?
He better be. Honestly,
you need to trade him.
There's some requirements here. Yes, you better pay Skubal if you don't trade him. And yes, Harris better be right. The hit rate on prospects isn't great. Now, just because you trade for two doesn't mean you're going to get any. It doesn't mean you're going to get one, only one. You might get two great players. And I don't even know. I'm not even sure that the Orioles' top two prospects, Holiday and Basallo, get it done. I think they have to actually sweeten the pot from then. And if they say no, that's fine. I'm not bending. This is a high price tag. 248-539-9797. If you're just joining us, we're reacting to the report from Tom Verducci. In the last 24 hours, the Orioles and Dodgers are putting together trade packages to entice the Tigers to move Tarik Skubal. Could be a third team involved, and they got a good reputation. You want to be if you're trying to drive up the price. We'll get to that at 12:36 here on Carson Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket. I imagine Scott Harris has a lot of people talking to him. And if Verducci sources say the Dodgers and Orioles are putting together packages to entice the Tigers to move Tarik Skubal. I wonder if you call about Skubal and you end up with Flaherty. My guess is if I feel like the Flaherty offers the kind of stuff that people want to give up to get Skubal would get you Flaherty, if you know what I'm saying. I think they're going to lowball. Although he says they're loading up. They're loading up.
They're not coming in with a lowball offer. I mean, it'd be impossible. They'd be laughed out the door. It's Tarik Skubal.
Packages loaded with top prospects for Skubal. Yeah, I mean, I can't think of a tradable commodity. Like, I'm sure if the Dodgers are trying to trade Shohei, but he's not a tradable commodity. This is a tradable, potentially available commodity. We don't even know if he's available. But there's no way Harris should say he's untouchable, because you've got two organizations, one that's loaded with prospects. It's probably desperate, hasn't played in a World Series since, I believe, 83. That is in the same division with the Yankees and Red Sox and teams that have spent through the nose, whatever. You get the point. They spent a ton of money. You got one of the smartest organizations in the Rays, and who leads the division? The Baltimore Orioles. It's finally their time. All their draft and hard work has paid off. And they're looking to add the most valuable commodity, tradable commodity in the game. And a guy who's won 10 games on what without him is a bad baseball team. With him is maybe an average baseball team. They're 3 games under 500. But without him, put him in a cast of characters like the Orioles have, and Skubal could be even better. So how desperate, how motivated, desperation, you shouldn't use the word desperate. How motivated are the Orioles? They're probably pretty damn motivated. The team that leads the majors in home runs, top 10 batting average, top 5 OPS. They've had some injuries to their starting pitching. They are motivated. So, will they give you their top 2 prospects and then some? And you go, okay, no, that's fine. The Dodgers are historically aggressive. And now let me throw in another team that there's some smoke out there, the Red Sox. Craig Beslow, who was a pitcher by trade, is now running the Red Sox organization. Does he? I would bet he covets a dominant starting pitcher. You get the Red Sox involved, next thing you know, the Saudis are bidding on him, and you're driving the price through the roof. No, you seriously could have. I mean, the only other power broker that Cubs and Yankees. I mean, you're talking about teams that are historically aggressive. In like the Dodgers and the Red Sox are not afraid to pay. A team that's absolutely should be aggressive in Baltimore. And you might get that Godfather offer. And if you don't, you keep him and you re-sign him. 248-539-9797, reacting to the Verducci story. David's in Dearborn and next. What's up, David?
Hello. Thanks for taking my call.
Sure.
I don't want to be obnoxious or anything, but I've been following baseball. I kind of used to play baseball. And, the very reason that these teams that have everything want someone like Tarik Skubal is because there is nothing more valuable than what he represents to a team. Good pitching historically in baseball. I know the game has changed, but not in the essential, elements of it. Dominates hitting. Great pitching will dominate and shut down good hitting, and they know this. And Skubal is their ticket to a World Series and probably winning the series if he remains Tarik Skubal while he's playing. And the Tigers, in the meantime, are a team that is a young team. They have been flashing all year, where suddenly they get it together and they start scoring runs in bunches. This is a team that is gelling. They're a team that is rising, and they are literally coming on. And will it sustain for this year? Maybe, maybe not. We don't know, but I don't think you're going to throw away this year when it might happen, and next year when it very well could happen, and maybe even the year after that by throwing away your most valuable commodity. And so you get maybe one or two position players that pan out, or maybe you get a pitcher that pans out, but it's highly unlikely that you're going to get anything as valuable as what you just gave away. And I would make the same argument for Mike Flaherty. Flaherty is 29 years old. He had injuries in the past, but he seems to have gotten past that. Let's find out if he can. You might say, well, we don't know he'll stay with the Tigers because of what happened with Eduardo Rodriguez. Well, now he's got more of an incentive than Rodriguez did to stay with this team because it is coming together.
Look, I mean, there's some truth in what you're saying about the possibility of getting somebody as good as Skubal. You're hoping to get multiple players as good that add up. The total of what you get back is better than having one guy that goes every 5 days. Right, but you're not. Here's what you're not doing. The way you worded that, they're throwing away Skubal. They wouldn't. I mean, there is absolutely no way that anybody would think of it as throwing him away.
Okay, but you're getting lesser value. The essential element in any baseball team is good pitching. You cannot win without it, no matter how good your position players are, no matter how great they hit. You're just not going to win. You're not going to win a championship without a pitcher of Tarik Skubal's caliber, and maybe a couple others that are maybe a little short of that, but real solid.
Well, I would say that you certainly don't trade Skubal without a plan to have a solid pitching staff. And they might be huge believers in Jackson Jobe being to the Tigers what Paul Skeens has been to the Pirates, in which case you've got your ready-made replacement. I've spent most of my time envisioning a future with Skubal as your 1, Jobe as your 2, and work the rest out from there. I don't think Flaherty should be a part of this team's future as it stands right now. I think Flaherty himself should be able to get a pretty decent return. But yeah, I mean, it's not as if you trade Skubal and you go, well, that's it. We don't have any pitching. We're not even going to try. You have to find a way to still put together a pretty decent staff.
That's the key there, there, Doug. Staff. I mean, Skubal would be the ace of any staff, but you still need a staff. He talks about World Series. I don't know. The Tigers have Skubal right now. Are they on the cusp of a World Series?
Nope.
No, because they need a staff and they need a team. And that's the whole point. If you were to trade Tarik Skubal, is to build that team, which could include a young arm as well. The Tigers still have Jackson Jobe. They have Reese Olson. You still have other players, and hopefully whoever you would get in return, like I said, with a Skubal trade. I'm not shopping Skubal. But if I were to trade him, you would get a ton in return. A ton.
What's interesting is that guy was a no at any price.
That's what it seems like, and I don't like that.
Yeah, I don't either. I think you have to be open-minded.
And I think people are really scared because of what Al Avila did.
Yep.
You have to let Scott Harris make his decisions. And yes, Scott Harris has to hit. But if he doesn't make any trades, what's the point of even having him, do his job?
248-539-9797. We go to Mike and Hal next. What's up, Mike?
Hey, Doug, thank you for taking my phone call.
Sure.
Hey, I just want to say, first of all, that I think you put on a quality show every time. Appreciate the way you cover Detroit sports, and I 100% agree with you. If we can get the Herschel Walker offer to Skubal, by the time we're good enough, Skubal's going to be unaffordable anyway. We don't have a shortstop or a catcher.
I mean, I hate that sort of give up and don't try to re-sign him. I would hope that they would pay the money to re-sign him. And that would be extraordinarily disappointing to me if that's the case.
Yeah, and I do agree with you. If we're not trading him and sign him, let's lock him up.
Yep, without question. If you spend a whole bunch of time trying to trade him and don't get the Godfather offer, then damn it, re-sign him and keep him around and build around him. Thank you for the phone call. Hey, you guys hear me talk about Twin Peaks a lot, but I should. In terms of being a sports bar, no one does it better. Compared to other restaurants, they deserve your time. They don't just serve up bar food. It's elevated and impressive. Do you know they have a scratch kitchen? Team is there every day at 7 a.m. preparing all the food that you're going to enjoy, whether you're in town for a holiday or just visiting or whatever, just looking for a night out. Twin Peaks is something for everyone. For starters, they smoke their own ribs, brisket, chicken wings, and thighs. They cut their own New York strips. They craft their own meatballs. They hand-cut their chicken tenders and boneless wings. They make their own salad dressings. They even hand-make their croutons. They're more than just burgers and wings. Try their trophy trout or mom's pot roast and see for yourself. Dine in and enjoy with friends or carry out and share these barbecue favorites with the family. Now that we've touched on the food, let's talk about the bar. They have a bourbon list you don't see everywhere else. High-end favorites like Orphan Barrel, Jefferson's Reserve, and Blanton's. Even high-end tequilas like Sincorjo Anejo or Don Julio 1942. And you should know they now pour the coldest beer in the state at the teeth-chattering 29 degrees. Pair all that with wall-to-wall TVs, the beautiful Twin Peaks girls. Forget about it. Twin Peaks. Find a location nearest you. Go to twinpeaksrestaurant.com. Eats, drinks, scenic views. It's kind of turned into really more of a debate of who would listen and who wouldn't. You know what I mean? I mean, it's pretty simple. It's, do you even listen to Tarik Skubal offers? I don't think there's anything wrong with listening. Kang, you don't think there's anything wrong with listening?
Absolutely not.
With sort of a slight, holding out a slight hope that that somebody would offer something that would make you go, well, actually, I'll do it for that. I mean, could you imagine what it would take to make, if you think about yourself, if you were in the no at any cost, he's untouchable, and someone just keeps adding on and adding on and adding on, maybe for that. And the characters, the teams that might be bidding on this guy might be the type of teams that make you go, that can make those kinds of offers.
That's the great thing about this. When you told me this story this morning about the Orioles being involved, I'm like, the Orioles?
Yep.
That's the perfect team to make this trade with, because they have guys that they're an embarrassment of riches, it seems like, with young players.
Yep.
Right? Get them all. Give me Jackson Holiday. Give me
Sam Basallo.
Yeah, exactly. And then you're also going to get, single, double-A guys thrown in there, because you got to keep adding to this deal.
And if nobody's going to do that, that's fine.
I'll keep Skubal.
Yep.
I know what I got. We know what we have.
Happily keep Skubal, right?
Yes. But to not listen, I think it's.
I think it's a little short-sighted and odd to not even listen. Because here's the other thing. If the plot involves the main character, the Orioles, a supporting actor here is the Dodgers. Because the Dodgers and maybe the Red Sox help you drive up the price, right? Those are the teams that take this from sort of a baseball offer that might be good for Detroit, might not be good for Detroit, that you hope turned it into wow. Because they had to beat out the Dodgers. Right? 248-539-9797. Now, I guess this is the do you even listen conversation. We're talking about because Tom Verducci reporting in the last 24 hours that the Dodgers and Orioles are putting together packages to entice the Tigers to trade. Tarik Skubal, back to your phone calls. We go to Jason on a cell. You're on 97.1. Hello, Jason.
Hey, guys. How you doing today?
Good, thank you.
Hey, listen, I was telling your screener, to me, I do not think you trade Skubal due to the fact that I hate to use the term once in a lifetime pitcher, but I mean, the last time we had a pitcher this good that pitched from the left was Denny McLain. I mean, we've had Scherzer, we've had Verlander, but the last time we had a lefty this good has been almost 50-plus years, and he has just been dominant. Now, I told your screener, I said, look, I mean, if you have to trade him, you have to get at least an everyday player, couple prospects. But like you were just saying, if they just keep adding on, and the last argument piece to this is Illich himself. Is he willing to actually spend and extend Skubal? I mean, if Smith goes to him and goes, hey, listen, are we going to spend on Skubal? Are we going to extend him? And Illich gives him the nod, like, no, I really don't want to spend that type of money. Then obviously you have no choice but to dump him for whatever best you can.
That's a variable that would change everything. I really would be I would be livid if ownership isn't going to pay a player of this caliber.
Now, can I just also offer one thing here? A guy like Flaherty, we just had a series against Atlanta, and to me, I think he would be a great pitcher for Atlanta. And one of the players I would hope that we could possibly pry away from Atlanta would be a young outfielder named Jared Kelenic. I think he would be awesome here. He's a lefty. You could play all three outfield positions. To me, it would almost be like I would offer him Flaherty, and I would even tell him, hey, look, if you need another outfielder, we'll buy out Canna and give you Canna for free. We'll pay his contract for the rest of the year, so you won't have to pay him. We'll actually pay him for you.
Yeah, I don't know that they want to give up an everyday player. But this is that kid from Wisconsin that Seattle drafted a few years ago. But, it was a high draft pick. I mean, I'd take him. Yeah, sure. I'm just not sure that you would get him as an everyday player. But you're talking about giving him Skubal. And I saw the Dodgers. I don't know if they want to give it Paez, but I feel like they got help coming. This guy's coming off the injured list. 248-539-9797. Jeff is in Canton and next. What's up, Jeff?
Hey, Doug. What's up?
How you doing, sir?
I'm good. I think at this point, I mean, this is Skubal's best season by far.
I think you got to jump on that offer. If they offer you Jackson Holiday and that catcher, I think you got to do it. I mean, there's your answer to Baez. You throw Holiday at shortstop. And then I think another thing, too, that I think a lot of us fans are scared because Al Avila and Dombrowski, they were never able to get good prospects for the guys they traded in the past. So I think that might be a reason why you're seeing people so hesitant.
Without question.
So I just figured I'd throw that out there, but I think if you get both those guys from the Orioles, you've got to jump on that offer.
It just, honestly, Jeff, there's no doubt that Avila failures in the past are impacting people's opinions today. That's one. And two is it should have nothing to do with it.
Yeah, exactly. 100%.
It should have nothing to do with it. And unfortunately, it's just, it impacts. I mean, I try to reset the clock to zero anytime somebody new is put in charge. Harris hasn't convinced me he's great yet by any stretch of the imagination. There's probably been a couple of more moves that have made me raise my eyebrow than I've hailed them as great moves. But this is a potential major pivot point. I don't think that Skubal's going to get traded, okay? I don't think so. I hope he gets a good return for Flaherty, an everyday player, cusping on major league, being a major league player.
I think they trade Flaherty, but put a Skubal jersey on him. and we
more.
get what we want. And by the way, I just got to say this because did a caller say that Denny McClain was left-handed or something?
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you, everybody.
Yep.
He probably meant Mickey Lolich.
Yeah, I'm sure he did.
Appreciate all the calls, all the texts.
And the caller also called him Mike Flaherty.
Okay.
Yeah,
all right.
or Mark
sweet.
Flaherty and
Cool.
not Jack Flaherty.
All right.
So he was on a roll. 248-539-9797. Paul's in Trenton, and he's next. Hi, Paul.
Hey, how you guys doing today?
What's up?
I tell you, Tarik Skubal will be traded, and it has to start. Baltimore's the only one with a minor league deep enough to meet the gargantuan demand that Harris will have. And it has to start with Mayo, the third baseman, and Jackson Holiday. Takes care of the left side of your infield for years to come. I've been following the Tigers since 1966, and Mayo is the absolute best third baseman I've ever seen. He would step right in, as would Holiday. Takes care of that side. That allows Young to play second base, and it allows Colt Keith to go to first base. Your outfield set, your infield set. At that point, now you got the core that they've been talking about, and Baltimore will throw in a couple extra, lower level minor leaguers that have potential, pitchers or what have you. I think that is the key. They're the only minor league system that has enough adequate for what the Tigers need, instead of what other teams want to offer, whatever other position. They need that left side of that infield.
It's interesting.
That is what they need.
They also need a catcher, and you've passed over Basallo. You don't want Basallo, their top-ranked catcher?
Well, I don't think that they would give us both Mayo and Basallo.
They might not.
But with Adley Rutschman there, and they got Gunnar at shortstop, they have no use for Basallo. My ideal would be both Basallo and Mayo. But I don't think they're going to give up Basallo. That's a protection in case Rutschman gets.
Hey man,
injured.
we're talking about Tarik Skubal here, right?
That's right. And want to know what? Play the Boris hardball, and maybe, just maybe, they'll give you Basallo and Mayo, and forget the other minor leaguers and take Holiday too. It depends on how bad. It's not how what the comps are. It's how bad does Baltimore want Skubal? With Skubal, they're almost guaranteed the World Series for at least a couple years between Burns and Skubal. They have a legitimate shot. What that does for the Tigers is it injects those players that'll be a generational change, if you will. It'll take a generation from I don't care about the Tigers to, hey, let's go to the ball game. And now you've got several years of 25,000, 30,000 people a night at the ballpark, and all the other ancillaries that come with it, the hot dogs, the beer, and parking, and everything else. And so at that point now they got tons of dollars like Mike Ilitch had. And
hey, thank you for the phone call. We're short on time, but I'm listening. I'm certainly listening. You're convinced you want to do it, but I'm Baltimore does seem to be the team that makes the most sense. 248-539-9797. It's Carson Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket. Doug Harsh, Gator out today. You know, summer in Michigan is great. And looking forward to taking advantage of it for the remainder of the summer. Get around our state a little bit. We did our big family vacation, went out west a couple weeks ago. we do a thing with my cousins. I got cousins all across Canada and the United States, and we all get together every other year, and one cousin hosts, and this year it was in British Columbia. It was Parksville, British Columbia, which is on Vancouver Island, which is a massive island just across the bay from, I guess, the straits from Vancouver. So we spent 4 days in Whitefish, Montana, which is where that's my happy place. Then we went on, flew to Seattle, drove to Vancouver, took a ferry over to Vancouver Island, spent 4 days in Parksville. Had a great time. But I am looking forward to, in the back half of the summer here, getting out and visiting all around our state and exploring, and love the little towns and getting up north, west side. Probably should give the east side of the state, the East Coast, the Sunrise side, a little bit more love. But we've got a place up in the, Petoskey area, and so we spend a lot of time there. But Kang, are you getting out and getting around our state? Do you got any plans?
No, not at the moment. I'm getting out of the state again, but no, that's I think we might in August. Just nothing, concrete yet, though, Doug. But I love hanging out in the state. It is. We're Lake Michigan, up north, all that's great.
I'm thinking actually we might get across the bridge and go to the UP. I've been threatening to go to the UP for years and haven't really done it. We went across the UP and went over to Mackinac Island probably 6-7 years ago, and that was great. And drove to relatives that live in Ontario. We actually drove through the Sioux. So we went up to the bridge, kept going north on 75, crossed at the Sioux, basically took a right-hand turn and drove towards Ottawa. But I'm excited to get out. I found a list of the top 10 resorts in the Midwest. 4 from the state of Michigan made it. And look, there's a lot of people own places up north. Others go to like their favorite spots, hotels, motels, rent, VRBO. And then there are the resorts. And my personal favorite didn't make the list. We don't spend as much time on resorts, but if I had a chance, the Inn at Bay Harbor is one of my absolute favorite places. Have you ever been there by chance?
No.
I mean, it's a little bit, you feel like you're coming from the unwashed when you go, like it's a pretty highfalutin place. It's very nice, very nice. And we got there once and I'm so lucky. We went to check in and we had just got a standard room. And I just mentioned we were checking in that it was our anniversary and they upgraded us to this beautiful end suite that overlooked the bay. It was freaking awesome.
Oh, yeah. You just happened to mention that, huh, Doug?
I just happened to mention. Yeah. Mm-hmm. I've mentioned it about 70 times since. It never worked.
Yeah, because when you came back the following month and said it again, they didn't believe you, Doug. You can't do it like multiple times in a year.
Can't keep going back to that well over and over and over again.
Yeah, wait a year.
Yeah. But maybe we'll take 10 texts. What do you think the 10 they were the top 10 resorts in the Midwest. 4 from the state of Michigan made it. These are like hotel resort type places. Let's take the 10 tax. What is your favorite? What is your personal favorite in our state? And if there's crossover and it matches up with one of these, we'll let you know. We're not really doing a guessing game of what made it. We're doing more of what's your favorite resort in the state. And obviously Bay Harbor didn't make it. I mentioned it already. Kang, do you have one that you're familiar with or that you've been to that would qualify?
Yeah, we haven't hit a ton of resorts, to be honest with you. I've heard, good things about so many of them, but we've done more like right now I'm in like, kid mode. So the resort would be Great Wolf Lodge, which they have one in Traverse City. But that's the kind of resorts we're into right now.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, like we went through that phase and then the kids, you'll move from the phase where they want to go to these places with you. You'll get into the phase where it doesn't matter where you're going. They don't want to be with you. And now we've kind of moved to I think they all now like traveling with us. I think. Might be wishful thinking, but
Yeah, the resorts, when I had a resort up, it's usually outside of Michigan.
Is that right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like,
Well, you're
like
Mr.
Mexico or something.
You're Mr. Vegas.
I like to leave the state when I can.
But the thing about Vegas is you have family there.
Yeah.
So that kind of dictates you going to Vegas. And do you stay at the resorts or do you stay with family?
No, we've stayed at
Or you-
resorts.
or
I
you
mean,
do
we do both. I mean, you got to mix it up. You could not stay out there on the strip or a resort that long, I don't think. I mean, you lose concept of reality, I think, in Vegas,
Yep. Oh, there's no doubt about it. I don't know how many people leave Vegas and go, I could do that for another month.
No.
I think most people, when they leave Vegas, no matter how long they're there, they'll say, that was enough.
No, they say burn this place to the ground.
Yeah.
And then next year, like, man, I can't wait to go back.
Can't wait to go back. Yeah. Anyway, we'll take the 10 texts on your favorite in-state resorts and see if any of them fell on this list of the top 10 favorites in the Midwest. 248-539-9797. So yesterday, I hunkered down. I was all fired up to watch the Pistons Summer League game, and they were just announcing the starting lineups, and Ron Holland wasn't announced. And I'm like, why isn't Ron Holland announced? And it's because Ron Holland wasn't playing because he has had surgery, and they decided to rest him. But that didn't mean I didn't get to see lots of Tolu Smith and Bobby Klintman, who had 18 points and made all 4 of his 3-pointers in the second half, which is funny because when the second half came around, I started doing other things. In the first half, he didn't do much at all. In fact, I saw him throw up some bricks, some hurried shots. But Dennis Jackson, the 37th... Jenkins, sorry. Had 26 points. 26 points for the Pistons, 4 assists and a pair of blocks. He went 6 of 11 from beyond the arc. And I don't know that I'm not falling in love with any Summer League players. I've made that vow. I'm just pointing out that here's a player that scored 26 points for the Pistons. They, I believe, play again later today. And Ron Holland, it was a precautionary thing. The plan all along was not to play him every game. I thought watching him the first game, I can see the talent and I can see that it's raw and I can see that he needs work. And I'm not mad about it. I'm just not expecting right now an instant impact. It's probably one of the few times I've watched Summer League basketball and my expectations did not rise at all. So, but Dennis Jenkins leading the way for the Pistons. Marcus Sasser had 13 points. So there you go. 248-539-9797. We'll get some of your feedback on your favorite resorts in the state of Michigan. M Live had the list, and we're not doing we're not trying to get you to guess what's on top. We're just want to know what your personal favorites are. We will share that coming up shortly. Also, got some Lions stuff I want to bring up. Very interesting rating of our guy. We'll get to that today at 1:20 here on Carson Anderson on 97.1 The Ticket. All right, we have some interesting breaking news on the NFL side. We'll get to in a moment. Nothing huge, but it could impact us. 248-539-9797. We got open lines. And we asked for just your favorite resorts in the state of Michigan. And this is because I found a list of the top 10 resorts in the Midwest. 4 from the state of Michigan made it. I'm going to read some of these, and then we'll tell you what made the list. Obie in Canton says Boyne Mountain. Boyne Mountain's got a lot to do. It's great for kids, Kang. Avalanche Bay and the water park there. And
they love water parks. No, I've heard that.
Yep, it's a good spot.
You know what the thing about Michigan resorts, too, and maybe this is with a lot of other resorts?
Yeah.
They get booked up quick, man. Quick and early.
Yep. Bay Harbor, Jeff and Trenton. Yeah, one of my favorite. Probably not as good a place for kids, but good place to take the misses. Will says Traverse City Resort. I don't know what that is. Grand Traverse Golf Resort. That's from Trevor in Chelsea, Michigan. Jim and Shelby says a Homestead Resort by Empire, Michigan, 4 seasons, Sleeping Bear Dunes and private skiing. Rick says the Bavarian Inn in Frankenmuth. Ryan in a pie van writes in the Grand Hotel in Mackinac. Tim in a truck says Zender's Splash Village. And Vince says the Grand Hotel. Here is what the winner, the top resort in the Midwest, was the Deer Park Inn in Lake Forest, Illinois. I know nothing about it. Others that made the list from the state of Michigan, the Hotel Iroquois on Mackinac Island, the Grand Hotel on Mackinac Island. Hotel Iroquois was number 4. Grand Hotel was number 5. Number 9 was St. John's Resort in Plymouth, Michigan. Been there for a wedding. And Mission Point Resort on Mackinac Island. So 3 of the 4 from the state of Michigan were on Mackinac Island. Some of the resorts. This was put together by Travel and Leisure magazine. Hotels were classified and ranked on rooms/facilities, location, service, food, and value. So there you go. All right, so from the NFL, it is now official. Brandon Aiyuk has officially requested a trade after an offseason. This according to Mike Garafolo from NFL Network. Officially requested a trade after an offseason of unsuccessful attempts to reach a contract extension. Despite a recent meeting, the Niners haven't been willing to engage in negotiations since May, so Aiyuk has respectfully asked out. All right, so where do you think Aiyuk falls in the pecking order in San Francisco? Kang, do you know?
You mean you got obviously CMC is probably number 1, Christian McCaffrey, and then Deebo Samuel is such a versatile, different type of receiver. Mm-hmm. He's probably right there with CMC, so I would say 3rd. George Kittle, great tight end, but they use him to block a lot. And Aiyuk is very underrated. I don't know if people around here appreciate how good Brandon Aiyuk is. He is one of the better receivers in this league.
Brandon Aiyuk last year led the San Francisco 49ers in receptions. He led them in targets. He led them in yards. He had the longest catch of the year. He averaged the most yards a game. And he tied for the most touchdown receptions on a team with George Kittle, Deebo Samuel, and Christian McCaffrey, all as receiving options.
Deebo was hurt last year, though. So
he only missed, according to this, 2 games. Aiyuk missed 1. But he was hurt.
It was 3, but the 3, basically, the Cleveland game, and he was out like very, very early. Deebo Samuel left that game very early.
Well, true. The difference is Aiyuk played, Samuel played in 15 games. Aiyuk played in 16. Aiyuk had 75 catches. Samuel had 60. Look, I mean, I get it. He's not top of the pecking order there in San Francisco. I don't think this impacts the Lions in any way, in that I don't think that Brandon Aiyuk will be traded to Detroit. But does this add to the supply of available wide receivers and hence maybe make another wide receiver a possibility in Detroit? Because if Brandon Aiyuk gets his wish and gets traded, That's another team that won't be trading for, let's say, T. Higgins. So, again, we talk about this all the time. Supply and demand economics adds to the supply. The Lions have a bit of a demand at wide receiver. Now, just because Aiyuk wants to be traded doesn't mean he will be traded. But does that bump somebody down in the pecking order and allow Detroit to make a move for a receiver and maybe not have to give up as much?
I love hearing this breaking news because I'm hoping, the best thing is San Francisco loses him for like draft picks or something,
Right.
I don't want the Niners to get better. I want them to get worse. This makes them worse. You just read off his stats. He's one of the most important players on that offense. He's the best pure receiver they have. Debo is a mixture of a receiver and a running back. They give him the ball as a running back a lot. They throw him the ball a lot, but Aiyuk is their best pure receiver. He wants to get paid like Justin Jefferson. Whether you agree with that or not, that's just where the market is, and that's why they're at this standstill. I don't think the Niners want to give it up clearly, and Aiyuk wants that cash. If the Niners get worse, that's all I care about. This is a big deal. I bet you in San Francisco right now that he wants out. Get me out of here. I'm not playing for the Niners this year.
I'm a little surprised looking at this. The Niners do have some cap space.
Well, they also went and drafted receivers early in the draft. I felt like they knew that maybe they can get squeezed another year out of Aiyuk and then move on.
Yeah.
But
I mean, they're kind of getting to the point where you can't keep everybody.
No, you can't.
And they took Ricky Pearsall out of Florida with their first round pick. So, yeah. Does he get traded is question one. And I don't know that he does, but if he does, their likely return is probably draft picks. And it waters down the wide receiver market a little bit if the Lions decide they need to make a deal. I also would love to see, San Francisco, if they fade from contention, Aiyuk could be a trade deadline deal. They're considered a favorite in the NFC, so the idea that they would fade from contention. But there's always major surprises, right?
Yeah, they're considered the favorite. In the NFC.
But there's always major surprises.
Sure, of course.
And
I think one of the reasons why they're considered the favorite, though, is because Brandon Aiyuk is on the team.
Yeah. Let me ask you another weird question. Do you think Receiver, the Netflix documentary, brought this to a head? Is it a coincidence that was released last week and he officially asked for the trade this week?
I don't. I think it's just a coincidence. They've had some issues for a while now. Do I think the show helped or hurt? I don't. I don't think it would have mattered.
Because basically on the show, it's about two other guys on the team. And it has nothing to do, why did they choose those two? Well, they're important players and they're probably personalities. But if you're Aiyuk, does it feel like these guys are getting marketed and I'm not?
It's possible.
I'm just kind of workshopping an idea here.
No, it's possible that he doesn't feel as appreciated, but I think the actions speak louder than words, and I think all he wants is his contract.
So what's funny about it, though, is when you listen to players talk and when you hear them talk amongst themselves and the stuff that they emphasize and they think about, I wouldn't count out that the TV show and seeing all the publicity that it gave Deebo Samuel and George Kittle might have bothered Brandon Aiyuk. When you hear players say, I want to be the highest paid blank in the league, it sometimes obviously is because you think you deserve it. But it usually to me feels like it's being driven by ego. I want to be the highest paid player in the league. So egos can be fragile things at the professional level. Maybe it had nothing to do with it. I just kind of wondered in the back of my mind.
Yeah, I think receivers, generally speaking, are all kind of egomaniacs because for them to perform and show their worth, they need the ball.
Mm-hmm.
They need the ball in their hands. As much as blocking, everyone loves a blocking receiver or a decoy down the field. They know the headlines are catch touchdowns, right?
Yep.
Catch first down. So, yeah, he might see that. Okay, they're focus on Debo, focus on George Kittle. if they would have paid him, I don't think he would care. Now, this might not have helped, but this could be a situation, too, where Chris Jones last year, didn't he want a big contract with the Chiefs? And he just basically sat out until he couldn't sit out anymore and ended up playing that year.
Yep.
So I guess, Aiyuk, who knows what's going to happen.
We talk about Detroit's window being open for a couple of years. Is what's San Francisco without Brandon Aiyuk?
Well, they're going to have to pay Brock Purdy at some point, too.
Yep. So, is San Francisco's window even shorter? Is this it?
They've handed out some big contracts over the last few years. Bosa, Samuel.
Interesting. 248-539-9797. So I guess what we're rooting for here in Detroit is for him to get traded for draft picks. That's the best chance that might be the best that they can do, and it might weaken their team that's on the field in 2024.
Trade him to an AFC team for draft picks.
Yep. 248-539-9797. It's Carson Anderson, Gator out today, 97.1 The Ticket. Get some of your feedback on the Brandon Aiyuk trade demand, which has a indirect impact on us here in Detroit. We all know the Lions are chasing San Francisco. It's funny. I realized I just did something inadvertently. I've talked about how I spent the bulk of my career, our career, Gator and I, doing the show together. When we talk about the Lions and how the Lions are going to win the division, there was always like, well, maybe Rodgers will take a step back, or maybe Favre will get hurt, or maybe Minnesota isn't quite as good as we think they are. Now the schedule works to our favor this year. There was always sort of these, we were trying to finagle our way into a division championship. And I said last year was refreshing because there was no finagling. We spent all our time talking about how Detroit deserved to win the division. We weren't looking for the other teams to fall apart. Our team was capable of rising up. I realize I've just done it a little bit with the NFC. I'm rooting for San Francisco to lose a key player. Now, do I think Detroit can beat San Francisco with Brandon Aiyuk? I do. But I just spent a little bit of time like trying to make San Francisco weaker, which is how we used to approach the division. Yeah, I mean, it could, you know, if it comes down to Detroit and San Fran again, I'm not conceding anything. San Francisco will probably be favored. I will probably be happy, though, because how many times when we talked about blowing the halftime lead in San Francisco against the Niners, while it feels like we should make repeat appearances, we keep saying the same thing. There's no guarantees you get back there. If it comes down to these two teams again, even if it's in San Francisco, I'll be pretty happy. Because I think no matter what, it doesn't mean you're always going to win, but the team that lost has more of an edge and is more motivated than the team that won the previous matchup. That's how it just feels to me. From an unnamed texter, this is regarding a Skubal trade, which Tom Verducci is saying the Orioles and Dodgers are putting together packages filled with prospects to get Tarik Skubal. Unnamed texter says, just look what happened every time we traded away an ace. We got burned every time. Has nothing to do with what Scott Harris does.
That's like the most scared text ever.
Don't ever make a trade because think of all the times it didn't work. That was literally James Shields for Fernando Tatis Jr. The Padres, I know this, I'm a Padre fan. They got Fernando Tatis Jr., who was a prospect for an elite, well, a really, really, really good starting pitcher in James Shields. So you would never have made that trade.
Hey, don't go outside, Doug. It rained one time.
Yeah. I mean, it'd be like, I guess maybe they're saying it's Seattle. It rains a lot. Don't go outside. It rains a lot. But it doesn't mean it's going to rain on this trade.
Let Scott Harris F this up first before we start saying no more trades.
Yeah, exactly. I have no idea who the players are that we will receive and whether they'd be any good. We know how good Skubal is. That's from an unnamed texter. We have a pitcher who's putting Verlander level numbers, and we're stringing together wins, and you want to blow it up and start a rebuild? Why? Well, the fact that they are stringing together wins, I mean, is a good week and a half enough reason to try and go for it? These are long seasons. These are ebbs and flows. I am usually at the front of the line trying to figure out how it could work out. And if they don't trade these guys, I hope they surprise me. And I won't give up on the season. But first of all, you don't have to make a decision on these players for another 14 days. Secondly, you're going to have more data, more games that get played here to help shape your decision. But secondly, and maybe most importantly, do you really think this team's a contender? I don't yet. I'm open-minded to maybe they'll stay hot out of the break. Maybe the Colt Keith and Riley Green and getting Kerry Carpenter back starts providing some punch offensively. The pitching holds up, and they play themselves into this. But I think it's too early to say that.
What if I told you that, and fans and everyone listening, that you would get the equivalent in return for Skubal, Colt Keith, Kerry Carpenter, Jackson Jobe, and then some?
If that was the equivalent return?
The type of prospects, like
That sounds pretty good.
Sounds pretty good, right?
Now, none of those guys, like Cole Keith, feels like he's on an ascension to be even better than he is right now. I mean, it's his rookie year, and he's just gotten better and better and better. So what's the ceiling? How high does he go? How good does he get? If you're saying, I need a player to be as good as a hitter as Skubal is as a pitcher, then you're probably not getting that. But if you're getting 3 players that can help you win, Ty and Holly, you don't get better by trading your best players. It's a stupid concept that is outdated. I mean, you're going to see good players traded for prospects. Now, can they keep, the thing is, they can keep Skubal. But we're also talking about Godfather offers. We're not accepting lowball offers. I'm not bending here. It's a Godfather offer or no deal. And it just so happens that the teams that are reportedly involved, one gets hyper aggressive all the time than the Dodgers, and the other should be aggressive because they have been on a drought forever in Baltimore, and they have got material to trade. Mike in Grand Rapids, and what happens if Harris trades him away and we get a poor return? That's my fear. I mean, these people won't even listen, apparently. They won't even listen.
Yeah, what happens? Can I ask the opposite? Yeah. What happens if Harris gets a great deal in return and we're set up for the next decade?
What happens if we keep Skubal and he gets hurt?
What happens if we keep Skubal? He's great, but the team still sucks.
What if we keep Skubal and he's never as good as this ever again? And we could do this all day.
Exactly.
Regarding Brandon Aiyuk demanding a trade from San Francisco, from Justin in Madison Heights, this absolutely helps the Lions. Our biggest threat in the NFC is losing their stud wide receiver. I don't care where Aiyuk goes. Well, I disagree with that. I do not want him in Green Bay.
Yeah, that would suck.
I don't want him in Dallas. I don't want him in Philly. But I don't know that San Francisco would. I don't think San Francisco would want to trade him to another NFC team. That's probably would guard against those things happening. But he said he didn't care. I do care. Bottom line is San Francisco is a better team with Brandon Aiyuk. So if he is traded, it absolutely affects the Lions' chances at getting to the Super Bowl because San Francisco's is most people's number one team in the NFC. I hope he goes to the AFC somewhere. From an unnamed texter. Where there is smoke, there is fire. I think Aiyuk will be traded. This contract is where he needs to make his money. No discounts. You mean this contract in his career. And this is a club option that got exercised for this year. Then he's a free agent. He could get franchised after this year. San Francisco still has number 15 wide receiver Juwan Jennings. Former quarterback, underrated player. He threw the first touchdown pass in last year's Super Bowl to CMCA. They're not giving Aiyuk to CMC. They're not giving Aiyuk a big contract. They have to pay Purdy.
Yeah, I mean, there's a reason why this hasn't happened yet for Aiyuk and the Niners. You know, they've been talking, and Aiyuk has been pretty vocal, you know, as far as everyone knows that he's looking for a new deal, and it hasn't happened for a reason. They have to pay Purdy. They went out and drafted, used early picks on receivers. They have Jennings, like the texter mentioned. They already paid Samuel. They just paid CMC again.
Yeah.
They paid Bosa. The money, they may have some cap space now, but they, just like every GM in the league, they're looking towards the future. They have an eye towards the future as well on what to do. And so it looks like Aiyuk, there's no room.
248-539-9797. I bet they don't trade him. I bet he plays out the year and gets to free agency. And they'll get their third-round pick or whatever back, their formula as a compensatory pick. But I think they have to go for it. If I'm San Francisco, I don't trade him. I'm like, okay, go make yourself some money. We got it. We understand why. We can't afford you. But let's go win a Super Bowl that benefits everybody. And then you go score in the free agent market. That's how I'd sell it in San Francisco. Let's go to Kent in Waterford. You're on 97.1 a ticket. What's up, Kent?
How's it going?
Great.
Yeah, so, I mean, talking about the Skubal thing, you just mentioned it with being a contender. I mean, do you really think Ryan Valade, our left fielder for now, is on a contending team? And then you also touched on it. With trading Skubal, there's two things. One, we get back to prospects so we don't have to play Ryan Blade out in left field. And second, Sky Harris drafted on Sunday a bunch of high school guys with Reiner, Owen Hall, and then another guy who I forgot. The timeline just doesn't match up with Skubal's contract, and I don't think Jace Jung's going to be the kind of guy that you look for. But if you go to Baltimore, you got to get Samuel Basilo, Kobe Mayo, who can play third base, maybe a Heston Kierstead as well, but he's a little old. And then I try to do everything I could for Jackson Holiday.
Yep. I mean, it's got to be a Godfather offer, right?
And it will be. I mean, everyone's scared about trading with the Verlander trade. But you got to realize Verlander was on a contract year. He was 37. He wasn't the best pitcher in baseball. Everybody knew that Detroit was going to trade him and enter this rebuild. And for us, we have 2.5 years. School is still cheap. He's left-handed doing 100. So it's totally two different types of players and different types of contracts as well.
Well, look, I mean, I'm open-minded to it. What I've discovered is some people aren't. They don't even want to take phone calls. And that's fine. I mean, look, there's a million ways to build a winning team. And I think you can do it by trading Skubal, and I think you can do it by keeping Skubal. But I certainly listen to offers and hope that the Dodgers and the Orioles and maybe the Red Sox get in a bidding war against one another. 248-539-9797. It's Carson Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket. So earlier in the show, Kang, we texted my youngest, who indeed yesterday did a bunch of chores around the house, and so we got him NCAA 25 early. He hunkered down with Arkansas State, which is now the thing to do, is to choose an obscure group of 5 team and make a run, try and turn that team into a powerhouse. I texted him, does Arkansas State have waterfalls? He said, yes, they do, and fountains that go off every time my favorite running back, Jaquiz Cross, scores. So there you go. He is playing with Arkansas State.
You didn't know that about Arkansas State?
And I did not know that, no. I'm learning a little bit about the Red Wolves because they come into the big house this year.
See, now this is more reason for you to play with your son, so you know this kind of stuff.
So I'm ready to go?
Yes.
Jaquiz Cross is a 5'9", 190-pound sophomore who last year rushed for 716 yards and 7 touchdowns.
Every Jaquiz I know is short.
This actually might be Jaquiz, not Jaquiz. It's Q-U-E-Z. I said Jaquiz at first, but I think it might be Jaquiz. I'll find out before September 9th or whenever it is they play Michigan. That's when they play Texas.
I can't wait for the day that happens when you come in. I'm like, oh, I'm sorry I'm late, man. I was up playing NCAA last night.
Oh, yeah.
I'm sorry, man.
It's going to happen.
Doug, no apology needed.
Yeah.
What's your, where we at here? You hitting the portal? You know, what's going on with the program?
Heavy NIL package for recruits. Here's the feedback coming in. Must be a teenage thing. My son is 15 and his friends all chose obscure teams. My son's team is Old Dominion. Fred is originally from Pontiac/Waterford. Sent us a text from Florence, Texas. His obscure team is Texas State. Sam in a truck. I chose the Liberty Flames. Only been Division I for a few years. Mid-major school. Freshly added to Conference USA. And decent jerseys. I think they have red and... Are their colors red and blue? I think they are. From an unnamed texter. Personally, as an EMU graduate, it was awesome to choose the Eagles and see the gray field and hear the cannon fire. The game is so detailed. You can get blocked by girls on social media for being a creep. Not a joke.
Well, I don't know. I mean, does he get frequently blocked by girls on social media?
They've incorporated...
This game is real.
They've incorporated getting blocked on social media into the game.
Doug, how's your son's Riz? Is he going to get blocked by girls on social media?
Should I ask him?
Yeah. Text exactly that.
How's your... Should I say in-game Riz? In-game Riz. Have you been blocked by girls on... He's going to think I'm talking about some sort of real life thing on social media.
Say in the video game or something.
In NCAA 25 yet. His response should be something else. All right. Next text. No bowling average, but I'm an 11 handicap. Central Michigan. Go Chips, baby. Dad went to college there. The hype is real. That's from Aaron in Walled Lake. Evan writes in, bowling average 202. Oh, no, I'm sorry. This guy says he chose Arkansas State. He was right. That was one of the texts that got through. You know what's going to be funny, Doug, is when your son shows up to the big house wearing Arkansas State gear for that game. That's from Scott. Yeah. Yeah, do people? Of course people start choosing their favorite players based on the video game. Of course they do, right?
It's in him now, Doug.
I know.
He's part of the alumni base.
Oh, he responded. He said, how's your in-game Riz? Have you been blocked by any girls on social media in NCAA 25 yet? He said, no, not yet. Riz going great. About to go to a party with a girl.
Are we? Is this real life or the game now? Now you're gonna get confused, Doug, talking to your kid.
That's not really in the game. He's messing with me, right?
Dad, I just got into Old Dominion, and you're gonna be like, did he apply, or is this? Are we talking about the game?
I don't need to hear Dad in the game. Yeah, I got some bad news.
Doug, speaking of news, did you hear we have an update on the national anthem singer from last night's home run derby?
No.
All right, I first saw it reported by TMZ, but I just went to her Twitter account. The singer last night, what's her name? Ingrid Andress?
Yes.
She posted this on Twitter. I'm not going to BS y'all. I was drunk last night.
Oh, no.
I'm checking myself into a facility today to get the help that I need. That was not me last night. I apologize to MLB, all the fans, and this country that I love so much for that rendition. I'll let y'all know how Rehab is. I hear it's super fun. XO, Ingrid.
Oh, boy.
So, see, I kind of thought like there's a possibility she had one too many drinks in the suite, went out there.
You did call that.
Tried to wing this thing. Not good.
You did call that. Oh, man. I'm kind of surprised she's like going to rehab today. This must be the culmination, right? It's got to be the culmination.
That was probably, she got booked for this wasn't like someone's birthday party, right? This was national television, big event.
Yep.
I'm glad she just stepped up and said, you know what? I was drunk, man.
Yep.
I gotta do something about this.
Follow-up here. Adam Schefter now reporting regarding Brandon Aiyuk. Other teams have reached out and spoken to San Francisco, and they've been told that the 49ers have no intention of trading disgruntled wide receiver Brandon Aiyuk, who officially has requested a trade. 49ers open training camp next week. In the past, the 49ers have had players such as Deebo Samuel and Robbie Gould also request trades before reaching deals with both players. The 49ers intend on keeping Aiyuk, not to trade him. That's from Adam Schefter. So there you go. I'm not totally surprised. That's probably how they should play it. I hope that they come to some sort of stalled contract negotiations, stalemate, and he sits out and 49ers aren't as good. That's what I'm hoping. Here's Stoney.
I like that.
Do you?
I was telling Mike, I said in the past when the Lions were bad, as soon as like a big name guy became available, call him, get him, make a trade.
Yep.
We don't need Brandon Aiyuk. We don't need. He doesn't fit in here.
I did do
as
something.
He is.
Something I didn't really expect, and that was, and I didn't realize I was doing it. I was like, have them start to fall apart, which is what I used to do with all the teams in the division. The only chance that the Lions had was if everybody else imploded.
Correct.
I think the Lions can beat the 49ers with Aiyuk.
Yes.
So I don't think they need to do it. I have to stop you here. Kang, I want you to look at something. Stoney, the sunglasses on top of the hat.
I just, because if I don't take them off the hat, I'll lose them.
If you do take them off the hat. Okay. They're rather askew. I don't know if the hat is sideways and the sunglasses are straight.
My whole life is askew, so you know that.
I think that's actually a perfect description for you.
Askew. My
Like,
favorite basketball player, former Memphis player, Vincent Askew.
No, I'm just, Stoney is askew. A constant state of askew.
That's correct.
How you doing?
I'm good. By the way, I eat popcorn all the time on the couch.
Yeah.
So, I'm with you, and I get crap, but I'm a slob all the time.
I left a mess, and she has every right to be upset.
Yeah, I guess.
Yep.
I guess.
Yeah, and so the house got cleaned yesterday. It was dark. It was near the end of the derby. I was getting ready for bed. I grabbed a handful my daughter offered, ate it on the couch, and didn't bother looking around to see the heavy shrapnel I left. And so
it's funny. You mentioned the derby. I did not expect to get wrapped up in the derby. My daughter was watching it, and my sister's favorite Philly is Alec Bones, so I was paying a little attention to that. And it was really compelling.
You liked it? So when
really
Alec
good.
Bohm went back after his first round and all the Phillies were there, they all looked exactly the same.
I know.
They're skinny white guys with long hair coming out of the back of the hat.
Yeah.
Lots of flow.
Yeah.
The Phillies all looked the same.
And they brought their jug of water.
The water, yeah, I saw that.
That was great.
Did you know what it was immediately?
Oh, yeah, because that's why we pronounce water.
I had no
Water.
idea what that was until they went back and explained. I'm like, what is?
I didn't even know they explained it.
They did.
I just thought it was funny as hell.
I was like, what is water? And then they said it's water.
Yeah,
water.
It's water.
That's how
it's
people...
gas. It's gas with a Z that we pronounce the Philadelphia accent.
All askew in Philly.
That's right. And we'll get into the Anthem gate or whatever you want to call it. And now, obviously, as you mentioned on Instagram, she posted that she had a few too many beverages before. Now, you knew her father, right?
He was a strength and conditioning coach here, right, for the Tigers.
And Michigan.
I didn't know him at Michigan. It's funny. I didn't know him there.
And she was born in Southfield.
Yeah. So, look, I hope she's okay when it's all said and done. But
yeah.
What else you got planned next?
We got that, and of course we got the Skubal stuff that you guys were talking about. We'll get into that probably around.
People don't even want to listen.
Well, that's ridiculous. As I had to edit myself.
Yeah.
Because you always listen. Wayne Gretzky was traded.
Yeah.
Babe Ruth was traded.
What if Dallas said no to trading Herschel Walker?
Yeah. I mean, if you could get what has been suggested, you definitely have to at least listen. And if Scott Harris, can pick up the phone a few times and create maybe a bidding war.
Yeah,
and
that's ultimately.
And then maybe the price is too high and they do nothing. And then they said, well, we'll give you half of this for Flaherty maybe.
That's.
The only problem with Flaherty is the Orioles, I don't think, would go
Trust
there
me,
again.
When you bring this topic up, some people are going to call in and throw water on it. Have a great show. Stay safe, everybody. Treat each other with respect. 97.1.
All right, I really don't know that we needed a second verse of that. Good afternoon. As you can tell, Stoney with me, Rico's World Tour continues.
Hi, Mike.
What's up, buddy?
How are you?
I'm good, man. We're gonna start the show with something fun, and then because Tom Verducci, noted baseball reporter, decided to essentially walk into our living room and defecate, we're gonna get to that at 3 because. Of all topics we could do just short of talking about like politics in a non-funny way, Skubal talk would be right there for me. It's a zero-sum game. Some people, they refuse to even say they listen. Other people demand he be traded, which is equally as silly. And then I'm just left in the middle wanting to hit something. So we'll get to that at 3. It's going to be awesome. There's a bidding war for him.
But it's good.
Is it?
Yes.
I'll explain why I don't think it's good.
Okay.
But we're going to have some fun.
Yeah.
But we got to open up with history being made last night. Now, I'm not going to sit here and tell you I care about the Home Run Derby. I do not. Nor do I care about MLB All-Star Week.
I got sucked in last night a little bit.
Come on, you did not.
Yeah, because my daughter always likes watching that stuff, number one. Number two, Alec Bohm of the Phillies is my sister's favorite player. So I was watching, and the first round, it went down to like final pitches and things like that. It was just kind of interesting. And the best part about it is, and it's been this way for the last few years, we'll get to that in a second, is no Chris Berman. Chris Berman ruined the home run derby for many people for years and years and years with the back. All right,
I'm aware.
I know. Enough already. So without Chris Berman, it was okay. The first round's still a little too long, but it's...
For those of us who didn't have Alec Bohm as their favorite player and dedicate their night to this, I wanted to play this to you. History was made last night. In the Hall of Shame that is filled with Roseanne Barr at a Padres game, Carl Lewis at a Nets game, and Fergie at the NBA All-Star game. I would like to welcome this young lady to the club. Now,
born in Southfield, Michigan.
I don't care. What's her name? Ingrid?
Andress. Father, former strength and conditioning coach and trainer for the Tigers, University of Michigan, Colorado Rockies.
Tremendous. So she sang the national anthem last night, and, well, I don't think it went according to plan. Let's take a listen. Oh, will you? Oh, my God. Okay, so how? How is that possible?
Well,
you were a trained singer. How is it possible?
4-time Grammy Award nominee.
How is it possible?
Well, those in the singing business have said that the Star Spangled Banner is like one of the most difficult songs to sing because it's like 3 octaves, it's like written for like a goose, that goes up and that type of thing. So it's difficult to begin with, but that reached a historic level. You're right.
All right, listen, Carl Lewis was not professionally trained.
No, so
Roseanne
he had an
Barr
excuse.
was not.
Well, Roseanne Barr, I think, did it on purpose, actually.
Fine.
Yeah.
Whatever. And
she grabbed her crotch while she did it, too.
Also not ideal. And then Fergie, not professionally trained.
Well.
Nope.
At least he had some humility. He realized he was in trouble.
Do you have any of the other ones?
He's got Fergie, I believe.
Oh, God. The
Roseanne
NBA
Barr.
players were dying listening to this one. This
Oh,
was
I know.
NBA All-Star
Yeah.
break.
Yeah.
I don't know what.
That's not Fergie. No, what is that? That's not it.
Okay.
Well, I
yeah,
don't know.
that's got to be Roseanne, San
Yes,
Diego.
that's Roseanne, yeah.
Oh, my God. But, I mean, when you were watching this did you watch this in real time?
I didn't watch it live. My daughter saw it on
Holy
Twitter.
hell.
And then I watched it. And I said,
can't believe that.
And I said, you got to look at Carl Lewis, because I tried to educate on the history of this stuff.
The Fergie one might be the worst. Because I don't know.
She's
man.
a trained singer.
Yeah, and well, so was this lady.
I know.
Allegedly. I just was like, how is this real? I mean, how long does it take you to train to do this? Realistically.
You should practice. I don't know. Did she practice on
Could
the
we
field
send
before?
you out there with a year of training? No.
No.
I've heard you sing Gangster's Paradise.
Yeah.
No. The answer is no. But what, I mean.
Oh,
no.
Not going to do it.
If you saw this last night, like, did you think you were getting punked?
No.
You just think it was possible someone could go out and be that bad?
Yes. Sometimes sold out stadium, nerves do certain things to certain people. I don't know.
Kenny?
It just kept getting worse. I was surprised because a lot of times some people will start a little shaky, but then they'll find it and they'll get it.
No.
It just got worse and worse and worse.
I felt like she blew out an axle towards the end. Like the wheels just fell right off. I mean, that ending. She went for the big finish. That was not.
No.
That was tough.
It was bad.
Now, Kenny, you said there's an update to this.
Yes.
What is the update?
So she went on her Instagram and basically said, no, this wasn't me. I was under the influence of alcohol, and I've checked myself into a rehab facility, and I hope to be getting better.
Well, you said there was something at the end that didn't add up to you. What was that?
What do you mean?
Her statement.
Yeah, she said, hope rehab's fun. XOXO love, Ingrid.
Oh, dear. Okay. Just yikes all around. Yeah. Brutal.
Well, if that is true, yes, let's hope she gets.
That's fine. It doesn't fix what happened.
No,
last
it
night.
doesn't.
Sorry.
No, it's still. There's no asterisk there.
But here's my
question.
I'm being dead serious when I say this.
Yeah.
Where do they find all these people to sing the national anthem?
Well, she was a Grammy Award.
I'm
Grammy
saying
Award nominee.
everywhere.
Oh,
they got people at Little League games who sing it. They got people at, Saratoga's got a different one every day in the summer. Where do these people don't grow on trees?
No, I mean,
where do you find these people?
They find people who have really good voices. Our great buddy Jamie, his wife Christy McDonald, sang the national anthem at the Palace. She's got a delightful voice. A great
Never
voice.
knew that.
Yes, absolutely. And they say it's the most nerve-wracking thing they do is if they have to sing the national anthem.
Remember when the little girl sang it and Mo Cheeks had to help her with the words?
Yeah, that was one of the
I can forgive that. It's a kid.
Right, exactly.
But if you're an adult, I don't care if it's not Whitney Houston.
That kid was actually better than Mo Cheeks was at coaching the Pistons.
Also true. But Kenny, what kind of ticket techs are coming in on this deal? Because people had to watch that and just be like, wait, what? You felt like it was not real.
Yeah, a couple of them saying that this may have been the worst national anthem that they've seen ever, which it probably is.
I mean, what are the others? It's Roseanne, it's Carl Lewis, and it's Fergie. I don't think anything compares.
Pretty much.
I don't have another. Oh, boy. Oh, boy. That is the singing equivalent of Michigan State football.
It just got worse and worse.
Really bad.
That's worse than if you forget the words too, right?
I'd rather you forget.
Yeah.
At least you stop making any audible noise. Kenny, go ahead.
Yeah, this ranks right up there with Roseanne. A couple people are saying.
Do we have the Fergie on it?
The Fergie one is not in the system.
Okay.
It's the only regrettable one.
No, that
is
one.
not in the system.
Well, we'll get it for you.
That one is special because in real time, I think the network was in on it because they were going to the NBA players and the players could not hide their laughter. I mean, it was so uncomfortable.
And the Carl Lewis one you referred to was the Bulls playing the Nets at the former Brendan Byrne Continental Airlines, whatever it was called back then, in New Jersey.
Yes.
And
The old Meadowlands.
Derek Coleman just could not keep a straight face because it was so bad. But at least, like you said, Carl Lewis is not a trained singer.
This was something.
Stoney, there is a couple of trained vocalists that have texted in and basically confirmed exactly what you said, that it is a surprisingly hard song to learn and master.
Well, Kenny, what you don't realize is Mike Stone is also a major figure in the singing community. Oh, yes. Never, if you had Mike Stone calling singers about the difficulty of the anthem on your bingo card, you've won, and we're 10 minutes into the show. I never imagined you, of all people, would be like, no, I got this. You know, Mike, in the singing community, this is viewed as a really difficult assignment.
See, I'm a learned human being.
Yeah. Okay. That American University degree really paying off.
Damn right.
I just thought about that one. That was one of my favorite ones.
248-539-9797. We'll get a couple of calls. We'll take the ticket text. Little football bottom of the hour. And then, yes, we're going to get to the rumor of the day in baseball. The Sharks are circling around. Skubal.
You seem so upset about this.
I'm upset because there is no winner in this. You can't talk about this without your words being twisted, without people needing to wear a diaper, without people getting furious, without people going into delusions on both sides of it. And it's like, what's the win?
We're talking about a baseball possible trade. We're not talking about the presidential election.
No. Skubal's the new election. You don't understand. See, you're living the vacation life right now. I'm coming in today, Mike. I'm not coming in today, Mike. I'm going to play 9 and then come in. See, I'm in the trenches. You don't understand.
Yeah, but when you first
You're out playing the lesson shootout.
Well, you know what?
Scramble or best.
It must be your fault because I remember when I texted you and you guys were talking about this when I was driving from Philly to New York. It was compelling radio. It's all your fault. You were the first person to bring it up.
I know. And then it spiraled into things I never planned on. Scramble or best ball. You choose. It's got to be my favorite commercial on the station. That one and Gov, airplane captain. All right.
Who said we're not having fun today?
I'm having a great time. Summer driving season is here. Tons of traffic, 18-wheelers. Our roads are a disaster as is. Bottom line, if you're injured in a car accident this summer, you need injury attorney David Femininio. Him and his team ready to help you right now. And David doesn't take a fee until he wins your case. And you can speak to David personally right now by calling 855-65-CRASH. Or you can go to the website, getdavid.getpaid.com. All right, let's get to the people. Yes, we will get to the rumor of the day.
Oh, as he puts his hand over his forehead.
Because there is no winning. Doing that topic at 3 is the equivalent of me selecting a listener at random, calling them up and informing them that their wife has left them for the gardener and taken the dog. Okay? There's no winning. Hi, it's Mike. Just here to deliver a friendly message. Your wife's banging the gardener. Have a nice day. 248. That's Mike. That's what that topic is at 3 o'clock.
Oh, no, it's not.
Okay. Let's go to the people. Let's go to Kim, 97.1. Kim, how you doing?
Good afternoon, gentlemen. Always a pleasure to listen to you and be entertained by you.
Nice to hear from you again. What's on your mind?
I'm a retired police officer, and for 10 years I had the privilege of teaching the DARE program. And during that time, I was afforded the opportunity to, and I really don't want this to sound like a brag, but I was just gifted the opportunity to sing the anthem at a Red Wings game.
Whoa. Look at you.
It was an honor. Really was an honor. And I've sung a lot over my life, but I've never been more nervous than I was that night. And it's a hard song to sing because of the range. And I had a bad experience previously with forgetting the words. So it was nerve-wracking for me in that way, too. But what I thought of was she was drunk or stoned by the way she sounded.
Well, or
she did it on purpose.
According to her,
right?
She was bombed, and she's going to rehab. Now, here's my question. How the hell could they allow her out there to sing it when she's visibly hammered?
Maybe she
That's
kept.
A fair question.
I don't know.
I'm not trying to be disrespectful now, but come on. Like, if Kim showed up at LCA to go sing the national anthem and Kim couldn't walk a straight line, they're not letting him out there on the little red carpet. It's not happening.
Right. Well, the good news about this is, and
What?
I have to
What's the good news?
Credit one of my friends from Jersey who is listening.
Is this another one of your singing community celebrities?
No.
Okay.
But the fact that she admitted she was drunk, at least she wasn't scheduled to drive the pace car at Indy.
Okay. Kim, thank you for your participation. And
Thank you very much.
Please. I didn't realize we had such talented people who listen to us.
Oh, yes, we do. You'd be
I still
surprised.
like.
We have a great musical community here. There's a lot of.
I just didn't realize you were one of the prevailing figures in it. Let's go to Lucas. Lucas, 97. Lucas, what's up, buddy?
Bloody Stoney, how are you doing on this fine Tuesday afternoon?
We're wonderful.
Good, man. What's up?
That's great. I'm glad to hear that. Hey, listen, I just want to say a couple things about the national anthem. For starters, I was hearing Stoney and Jansen talk about it earlier this morning, and I never heard the audio until about 10 minutes ago, and there was nothing that went well about that at all. That was bad. But I want to bring up two other national anthem performances. The first one, the first one we all know because we're in Detroit. The second one no one's ever heard of except me. The first one was Aretha Franklin, Thanksgiving afternoon national anthem.
Yeah.
4 minutes of boredom. I was in the room. It was me, my dad, my grandpa, a couple other family members. And my grandpa is normally a very lax person. Dude, the stone cold dead stare that he gave me after the ridiculousness of that national anthem was horrendous.
But at least she sung it on, she was in tune. She just dragged it out.
Yeah, but she was trying to make it about her.
Right.
It's not about you.
Right.
Yeah.
Sing the damn song somewhere around like a minute and a half max and call it a day.
Yeah. And then the second one I want to bring up, I don't care how Kenny's got to pull it up. You have to listen to it.
Okay.
It is the Summit County Demolition Derby National Anthem on YouTube. Just look up Summit County National Anthem. If
Kenny was probably there. Did you say a demolition derby?
Yeah, it's at a demolition demolition derby in the middle of nowhere. But it's this lady on the back of a pickup truck, and I swear to God, she made the Home Run Derby National Anthem sound stone cold.
Kenny's on it right now.
It is unreal. Oh, please play it.
All right,
we'll find it. Kenny will find it.
Kenny, you won't have to look hard.
Where is Summit County?
Kenny?
I have no idea where Summit County is.
You're the hillbilly on the show.
Why do you paint me as a hillbilly all the time?
You told me just before we went on the air you were raised on Willie Nelson.
I was raised on Willie Nelson.
Ergo, you're a hilljack.
No, not necessarily. Willie Nelson smokes more weed than anybody, so he was probably
Hillbillies can't smoke weed?
Yeah, but he was probably raised on weed, not on being a hillbilly.
It's both. He was raised on Willie Nelson.
Okay.
You're a hillbilly. That's just what it is. I don't make the rules. What city slicker was raised on Willie Nelson? The answer is none.
Probably not.
And if there's one person on this show that you would have FanDuel put odds has attended a demolition derby, would it not be Kenneth Cott?
That's true.
Okay.
Although demolition derbies used to be great watching on Wide World of Sports in my youth.
Once again, you're making a reference that is 50 years old.
Sorry.
Let's bring it to the light, Mike.
Yeah, next time it's going to be barrel racing at Grossinger's.
Perfect. Ian, 97.1. What's up, Ian?
Hey, guys. How you doing?
Good. What's on your mind?
So I sang the national anthem at a high school basketball game at my high school, so I can sympathize with Ingrid. But it just doesn't seem like she had it in the right key to begin with. Like if you listen to when her voice breaks, when she says bombs bursting in air, that part, those two high notes, it sounds like it was too high for her to begin with.
So how did she get the job?
No, she was too high. She was too high to begin with.
I don't know. I mean, depending on what she was drinking, that can affect your voice. Like if you take a shot of whiskey before a show, that can actually help, loosen up your vocal cords. But if you're drinking beer, that'll tighten things up. And I imagine she wasn't drinking whiskey at the All-Star game.
Ian,
likely it was beer.
I would love to know how she landed the job, how if she was hammered, they let her out there, and then when it's going south, once you know you're doing a bad job, I imagine there's no recovery. That's got to be the worst feeling in the world.
Like if you're out there, okay, so you hit that bad note for, bombs bursting in air. At that point, all of your runs later in the song go out the window. Like you just got to bail and say, I'm going to get through this as cleanly as I can. I mean, I've watched a lot of the bad national anthems that you guys are talking about, and it's always left me with the opinion that the simpler you do it, the better. So
Have
there's
you ever
less
seen
room
the
for
Summit
mistakes.
County Demolition Derby national anthem, though?
We're going to
I
find
have
it.
not, but as soon as I hang up, I'm going to YouTube.
We're going to find it.
But how she got the gig is pretty obvious. She's a renowned recording artist. She was nominated for 4 freaking Grammy Awards.
All right, so then she was hammered, and I go back to how did they let her out there?
Well, that's the other question. How she got the gig is...
This is your event. I blame you.
Okay.
You're the only guy who watched the Home Run Derby last night. But with that, I do want to bring Kenny Cott to the main stage next. Not for Ancestry.com for possible hillbilly roots, but instead, he's upset about the Home Run Derby. And I want to do one segment on it because I view it the same as the NBA dunk contest. I view it the same as the Pro Bowl. These are events of a bygone era that you can't save. But I want Kenny to bring this up because if there's any way to save it, Kenny can.
Okay.
We leave it to a real God-fearing, apple pie American such as Kenneth Cott. A man raised on Willie Nelson. For America's game. Daiquiri, Kenny. Daiquiri.
Feel a rake coming, but that's just
There's
fine.
no rake. I want you to deliver the impassioned speech you delivered pre-show about the Home Run Derby. And possibly bump back with Willie Nelson. All right. We'll get to it next. 97.1.
Or the Demolition Derby national anthem we should bump back with.
Or Deliverance. Either way, it would work. 97.1. Look back. Kenny Cott. All right, Kenny, one segment. I want to do this. I'm done with all these events, right? Home run derby, dunk contest, Pro Bowl, even the NHL skills competition, which used to be amazing. Like Al Iafrady's comb over, rifling 115-mile-an-hour slap shots. Mike Gartner. But, like, they're all done. They're events that time passed by and that we as fans don't care anymore. I want to know, Kenny, you were angry. You didn't have the star power you felt you deserved last night.
No Shohei, no Trout. I was looking at the list here. Sportsnet just tweeted this out. Hard hit balls leader. Vlad Guerrero Jr., Ohtani, Yandy Diaz, Juan Soto, Bobby Witt Jr. One of those guys showed up at this event. One. Give me Mike Trout. Give me Ohtani. Give me somebody that I can be like, Judge. Give me Judge.
How about last year's defending champion?
Sure.
He was in it. Alonzo?
No, wasn't Vladdy the champ last year?
Yeah, yes.
Yeah, Vlad was the champion.
Vladdy was wearing a Hernandez jersey last night.
Yeah, that's another thing. Teoscar Hernandez, I'm sorry, but that's not moving the needle for me.
No, you have to be a real baseball fan to even know who the hell the guy is.
100%.
Respectfully.
I saw him with the Jays, but and he's a fine enough player. I don't need to dog the guy.
How do we fix it, though?
Well, you thought they did, or it could have, because the winner, Hernandez, gets $1 million.
Yeah, but he's making 26.
Yeah, no offense. I don't think the average fan cares about that.
No, the average fan doesn't, but the players, $1 million is $1 million.
You would need 10 to move the needle for these cats.
Yeah, for like Judge or a Trout, you think $1 or $2 million is going to be like, yeah, I'll play for that.
Listen, do you agree with me that the event is just from a bygone era? That there is no saving these events?
Some of them, you're right. I think the slam dunk, because people don't like to do it anymore.
I've done it all. Every idea.
But the one that's still pretty good is the 3-point shooting contest. I still think.
I'm numb to it. Everyone shoots threes now except the Pistons. It doesn't mean anything. It used to be a treat to see a 3-pointer go in. Now, my team averages 47 of them a game.
I know. I get it. But it's the actual competition when the clock goes down and they have to get the money ball. I mean,
so fix it.
Like last night.
Fix the home run derby.
The only thing that was wrong with it was the first round goes a little too long. Because it was compelling. Each of the rounds went down to like pitch swing offs or whatever you want to call them. It was exciting if you like it.
Right, but imagine that except with actual stars. Imagine something going right down to the wire with Trout and Ohtani. That would be great, especially considering.
Honestly, I think you got to juice the balls. I think you need on-site steroids, just like little roid gummies. And I think it should be judged on total distance balls traveled. Like
bat flip afterwards. Yeah, whoever has the best bat flip bonus
I think there
points.
should be a bat flip judge. And I think how far you hit the ball matters more than anything else. Like you take the total distance of the home runs you hit, that's the winner. I don't want wall scrapers.
I think the person who's actually throwing the pitch has to be under 40.
Okay.
Because they have these old guys just lobbing them in. Or how about this? Using pitchers who are in the All-Star game and have them pitch like 90 down the middle. See how far those guys would hit the ball once they connected. Because they are right. They're meatballs right in the middle of the plate.
I am with you, Stoney, about the old people pitching because they're just not going to hit the spots. It's going to be tougher for the guy to hit a home run.
I just don't think it's look, man, how many home run derbies have you watched in your life? You're just done with it.
Yeah, but that's us. We're not kids.
What young people even watch the event? No young people really care.
I think
these kids are all in their phones.
A lot of them, because of because of video games, they're into the MLB show. So
but you
don't watch this.
You don't like the on-site steroids? Maybe like a big bowl, like at a church, they put the holy water out. Why don't we put a bowl of the clear? Smear it all over. Get out there. A couple of 600-foot moon balls. If you're going to do it, do the damn thing. Juice the ball, cork the bats, total distance matters. Light the world. Put some targets like Top Golf out there. Like if you hit a ball 550 feet, you get $1 million.
That's not bad.
Do some stuff.
That part's okay.
Right.
You can't do the steroid stuff. And I know you're just kidding.
Not really. I mean, you figure, you put a few syringes out there. Guys want to get loose? Go nuts.
Bonus points if a ball actually leaves the yard.
Yeah, 100%. Like you would have to, you know what you'd have to do? Kenny won't know the reference because it's too old. But you remember MTV used to do the Rock and Jock basketball game? Yeah. There'd be like a 10-point shot, a 5-point. You'd have to take that approach to home run derby because the event on surface is dull. It's boring. The first round lasts forever. The stars don't come out to play. For me, there's no saving it.
Good.
No, I was just going to say, Ken, it's like the dunk contest. We've seen it all. We've done it all. There's no more dunks. We're out of dunks. There's nothing to do.
I just think that you're holding sports fans captive right now. Sports people like me, we have nothing to watch right now. So why wouldn't you, as a league who's struggled to market your stars, put your stars in this spot? Say, hey, Judge, you're out there.
It's been baseball's issue for a long time. You're not wrong, Kenny. But baseball.
That's true.
Baseball has a real problem.
Right, because they always felt we're baseball. Well, you know what? Where baseball doesn't work to a lot of people.
Correct.
They tried speeding up the game, which I think was actually a good idea. But other than that, what have they done?
The problem now again, we're going to get into a separate issue.
I know.
But the problem for baseball on a game-by-game basis is the mathematics have ruined the sport.
Yes.
The mathematics are now, I don't really care about you putting it in play. I don't really care about drawing a walk. I care about hit home run or do whatever you want. Strike out a million times. I don't care.
And that's not baseball.
The exit velos, the launch angles.
And you know what else? And I noticed this when I was at the game on Friday. The scoreboard. They're giving on the big-ass scoreboard, which way the pitch goes, curve, velo. The average person in the game, like my wife said, what do these numbers mean? And when they list the Tigers, I thought it was just a Tigers thing because the Tigers can't hit. But instead of their averages, they list their OPS and things like that. But most people don't know what even OPS is. We have an overload of
data.
Sabermetric data that it's killing a lot of people's interest in it.
It's too much. Yeah. There's too much data. Now, again, it's different if you're going to write an article, if you're going to have a conversation about baseball.
Right.
The data can come into play.
Yes.
But it's even on radio. You can't present a million things of data. You lose your audience.
Right.
You got to at least be able to talk like a human being. I'm with you. I just feel like math has entered a very dangerous place as it relates to sports and our entertainment.
Yes.
Same thing with the NBA. The analytics have destroyed the game.
That's why football, I know they use it, but it's not as bad as the other sports.
Correct. No, I agree totally. And again, in football, it presents you with dramatic moments, a.k.a. fourth downs.
Right.
Nobody likes kickers.
Right.
So I can agree with you there. Kenny, if you take a text, if you'd be so kind.
Most popular one to fix the Derby, by the way, is I say let them use aluminum bats, moonshots.
Royd Bowl.
Royd Bowl.
No?
I don't think the Royd Bowl's going to work.
Little bandana soaked in the cream and clear.
Another one, they should have let Kenta Maeda throw for the home run derby.
I knew that was coming. Absolutely walked right into that.
A lot of people, Stoney, are agreeing with your take on the older pitchers. Yeah. Let somebody, that can actually find the strike zone at a consistent rate get in there.
Yeah, but aren't most of the guys selecting their personal pitcher for this?
Like one of them years ago was his dad, if I'm not mistaken.
All right.
Wouldn't it be cool to see Vlad Jr. being pitched to by Vlad Sr.? That'd be pretty cool.
No, it wouldn't.
Yes, it would be. Come on.
Vlad Sr.'s like 60.
Right, but it's the father-son bit.
But some of the bullpen coaches that are out there throwing her 60.
That's fair. Look, for me, like I said, guys, you can try to enjoy the event. It's just the only time I'd get into it is if we ever got another All-Star game. It's here.
Right, it was cool.
You want to see what the stadium looks like, and you want to see can someone, put a ball out or hit one
Gator
of the cars.
caught a ball.
Don't care.
I know, but
the point I'm making.
Bobby Abreu went nuts that game.
All right.
We
lost him. We lost him.
You were talking about having a home run derby. It was here. It was awesome. No,
2-4.
We're talking about guys' dads. By the way, I do want to mention
what?
Kobe,
don't be sad.
I'm not going to be sad.
All right.
Well, it is kind of sad.
Oh God.
Kobe Bryant's father, Joe Bryant, passed away today. Jelly Bean. The guy never made a.
I'm sorry. Are we on WIP?
No. I'm just Kobe Bryant is more than Philly, obviously.
Also, Kenny's neighbor died. 248. I mean,
maybe they'll stop banging upstairs then. That would be helpful.
Kobe's mom, Joe's wife, was the sister of a Philly legend, Chubby Cox. Look it up.
Absolutely. If you think
COX.
No, if you think Kenny's typing that in a work computer, you've clearly lost it.
No. He was a great college basketball player.
Don't you have something to read, Mike?
Yes, in fact, I do. All right, a lot of you just want to replace your roof this summer, but be forewarned, roofing companies out there usually skip the most important step. That is the attic ventilation. It is the foundation on which that roof is going to be built upon. And if you don't get that step right, you're going to end up with wood rot, mold, and a host of other issues. That's why Victor's is the #1 roofing contractor in the state, and every Victor's roof comes with a well-thought-out ventilation plan. That's why they can offer a 50-year leak-free guarantee on every roof they install. Not only do they have the best crews in Michigan, but they also make sure what they install are going to last because of that ventilation plan. Call for your free inspection today, 734-773-1100, or you can book an appointment online anytime at victors.com. All right, mixing a little football here. College is what I'm being told. The sport that Rico killed. Kenny, music. Yes. Should be the SEC on CBS.
Thanks a lot, Rico.
Thanks a lot, Rico. Hope your vacation sucks. Kenny?
So the SEC Media Days began on Monday, so there's a few stories that came out from that.
Nick Saban's orange hair.
We'll touch on some of those right here.
Okay.
So the SEC Coordinator of Officials, John McDavid, weighs in on the Texas Hook'em Horns gesture situation. He's going to basically approach it like an unsportsmanlike conduct.
Oh, come on. Please,
But
really?
it's going to be ruled as an unsportsmanlike conduct.
It should be a penalty.
Based on those criterias, though. Based on, does it affect the game in a gross kind of a way? So I think essentially it's going to loosen it up a little bit. So it's not, if you do this, if you're taunting somebody or if it grossly affects the outcome of a game, which tells me that it's not illegal across the board anymore.
Why can't we just have taunting?
Oh my
Seriously.
God.
These guys are grown-ass dudes. They're making money. Horns down is a problem.
Oh, my Lord.
It's like the one time when Edwin Baker shushed the Big House crowd and got 15 yards.
That was
Like,
ridiculous.
Huh?
That's ridiculous.
It's silly. What are we doing? It's not like you rolled up. You roll up to a player's mom and you're like, oh, right there. That's different.
After Mason Graham takes, what's-his-face, Quinn Ewers to the ground in game 2, he should do the horns down right in his
not?
face.
It's fun.
Yes.
I hate everything. Once again, I blame Rico. That's my answer, and I'm sticking to it.
I'm on board with that. Kirby Smart was speaking to the reporters. He said he will be substantially fining players for driving violations via their NIL collective. Is that the right thing to do? Too much? Not enough?
Not enough.
It's not enough. Don't let him play.
It's better than saying, I'm going to run him out there every single play. He's going to get 50 touches.
It's better than that,
Okay.
yes. But
Now-
if you're gonna hurt the player and hurt the team, which it should, he should sit out a game. or
I will
whatever.
agree with you, Kenny. But if the bar is one of the worst coaching answers of all time, which is, I've done it 1,500 times, that's not a great bar to clear. What I would say is you got to hit them where it really hurts, which is the way that they make their money, which reduces their ability to make NIL. And you teach them a valuable lesson. To me, you fine them and you sit them down. But again, Rico ruined the sport. The kids are running the sport. It's silly. Can I ask you a question?
Yeah.
Paul Feinbaum said this, and I wanted to know if you two agreed, that Kirby Smart is Saban in his prime. That Smart, in his 40s, could have a 20-year run of being Nick Saban.
Tony, I'll let you answer this first because coming from me, it's not going to mean anything.
I think it's right on.
Okay.
I mean, if he has no other, aspirations, maybe to even go back to Alabama or something like that.
But 6, 7, 8 titles is what we're talking about in a 20-year span.
If they can recruit the way they've been doing it, look, there's no guarantee they're going to win the championship all the time, but he'll certainly make the playoff practically every year.
Okay. Kenny, your answer is yes?
Yeah, my answer would be yes, not just because of, the back-to-back natties, but just because of what you said, the way he's recruiting. It seems like, he's always at the top of the recruiting list, and 5-star, 4-star, 5-star seems to just be, in the vernacular of Kirby Smart.
I think the big thing, too, he's getting quarterbacks, not only, one Messiah, but he's stacking quarterbacks so that they end up finding one every turnover. And let us not forget they had Justin Fields.
Yes.
But even now, it was Carson Beck and Vandergrift. Beck beat him out. They lose Vandergrift. They go out and get two more 5-stars.
They lost the other Jake kid who went to Washington. What was his name?
Wait. Eason.
Yes.
Yeah, Jacob Eason. Yeah, that's right.
God, nerd. Sorry, my bad.
Speaking of Georgia quarterbacks, Carson Beck basically spoke out about the car issue and says, obviously, about his Lamborghini, my car is fast, but 100% I don't drive like an idiot. That just tells me he's not a culture fit here at Georgia.
No, my problem is, how does a college quarterback buy a $500,000 car? Even if he's making $1 million a year, let's factor taxes in, plus his agent.
I'm Carson Beck for Athens Lamborghini.
Okay. Again, it's a $500,000 car.
So they give him a demo.
I quit. Rico, again, I hope you get diarrhea. You ruined this sport. Georgia's quarterback driving a Lamborghini. I mean, I'm sorry. What tech startup did you create?
I know.
He drives it safely. I don't know if he belongs at Georgia.
Yeah, he couldn't safely get you to the playoff last year, you bum.
Anyway, the last thing that Kirby Smart had to say was, and this was in jest, he was just joking around, saying that he wishes he could get some of that Dan Lanning NIL money. But my question about, let's go to Oregon for that matter. Do you think taking the Mike Ilitch approach will translate to title or titles?
Yes.
Yeah.
100%.
Because, look, especially with Phil Knight's doing, I mean, they're getting rid of they're not spending on a lot of things except NIL.
He's 86. He wants a championship. They're in the Big Ten. The money's rolling in. He's going all in. And all this is, it's not like baseball where you're signing bad deals. These are one-year deals. And they're getting the best players in America, and they're doing it up front. Again, offensive and defensive line, it's elite, and they're putting people in the league on a regular basis. That's the SEC model. That's the only way you can play with a team like U of M, with a team like Ohio State, with a team like Georgia, etc. You got to be able to win in the trenches.
And another note on Oregon. I know you guys are big uniform and helmet people. The Oregon Ducks are bringing back their retro O helmets. Are you guys a fan of that?
Yes.
Love. The Danny O'Brien era with the Donald Duck on the sleeves. Yes, 100%.
I love that. I love that duck.
It's a great logo. I mean, again, not everything has to be modern and greed-driven. College logos used to be fun.
Yes.
It's a joke.
You brought up Nick Saban earlier. I guess he picked Texas and Georgia for the SEC title game. Any issue there?
No. Not until Milroe shows he can throw the ball. It's just where I'm at.
You mean you're not going with your powder blue boys?
Nah, they'll break my heart. They'll be just good enough to lose a big game, and Kiffin will do something totally ridiculous. He's not wrong. I mean, Texas is loaded, man.
No.
And I don't think they're going to run the SEC or something silly, but like in a 1-year span, I
because they're bulking up front too.
Very much so. Very much.
It's funny that you say that, though, because Saban also said that they wouldn't run the SEC. I guess a lot of people in the media and a lot of fans are saying, oh, they've run every conference they've been in. They're going to run the SEC.
They've never been in a real conference. Big deal. The Big 12, it hasn't been real in a decade. The Big 8, self-explanatory.
Right.
The Southwest Conference, or back when they were independent, please. They've never had to play in the SEC. They've never had to deal with the Big 10. They've run every conference. Remember how I got made fun of in Continuum for saying Texas is back? It's because they're never back.
Never.
Another funny note on Nick Saban. I guess he was not allowed inside of the venue to start because he didn't have his credentials on him. And he said basically when asked about it on, I think it was Get Up this morning, why did that happen? He said, in 17 years, I've never gotten asked for a credential once. This was the first year that he got locked out.
Nick Saban.
100%. He's the GOAT.
Can you imagine being the mall cop who keeps Nick Saban
God.
on SEC Media Days? Like Paul Blart stops you? Really? I'm Nick Saban. I'm not even trying to be mean about it.
He's one of the most recognizable faces in college football
Yes.
for the past, for decades now.
In sports.
Can I ask a question?
Yeah.
Do you think Vanderbilt's credentialed for this, or would anyone know if they just didn't show up?
I don't think anybody would notice.
No.
It's probably on one of the days where nobody's there. They stick him with.
Northwestern has at least won the Big Ten, has at least had a few magical seasons. Why does Vanderbilt exist?
Free
Help
win.
me.
No, ask Rico. It's because of the.
Because the school
academics
presidents and shut up, go sit on the beach.
Their football program supports the crazy basketball configuration of their floor.
Kevin Stallings.
Yes.
All right.
That's about enough Vanderbilt talk for today. That is.
Thank you very much.
College football blitz.
And not that anyone cares. I don't know if I continue watching Hard Knocks. I only get angrier at my own team as they look like a collection of amateur clowns. All right, it's 3:00.
I find it very interesting.
I bet
actually.
you do. It's because you don't like my team.
It has nothing to do with that.
Yes,
the whole
it does.
concept is interesting.
You take joy in it because you are an Eagles fan and you laugh at the Giants. And I fully embrace that.
Come on, your father laughed at me when they beat the Eagles 62-10 one year.
Oh,
okay.
All right. Well, what is it? I'm sorry. Was Bobby Douglas playing for the team? Now, listen.
No, he didn't ever play for the Eagles.
Or no, he was a Bear, wasn't he?
He was a Bear.
What was it? Homer Jones.
He was a Giant.
There you go. Brad Van Pelt.
One of the great Spartans of all time.
Okay. Now let's. Stoney's excited about this. I'm not.
I know.
This is a topic where there is no winning. Anything I say, my words will be twisted. And I'm pretty much just going to leave hating all of you. So this is going to be real exciting. Today, Tom Verducci, baseball reporter. Do what you want with it. If you like Tom Verducci, I'm happy for you. If you think Tom Verducci's a loser, I don't care. Leave me out of it. The MLB trade deadline market lacks a blockbuster name, and that may be about to change. The Dodgers and Orioles, two first-place teams who know they are not October ready, have the same name at the top of their shopping list. Tarik Skubal, ace of the Tigers. Sources from both the Dodgers and Orioles have confirmed they are putting together packages loaded with top prospects for Skubal. No indication yet whether Tigers president of baseball ops Scott Harris will move Skubal, though Los Angeles and Baltimore have the prospect capital to make a discussion interesting. Harris believes Tigers have a developing pitching core that is the center of the rebuild. Doesn't want to disrupt it, according to a source familiar with his thinking. Skubal 2 years left of control. He's the foundation piece. But Detroit lacks enough impact hitters to contend. The source said it is doubtful the Tigers move Skubal, but, quote, everything's got a price. Stoney, all right over there? Go get yourself a tissue.
I'm good.
You guys just sneezed 17 times.
That's all right.
So listen, Verducci basically, I'll cliff notes this for you. Verducci comps it to when the Nationals traded Juan Soto. It's that type of deal. They got 4 to Pod's top 9 prospects.
Including C.J. Abrams, who's awesome.
He is. James Wood was also a top 5 prospect who's like, Aaron Judge too. Quote, they're not contending this year, probably not next year either, a rival evaluator said of the Tigers. So now your window with Skubal's 1 year. 1 year, question mark. That's why you see what you can get now where he affects 3 postseasons. After this deadline, the price goes down. All right. Glad we got through that.
Oh, wait a second. I want to ask you something.
What do you want to know?
I was told by baseball eliteness that you couldn't get anything great. Like this boatload is not as
Leave me out of it. Leave me out of it.
Okay.
I'm not even going there.
I'm
Just
going to say it.
Leave me out of it.
I'm not saying you.
I want no part of it.
I'll mention it. I mean, because I did it with him on television.
You do whatever you want.
With Caputs.
Leave me out of it.
Pat Caputo said you can't get anything, but I don't know.
I'm out of it.
I'm not saying Skubal is Juan Soto, but there's evidence that you just read from Tom Verducci that you can get a boatload for a star. Now, maybe a little less because I would think Soto has more value than Skubal because he also had 2.5 years of control, but you can get at least 2 or 3 really, really good players. That's all.
But don't you have to? Here's where I'll go. You can leave me out of that. Whatever.
No, it's not about you.
It's whatever. My point is, to me, this is about whether Scott Harris is any good at his job. And that doesn't mean you trade him. That doesn't mean you're good if you do and you're bad if you don't. No. It's that if you're Scott Harris, your job, is there a marketplace for Tarik Skubal? The answer is clearly yes. Right? Your job is to artificially enhance that market and or create or further a bidding war to where each of the teams interested feels like they're going to lose the guy to the other team. That's your job.
Yes.
Now, at the end of that rainbow, if what you've produced is still not good enough to make the move, you can keep Tarik Skubal.
Right.
I am not demanding, and I'll say it for the people in the back, not demanding they trade him. I understand if you want to keep him. But I have said for months, I'd listen. Why? I don't think this team's winning the World Series now, and I don't think they're winning them next year. And with that in mind, I'm not really interested in dealing with Scott Boras and a pitcher who's already had 2 serious arm injuries. Okay?
Right.
So, Skubal's our best player. Right. You're still 7 games out of the wild card. You're still below 500.
Kind of like the Pistons with Cade Cunningham to a lesser extent.
It's the same deal. Now, you want to keep Cade, you want to keep Tarik. That's great. I'm not mad at you. Leave me out of it. The point I'm asking is this. Don't you have to listen? Shouldn't the next 2 weeks, headed to the trade deadline, if Scott Harris is any good at his job, shouldn't there be reports daily? There should be multitudes of rumors and reports, and there should be an absolute effort to procure the best offer possible. Not that you're going to take it, but to get to that finish line. Because, Stoney, here's my problem. If you don't listen in good faith, now I'm not talking about picking up the phone and falling asleep. I'm talking about listening in good faith and evaluating whether this can further my franchise. If you don't do that, you're not doing your job.
I agree with. However, the one caveat I'll throw your way is sometimes, probably a minority of the time, there's things going on that for some reason we won't hear about. There was this general manager in this town named Dave Dombrowski. We never knew anything that was going on. And the next thing you know, Miguel Cabrera's a Tiger. The next thing you know, Prince Fielder's a Tiger. Oh, my God. They traded Prince Fielder. That came out of nowhere. I think I heard that on your show with Terry, I believe, when I was driving around. I couldn't believe it. So I'm not going to compare Scott Harris with Dave Dombrowski, but sometimes we don't find out what's going on. But yes, in a perfect world, he is fielding calls and they're doing their due diligence and trying to go back from one team to the other and trying to build up the offer. Yes,
and
that would be wonderful.
Do the Orioles need Tarik Skubal? Absolutely. All right, Kyle Bradish out for the year. John Means out for the year. They need a third arm.
So do the Dodgers.
The Dodgers. Yamamoto is going to be out until September at best.
Buehler.
Glasnow's hurt right now. Buehler's unreliable. And Bobby Miller's a head case.
And Kershaw, who knows when he's coming
Totally
back.
unreliable.
Right.
And that's before you engage the Yankees or the Red Sox in talks.
Yes.
Look, the bottom line in all of this, I will say it again to you. I'm not demanding they deal him. But I don't understand, and again, whether it's listeners, hosts, writers, television, or space aliens, I don't understand why people make fun of the idea of talking about it. I really don't get that.
No.
There is a legitimate issue with the window to win and Skubal's contract. Now, if you tell me I don't care, I'll sign him no matter what it takes, blah, 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 you're welcome to that opinion. It does not offend me. I'm not mad at it. And I'm not making fun of it, but here's what I'll tell you. You have Skubal insurance. You have right now the number 1 pitching prospect in baseball in Jackson Jobe. And you are a franchise, unlike the Rockies or unlike others. You develop pitchers, and you do a really nice job with it. So I'd have more faith that Jobe is going to be 80 or 85% of Skubal than, come into the league and be a gas can. Would I listen? Yes. Do I want to see rumors the next 2 weeks? Of course I do. I don't think the math supports the team making a run, and I'm not convinced that they are going to make enough impactful moves to be a legitimate playoff team next year. I'm not.
Let me ask you a question. Hypothetically, because very hypothetically.
God, it's all hypothetical. Right. We're talking sports. We're not curing cancer.
I know, exactly. Suppose the Tigers announced we've extended Tarik Skubal to 8 years after his 8 more years at $230 million.
Mm-hmm.
Would you be in favor of that?
Fine. I don't care. It's not my money.
No, I understand.
I don't understand the people who defend Chris Ilitch like they run his checkbook. It's not my money.
No, I know it's not your money, but do you think that is a fair value contract? Is it too many years for an arm? That's all I'm asking you.
Look, ultimately, he could be in the 3-4 range based on if he pitches like this the next couple of years and hits the open market, shows no ill effects of arm injury, high velo sitting at 96, 97. He's won 2 Cy Youngs. Stoney, look at what people are paying.
I know.
I mean, again, it's going to be one of those things. No, it probably doesn't get to 400, but it's not going to be far off if the guy, if he lands him a Strasburg deal.
Right.
So, no, Mike, I have just said what I want from Scott Harris is to plant the flag and start to show us what this is going to be. If you want to extend Jack Flaherty right now, I could work my way to understanding it. But Stoney, look, I want to ask the people on this. Tom Verducci is saying these teams are preparing packages. These teams are going to try to wow you. And without boring you with prospects, and I don't want to do that. We can if you want. The point I'm making is you don't have an everyday lineup. You don't have enough chips. You don't have a third baseman of the future. You don't have a shortstop. Jace Young's probably moving back to second. Colt Keith is probably moving to first. You don't have a catcher. Maybe Dingler. Your outfield consists of Riley Green and what? If you say Max Clark, I'll say see you full-time for 600 at-bats in 2027. He'll come up probably in 26, maybe the end of 25. The point I'm making is I could build a case to moving him, but I would need a Godfather offer. Do the Orioles have it? Yes. Do they have the motivation? Yes. The need is there, and they have well-heeled new owners that are willing to blow out the checkbook.
Yes.
Yes, I would at least listen. And if Scott Harris is really the baseball genius that we hope he is, I'd like to think between today, July 16th, and the deadline on what, the 31st? We hear rumors, reports. Yes. Oh, my God, the Tigers turned down X.
Rumors.
Right, white or black. It doesn't matter.
Yes.
248-539-9797. Is there a world that you wouldn't legitimately listen if the Dodgers and Orioles come calling? And second of all, do you agree that this is a litmus test for Scott Harris? That it is about furthering an existing market to see if you can land a deal that might turn the whole franchise around? I think it is. And if he doesn't get that deal, not mad in the least. No. I'm not giving this kid away. But make no mistake, I do not understand the argument that, well, someday we'll trade him. I just don't want to do it now. Just say you're willing to get less for him later because reasons. Just say that. Right. I'll live with that if you just say it.
And if they were in the legitimate hunt this year, I could understand it. But they're not. So why would you trade him next year to get less?
A baseball executive is in the article quoted as saying the max value is now because he can affect 3 postseasons. Automatically, it's less after this year because it would only affect 2.
Right.
Okay? And if you wait through next year, forget about it.
It only affects 1.
So I don't think it's insane to listen because for all of his greatness, and this is not Tarik Skubal's fault, for all of his greatness and probably going to win the Cy Young, you're probably going to finish 10 out of the wild card. I mean, I don't know what to say. Happy to keep him, but I'm listening if these teams are going to overwhelm.
You have to listen. It's your job.
Well, doesn't sound currently like we know Scott Harris will. I'm saying listening is not when the phone rings. Listen, I appreciate the offer, but we're not moving him. That's not listening. Listening is appreciate the offer, but this is what we would need.
Right.
And then you have to have the spinal column to pull the trigger if they give you what you want.
Correct.
248-539-9797. All right, being number one's not easy. Takes years of experience, dedication, and determination. And the number one mattress purchased by millions every year, it's Serta. They got the experience with 111 years making the world's most comfortable mattress. And right now, their deals keep rolling on hot summer days like this. You need a great night's sleep on a cool mattress. Go to Serta.com. Find a retailer near you. That's Serta.com. All right, 97.1, we'll get to the people. And look, if you're going to call up and say, well, what would it take for you to deal Skubal? Again, Tom Verducci report, not me bringing it up. It's not Rieger radio. It's simple. I've said for months, I'd listen. I need to be overwhelmed. Well, now you're getting a real report that one of the teams I said I would have called 2 months ago is actually circling the waters and prepared to put, according to Tom Verducci, a loaded of high-end prospect package together. What does that mean? I don't know. Do I think Jackson Holiday's in that deal? Probably not. But everybody else in the Orioles organization, including Samuel Basallo, the number 1 catching prospect in baseball, is probably there. Maybe Colby Mayo is there, who's their third baseman of the future potentially. Connor Norby. I don't know, guys. I'm making a point to you.
Let me ask you a question.
Isn't this just 1 second? Because Sony, I don't feel like I did a good job last segment in going the way I wanted to go, and that's on me, not you. It's the idea of, don't you believe that what happens the next 2 weeks, it is really about, is Scott Harris any good at his job? It is about, can Scott Harris play the grand game? Can he play chess? And it doesn't mean he ends up dealing him, but that if the Tigers turn down an offer, there's going to be a report. But you have to listen in order to turn something down. Correct. You can't just say, look, save it, we're not dealing him. And ultimately, if Scott Harris is really good at his job, you know what you're going to hear? You won't believe what the Tigers asked for Skubal. And that article, Jeff Passan, Tigers asked for the entire Baltimore Harbor. That's my point. It's not good enough to just have silence the next 2 weeks. If what Verducci's writing is real, and again, sources from each team, baseball executives, if you want me to call Tom Verducci a liar, I can't do that. If you don't think Tom Verducci's any good, fine. I don't know the man. I don't care. But I'd absolutely listen. And I do think it's time for Scott Harris to show me a real trade deadline.
Yeah.
After what happened last year, show me.
The other thing is, though, would you, because you know these guys a lot better than I do, if Holiday's not part of the package, but the other 3 or 4 are, would you still make the trade?
I need to know what the 3 or 4 are.
Well, you mentioned the catcher.
And here's the other thing, and this is the question I cannot answer, and I'm not going to pretend that I know the answer. It really depends on how your internal department grades these players and whether you view them the same way that scouting services do or that the Orioles do. Look, a lot of times, great general managers and presidents of baseball ops, these teams have grades on every player at the major and minor league level. Your people have to have a credibility to come to you and go, you don't want player A, you want player B. Well, player A is ranked high. No. These are our rankings. If you think teams are going to Baseball America to make trades, that's not how this works. So it's just
like mock draft. Brad Holmes is not going by Mel Kiper.
And what has Brad Holmes become famous for, basically? His rankings are better than yours.
Right.
His rankings do not go with common thought. That's why I can tell you Brad Holmes is really good at his job. I can't say that about Scott Harris.
No, he hasn't been here long enough.
Well, but again, we've had limited sample size, and he's made some decisions I really don't like.
I get it.
But look, man, yes. Short answer, yes. I think there's a way to make that happen. Now, would I love to get an everyday player? And are the Orioles insanely deep? Mm-hmm. Yes, they are. But I'm listening, and then what I'd love to see is a bidding war. But I don't know if Scott Harris is that guy. Got to find out. My fear, they're just putting a hard line up. They won't deal them. They won't listen, and the conversation ends. You can offer whatever you like. We're not dealing them. That's not doing the dance. That's not doing the job. Kenny, what do ticket texters have to say before we go to the phones?
Sell. We missed selling Fulmer and Boyd when we should have. Then those both set us back years.
Any thought process that Skubal has already had, Tommy John, there is data, the same data that Al Avila hung up the phone on me for, that 6 years after TJ, you start to have this upped risk of another occurrence. He also had, the flexor tendon? Is that what it was? I got to go back and look.
But yes.
The point is, he's been hurt a couple times. He had a rough road to get here. I can't guarantee the guy's healthy forever. Just throwing it out there.
Yeah.
You're not wrong.
A package of Samuel Basallo, Kobe Mayo, and Cade Povich would do it for me. That's from Aaron in Madison Heights.
Sure.
This one I need you to nip in the bud, Mike, because this is one we've been getting quite frequently whenever the Skubal trade conversation comes up. Skubal can go only if someone takes Baez and Torkelson as well in the trade.
You would reduce his value to nothing.
Right.
That's silly. If you want Baez gone, you call your owner and you get him gone. That's it. Why he's still here? Either Harris is crazy enough to believe he can help you, or he's here because he's forced to keep him. It's one of those two things.
Or
there is no option C.
Option C is we saw what happened when he got hurt and who replaced him, and he was as bad or if not worse than him.
Okay.
So you just let it play.
So you
play out for the rest of the season.
Yeah, you just keep running that dead body.
Right. You cannot bring him back next year, but that's a whole different.
Let's go to Dan 97.1. Danny, how you doing, buddy?
Mike, funny. Pleasure to talk to you, boys.
How are you?
Yep.
I'm well. It's a beautiful day. A month ago, I still listen. I'm from St. Louis. I still listen to their talk radio. When they were talking about their options at the trade deadline for acquiring starting pitching, the seasoned sports writers in St. Louis were indicating they don't have the horses to get Detroit what they want for these prospects. And even people as crazy in St. Louis say, hey, we need to trade back for Jack Flaherty, a guy that we lost arbitration and then didn't resign. I think the deal is maybe with Baltimore, but if St. Louis is going to make a deal, I think you might be looking for Jordan Walker to come here. He's a guy that could play infield. I know that when Nolan Arenado came to St. Louis, they moved him to the outfield. So he's a guy that could play those positions. Your
problem is the luster is off of Jordan Walker because he is horrible. I mean, right now in the minors, he's got no power. I think he was hitting sub 200 the last time I checked. Listen, Dan, the problem with prospects, if you're going to do it, you got to be right. And like Jordan Walker 2 years ago, you could have got the world for him. Now, he ain't worth the jersey he wears.
Yeah, and I know. But the interesting thing to me is what you guys think that Jackson Holiday, I feel like the Orioles might sell him. And that would be a good, if I could get, you look at Joey Ortiz, who's now playing with the Brewers. Sorry, Joey, what's that?
No, I said, sure. Go, I'm listening.
I mean, when you think of what the Brewers got for Corbin Burns, they got a left-handed pitcher. They got an everyday third baseman who has an 801, I think around 800 OPS. If that's what the Tigers could get right now for Skubal, you might look at that and say that's underwhelming and be a little frustrated. But
remember, Burns was expiring. Skubal's got 2 years of term, so I would need far more. But your point is well taken. Look, if you're trading him, what you're trying to set up, Dan, you're trying to set the Detroit Tigers up having a young, uber-talented, team-control, dirt-cheap entire infield. Catcher, third, short, second, first. If I view Young as my answer at second and Keith as my answer at first, it's a shortstop, third, catcher deal. Where if I can walk out of this, I got to walk with two of those three positions, and I got to have a belief with my baseball people that the players I'm getting, A, will break camp with this team next year, and B, are going to be damn good. This is the type of deal that either you get deified because it helped you win a World Series, or it costs you your job.
Yeah.
So, again, I do not ever downplay the importance of these decisions, and Scott Harris would be taking his job in his own hands trading Skubal. There's no risk to listening. My fear has been for months they won't listen. And I wouldn't understand.
By the way, for those who care, Jordan Walker right now, Memphis and AAA's OPS is 683. He played 20 games with the Cardinals this season, OPS 496.
It was horrible, Stoney. Yes. High ground ball rate. He's got titanic power that's going unrealized. He's not a good fielder. It isn't working, and that's a top 5 prospect in baseball. 248-539-9797. Get some more of the people. Get the ticket text. Touch table with football. A lot to do today. 97.1. All right, Kenny, give me a few of the texts. We'll get the phone calls. Again, Tom Verducci reporting, and you can do with it what you want. Sources confirm in the Dodgers and Orioles organizations. Skubal's at the top of the shopping list. They're going to prepare the packages. There's no indication Scott Harris is willing to deal them. My question to you, the fan, is, doesn't he have to listen? Doesn't he have to be flirtatious? Doesn't he have to, knowing there's a market, escalate that market to a point that you are getting maximum value? You have both teams thinking they're going to lose the player to the other team. Hell, you loop in a third team. No, I'm not pretending it's a movie and it's Brad Pitt and Jonah Hill and a bubblegum machine, and you do this in 10 minutes. But the point I'm making is, with a couple weeks to go, I do not understand flat rejections. I think listening, it has to be Scott Harris hearing what they offer and going, great, except this is what I need.
Right. We'll get back to you the next day. And
if they come back with
offer.
what you offered, well, now, do I think you'd have to make these teams bleed? Yes, out their eyeballs. I'm asking for a deal that I can justify to my owner, that I can justify to my front office, the people whose jobs hang in the balance. I just made a deal that could get all of us fired. I don't worry about justifying it to the fans, but make no mistake, I'm listening. And this is what I talked about a couple months ago. What was the first team I mentioned? The Orioles. What was the second team I mentioned? The Yankees.
Yeah.
And the Yankees right now, just because they're not mentioned in this report, it doesn't mean they wouldn't be a part of it. Brian Cashman's job is on the line.
And there's a team in New England that's suddenly
Red
in the
Sox.
wild card, and they have a lot of money.
Sure.
And their owner's been crucified for not spending a lot of it this offseason.
And for making a horrible Mookie Betts trade.
Yeah.
Let's be honest.
Yes.
Kenny, ticket text. What do you got, buddy?
We need Boston and New York in on these Skubal trade talks. Get Baltimore to overpay, not only because they want Skubal, but because they don't want him in the division.
That's fair.
Salo and Mayo start the conversation. More needed, though, to close the deal for Skubal.
Yes, more than those two.
I would agree, and probably there would have to be a couple of prospects that none of us really know a lot about that Harris and his scouts like at high A that are kind of Powerball tickets. And if you hit on one of them, that's where you go from winning a deal to destroying the other team. Specifically, God forbid, if Skubal ever got hurt. Look, man, I view starting pitchers as ticking time bombs. That's where we are in today's world. Everybody's throwing the ball harder, more spin rate. It's an explosive combination. So I'm never against listening. I don't know. People get very upset when I say I just want to listen.
If anybody does not want to listen, tell us why. 248-539-9797. Because if you listen and listen legitimately and a deal doesn't happen, especially if you're a young executive like he is, you learn from this. This is good. What is the downside, as I always like to say about anything? What's the downside of listening? You mentioned the flirtatious.
I think listening
being a flirt. Okay, so you don't have to be the stripper at the club, but you at least have to be the hot waitress.
I think listening means fans would have to admit there's some sensibility to moving him, and that hurts their feelings, and it makes them, hey, man.
Poor little babies, they feel sensitive.
Yeah, I think people are when it comes to the Tigers. I think there's a weird romance obsession with this team. I don't get it. The team has done nothing for you, but
it's okay to be in love with your team, but
if they
be
help
in love
you,
with your team trying to get better.
Well, that's the point. So, look, man, I comp it out to this. I don't know what Chris Ilitch and Scott Harris plan on doing this winter. A lot of my decision on this Skubal stuff comes back to that, because if you're not going to increase this payroll by 40, 50, 60 million, if you're not going to get serious and have a league average payroll and really be aggressive and get after it, then I don't know what we're doing here. I really don't.
Yeah.
And I mean, it's exciting that Max Clark and McGonigal are in the wings, but they're 2+ years away.
Correct.
And when I say that, just because a kid debuts doesn't mean he stays. Jackson Holiday, hello?
Yeah.
I'm talking about Max Clark being penciled in as a guy that if it works, I'm giving him 600 at bats, I'm starting him 140 games, and I'm going to get an 850 OPS. That's more than 2 years away.
Mm-hmm.
So I can't be mad at people who say, well, I'd listen and maybe I would. How would I be mad at that? I don't know why people get mad at that.
I don't know.
I can't figure that part out. Go ahead, Kenny.
Please trade him if you get if you get an offer too good to be true. One player won't get us to the World Series. Take the offer.
Yeah, but again, the flip side, if you keep him with the full intent to engage in contract negotiations, fully understand that.
Right. And if you're going to spend that money that Mike was talking about in the offseason, then you are talking about World Series stuff.
Yep, 100%. But it really comes back to you know who.
Mm-hmm.
Go ahead, Kenny.
Skubal to Baltimore, Flaherty to L.A. Get it done, especially if we can get Holiday.
Look, here's your problem, all right? And I don't know what their grade is on Holiday. I don't know how much you value how bad he was when he came up here and essentially went like 2 for 50 and they sent him back down. If you make that kind of trade, you're probably only getting him. There's nothing else. It's like when your parents told you we'll get you a bike for your birthday, but there's no other gift. And then your kid sister got 6 boxes to open up. Well, her stuff was cheaper. If you get Jackson Holiday, that's all you'd get. And I don't even know if you'd get him.
Look, he only had 34 at bats.
And I think he had 2 hits.
Yes, 2 hits, exactly. You're
I said
correct.
2 for 50. My bad.
Yeah. He batted 059.
It was pretty bad.
Okay.
It was pretty bad. But look, guys, I would make these teams say no. I would make the Orioles very uncomfortable conference room. This is what the Tigers asked for. Are we really doing this? I would make them make a deal that gets someone fired. And if they don't want to do it, that's cool. I'll keep the guy. But I don't think you can say with a straight face that this team has what it needs in-house to win a World Series.
No, it's not even close.
All right. Well, then if we go to the offseason, go look at the free agent market.
I know.
Who are you getting?
Well, that's where you have to
That's
make a trade.
That's why I kind of liked a few of the pieces this year and Wyatt Langford. All right, I'm done. That's my Wyatt Langford mention for the day. I'm
Yes.
out. I'm good.
We need like a sounder every time you bring him up.
I'm good. I'm sorry. 248-539-9797. Listen, a lot of people with a lot to say on Skubal. I'd like to take those phone calls. I know we got to get some football in, but why don't we go phones next, Kenny? And maybe we do a little football today, top of the hour. Does that work? Perfect. 97.1. All right. Distracted driving. It's an epidemic. Look around. You see it all the time. Hell, you're on the road right now. Maybe you're listening to the show. Someone's probably done something stupid around you. You need life insurance. You need to call Mike Papura, National Benefit Plans. Mike can help you find a life insurance plan that not only covers your family's needs, but is affordable. What makes Mike Papura and National Benefit Plans different? Simple. He'll shop over 70 different carriers, find you the best deal, guarantee you the best rate, and you will know your family is taken care of. Bottom line, the longer you wait, the greater the possibility of not getting life insurance increases. So don't wait. It's simple. Call Mike Papura now, 877-734-2200, or you go on the web at nbphealth.com. And remember, National Benefit Plans would like to be your health and life insurance agency for a lifetime. All right, straight to the people. A lot of people want to react to the Tom Verducci report. The Dodgers and Orioles are hard up for Skubal, and they're going to be offering massive packages. No clue whether Scott Harris will listen. That's basically the report. Should he? How far should he take this? Are you in the Rieger camp where you're just like demanding you move the guy? Or are you like me? I like to sit back and watch the world burn. I want to sit back and be able to have a great deal of confidence in my team president that he played the game, that he escalated the situation, that he was able to hit them with an offer that they went, we can't do that. And then I get to read a report about it where it's like, wow, can you believe the Tigers asked Baltimore for X? That's playing the game. Yeah. So show me. Let's go to the people, see what they got to say. We'll go to Ivory, 97.1. Ivory, how are you?
Good afternoon, guys. How you doing?
Good, Ivory. What's up?
Yeah, so I've called about this a lot, like on Caputo show, you guys' show before, about the Skubal thing. And the one thing that gets me, that drives me mad, like first and foremost, I don't necessarily jumping at wanting to trade him. I'd rather extend him. You got to, keep your best players. But that kind of also leads me into my point also of what's getting me upset, like listening to or reading some stuff online or some media people, like we do this participation trophy thing where it's like, ooh, look what we have. We have this player. Look what we have. You can't trade this guy. Okay, I get it, but it's got to mean something. Like just because you have a good piece, okay, what are the terms of it? Are you contending? Are you what are you doing? Like, for people to say, oh, they shouldn't even listen, or like you said, you're not doing your job, especially with your current situation, specifically the Tigers. If you're not at the very least, the very minimum, sitting in the conference room on the phone, telling people like, okay, look, we're not jumping at trading him, but you all are willing to make offers, and we'll listen. And, you sit in the conference room, Scott Harris and your people, you want to get to the point where a team is contacting you and making you an offer that makes you look at your team of people like, let me get back to you on that.
Yeah, his job is, Ivory, I agree with you completely. His job is to get a deal offered that he has to look around the room and go, guys, are we really doing this? Like, that's his job.
And real quick, because I know you have other callers.
You're fine.
The one thing that makes me think that that has me worried that they're not, like you said, are not even listening is Chris Ilitch, is Scott Harris allowed to, because you have like this participation trophy thing where it's Chris Ilitch saying you're not trading the guy that's bringing seats and people in the seats. You're not trading, my guy.
Ivory, I can't. Okay, how about this? I can't answer that. I can't tell you that that's true or not. You want my opinion?
Nervous.
You want my opinion? I'll offer it to you. No, that's not happening. No. That's all I'll say. That's an opinion. Can't prove it. Let's go to Ed, 97.1. Eddie, how you doing, buddy?
Yeah, okay. I don't know. I've been going to the Tiger games since 1978.
Okay.
Mazel tov. Most of the time I'm down there, I'm having a conversation with the people I'm with, and I check in and out of the game while I'm there. I'm not like a Jimmy Johnson that said, hey, no one come near me. I'm so focused on the game. It's all about, me and the game. I don't know. I guess you got to do what's in the best interest long-term for the team. But, man, I don't want to get rid of a guy that's got a whip of 0.88.
Nobody wants to get rid of him.
That's not what we're saying.
Nobody
we're
wants
saying
to
the Tigers should listen and see what they could get for that 0.88 whip.
I don't. How do you measure? How do you measure what he's worth?
Because that's their job, Ed. That's their job. How do you measure how long someone has to live? I don't know. Ask a doctor. That's their job, Ed. Jesus, you sound like you're 70. Act like it. You're calling the show. You're acting like a 12-year-old. Oh, God, Jim. Dude, it's their job to put a value on that. This is what they do. This is the problem in this world. So many people want to deify these sports executives. You know what they are? They're fantasy owners. That's what they are. They're guys who aren't rich enough to own their own team, who work at the behest of someone who does. And they buy and sell fantasy players. That's it. They're not working at Carmano's curing cancer. Their job is to put a value on Skubal.
Right.
The hell are we talking about? And I'm not asking you to want to trade him. I don't want to trade him, but I live in the real world. You have to listen.
I wonder if he even knew the contract situation.
Oh, my God.
And how many times have we seen guys leave this town and you get nothing for?
And again, I understand we have a runway, but the longer you hold him, for the people who do want to trade him, they're going to tell you you're going to, factually, get less and less and less and less.
Correct. It's one thing if this team was close to being a world champion. Then you don't trade
I think they're close to being good. Do they have the pieces to cross that bridge? I don't know. Will they spend to cross that bridge? Well, didn't last year. Fine. Will they this year? Don't know.
Right.
But good to World Series is another leap. Now I know what's about to happen. We're going to get some fanboys. But what about what the Diamondbacks did last year? Noted. What about what the Nats did a few years ago? Can you be under 500 and can you make a run? Yes. Is it likely? No. This is why I blame Mike Stone for this. This is why I didn't want to do this topic.
Well, you got wait a second.
This, I blame you. I blame you.
You had one deranged old guy who called up and was a little disillusioned. He was like Ingrid Andress.
Listen, it's upsetting.
Okay, but most of the other callers have been spot on.
I agree.
They know.
I got upset. I'm sorry.
They know you have to listen.
Okay. If you're just joining, Tom Verducci ruined the show today, and he did a Skubal article, and teams are circling. The Dodgers and Orioles confirmed in the article by sources within those organizations. Talent evaluators are saying, I don't know why the Tigers won't move them, because they ain't winning now, and they ain't winning next year. You guys tell me what you want to do. I think it's up to Scott Harris to play the game and to listen.
Absolutely.
And the next 2 weeks, we should see a lot of rumors if he is. If it's quiet, it means he's not, and he's just shutting people down. And I don't think that's very bright. You end up keeping him, you keep him. Doesn't mean you got a great offer. I will recalibrate. I'm sorry, but
you need some that 5-hour energy / Red Bull. You need something there, Mike.
I want to hit something. I think that would help. I need to physically strike something. All right, 248-539-9797. We'll get more of your calls. Mike Stone will continue to stoke the fires today. Away we go, 97.1. All right. We'll finish up the baseball conversation momentarily, but quickly.
By the way, the latest episode of Restore the Floor was out last week with me and Evan talking to J.B. Bickerstaff. So check it out.
There you go, wherever you get your podcasts.
Yes. When's Cash the Ticket coming back?
August 5th or 6th. I got to check my calendar. But yeah.
Well, as long as you can get Costa away from the college game, you'll be good.
He'll be okay.
Yeah, I know.
I'm sure. Listen, if there's anything he likes more than video games, it's gambling.
I know.
That kid is jonesing. Kenny, music.
This In Football Today is brought to you by your co-host of the day, Michael Stone. Sent me some rushing totals we were just talking about gambling, rushing totals that you can bet on this year for various running backs.
Oh, dear God.
Wanted to see your guys' opinions on the overs and unders.
Word to the wise on these. 2 words, Nick Chubb. You can place one of these bets, and 10 minutes into the season, the guy's leg is on backwards.
True.
Be very careful.
Exactly.
Carry on.
Let's just get the man with the privileged running back out of the way, Christian McCaffrey, 1,200 rushing yards, 1,200 and a half rushing yards, and 10.5 rushing touchdowns.
I think the touchdowns are more likely than the yards.
I do too.
I'm not going to bet on running back. He's the only running back in football who had 1,200 yards last year. The only one. I'm sorry. Health is a concern. I don't like the offensive line, and it's a position that my answer is no on that. You want the touchdowns? Sure.
Yeah, because he can throw all the dump passes he wants to him.
Derrick Henry, he's at 1,500 yards and 10.5 rushing touchdowns.
I go over on both. I think the Ravens are going to run the ball as much as they can.
The problem is Lamar takes away from your rushing total, and they use multiple backs, and he's approaching 30, and he's the size of a refrigerator. I'll just say under.
Or even the touchdowns, too. It could be a red zone hammer.
Not a touchdowns, fine. But the yardage, Kenny, I'm telling you, we do not pay running backs.
But have you seen Bijan run? He's also 1,500 yards and 6.5 touchdowns.
Now, this one is interesting. Different than the last two. This is a younger player. This is a guy who Arthur Smith, in puzzling fashion, barely took the bubble wrap off.
Right.
Last year.
So we have a new coach.
And Arthur Blank, they are going to say, we took this kid, you better use him. Run him until he dies. Like, get him out there. I actually might say over that.
And his regular season rushing touchdowns is 6.5.
I would just say over, yeah.
And Jonathan Taylor, another high yards total, 1,100.5 rushing yards, 9.5 touchdowns.
I would go under. I think the injuries are a concern. I got to see what Anthony Richardson actually looks like. There's too much uncertainty there for me. Is he a bell cow style back? Sure he is. But Stoney, I don't know. The only one in that grouping I'm with would probably be Bijan.
Yeah. Although I said over with
Henry.
Yes, Derrick Henry.
And let's service Lions fans here and look at the division. Aaron Jones, 750.5 rushing yards and 5.5 touchdowns.
All right. I could be really wrong on Aaron Jones, but I feel like when running backs change teams, it never works out. Like Aaron Jones turns into a pumpkin. The O-line is not as good. The offense isn't as good. And you might have Sam Darnold or Captain Meditation as your quarterback. I'm under on that. Plus injuries. Again.
The only thing for that where I would counter you with is because of the quarterback instability, they're going to run the ball a lot.
That's
so
fair.
I'll take a chance to say over.
You know what I mean, though.
Yes.
It's like the Alvin Harper syndrome, where like a guy goes somewhere and turns into a pumpkin.
Then we go to DeAndre Swift, former Lion, 800.5 yards, 5.5 touchdowns.
I'm going to say over on the touchdowns early in the season because they're scheduled. The last 7 or 8 games is brutal. It's easy going up. And his injury, he gets banged up a lot, although he was pretty healthy last year for the Eagles. But I'm going to say under on yardage, over on touchdowns.
I'm bullish on the Bears. I am. I think they're going to be a pain in the ass to play, and they got weapons everywhere. But because of that, can DeAndre, oh, God, he always is battling something. You know what? Maybe I go over on this one. Maybe I'll go over just by a smidge.
The thing with the Bears, their first 8 games, they could go 6-2 easy. The last half of their schedule is brutal, so they better get off to a good start.
And Green Bay, obviously, Josh Jacobs, 950.5 yards, 7.5 touchdowns.
I'm gonna go under on both. If everybody believes in Jordan Love.
Yeah. Yeah, and again, Josh Jacobs, I don't know what happened last year. He went from leading the league in rushing to couldn't gain a yard. I'll say under. I'm the wrong guy to ask about these because for me, A, betting on yardage props for a back is crazy, and B, dude, look at situationally how these teams function. It's actually hard to get to 1,000 yards in today's game.
And let's look at the lines right now since we're in the division.
Over.
Jahmyr Gibbs, 850.5.
Over.
And David Montgomery, as far as yards go, 800.5.
I F it over, and it probably pushes when one of them gets it and one of them doesn't. But
I'm over too.
It's the best O-line in football.
What I really like is Jahmyr Gibbs' regular season receptions over 50.5. I think he's good for 3 a game.
Yeah, I mean, if he takes a step forward, gets a little bit more usage, yeah. I think Jahmyr Gibbs, what he showed you last year, was never about the player. It's where they took him. Yeah, I'm good with it.
And other touchdowns, Gibbs has 8.5. Montgomery has 9.5.
See, I still think Montgomery's your goal line back.
Yeah. But I think Gibbs is good enough to get a touchdown in half of the games. There's your 8.5.
It's funny because basically all their stats are mirror images of each other when you look at what they're expected to do.
But
800, 850, 8,
I
9.
think the idea is he steps forward, fresher, younger, hyper athletic. It's another threat on the field. I would buy the Gibbs props, and I'd probably say no to the Montgomery ones.
And here's one for you, Mike. Kenneth Walker, 925.5 yards and 7.5 touchdowns.
They drafted Charbonnet. They wanted this thunder and lightning backfield. Injuries kind of upset it. I don't know, man. K9, another guy, banged up a lot. I probably would stay away. I don't think Seattle's going to be any good at all.
First-year coach, defensive-minded. I don't know how good their offense is going to be. I'm going to say over on the touchdowns, but under on the yards.
Joe Mixon, over under the yards is 875.5, 7.5 touchdowns.
You know what? With the weapons that Stroud has, I don't even know why he's going to even hand him the ball. So I'm going to say under on the yardage.
Kenny, of any of these, which one would you bet?
I'm high on the Gibbs yards. I think he's going to get more opportunity. He's going to be one more year seasoned with that offensive line. I think he only gets more and more touches.
Gibbs and Bijan would be my two. Those would be the two I feel the best about. And
because I'll be a douche, I'm going to ask you the one that you don't even want to touch is Saquon. 1,050.5 rushing yards.
For Saquon?
Yep.
Under.
And regular season rushing TDs, 7.5.
Under. Hope he stubs his toe week one.
Regular season receptions, 40.5.
Under.
Regular season receiving yards,
under
325.5.
Under.
Times he gets caught in the end zone for a safety. No, I'm just kidding. Regular season receiving TDs, 2.5.
Under. Under everything. I hope he's miserable in Philadelphia.
What about your running back? 750.5.
Under.
And 4.5 touchdowns.
Giants under everything. Under yards, under scores, under wins.
They're going to be
joy.
underwater.
They're going to be terrible. Terrible.
Before we depress you any further.
I wouldn't be shocked if we had the number one pick in the draft, to be quite honest with you. Carson Beck's going to be a Giant. How do you feel about that?
I mean, I feel happy for you.
Would you?
He drives Lambos, man.
Great.
Yeah, the Lambo on the New Jersey Turnpike.
Yeah, I was going to say, good luck with that on the Turnpike.
That is in football today.
All right, when it comes to an IRS collection or audit, you need a law firm that specializes in the resolution of all types of tax problems. You need Maurice and Jerry. You need Abraham and Rose. Come on, this isn't some random tax organization. It's some phone screener. Maurice and Jerry, they've dealt with the IRS for years. They will advocate for you. They'll fight for you. They will guide you through the experience and hopefully save your time and money. Visit abrahamandrose.com today or call 248-539-5040, and you will never have to deal with the IRS again. All right, we'll get right to the people here. For the audience just joining, this is not Skubal Radio. I blame Mike Stone for this. Tom Verducci.
Blame Tom Verducci. Don't blame me.
Well, you by way of Verducci.
Okay.
Skubal's at the top of the shopping list for the Dodgers and Orioles. That's confirmed in both organizations. And they are putting together mammoth packages for the Tigers. Can't confirm if Scott Harris is even willing to listen, and that's been the conversation. Doesn't he have to listen? Listening,
of course he does.
Well, listening doesn't mean trading, but I've chosen a different approach here because I'm over it. I've told you now for a while. I don't think they're going to deal him. I don't think they have the chops to deal him. You have to take your job in your own hands if you make this trade. I don't think they have the chops to do it. They're too busy signing Mark Canha. So look, here's just where we're at. Is it a litmus test for Scott Harris the next 2 weeks and how he handles the Skubal thing? You have to create a bidding war, especially when there's a market. And I'd love to read some reports that he's doing just that. I'd love to read a report that the Orioles rejected the Tigers' ask for Skubal, that it was so great and that it was so immense that the Orioles had to back away. Show me that. Okay. But don't show me, I don't want to trade him. Wah. No. Don't, please. Please. Let's just, none of us want to trade him.
If that's the way you feel, fine, but milk it.
Try to create an offer that you didn't think was attainable. And if it's offered, you accept it because it's so good. You look around the room with everyone's job you just put in jeopardy by making the move, and they're all nodding their head, we got to do it. If he does that it gives me great confidence in Scott Harris. If he doesn't, it's just another demerit in my world.
I get it.
Let's go to the people. We'll go to Paul and Shelby. He's back. What's up, Paulie?
Mike and Mr. Stone. I guess that's what we call you now.
After yesterday's show, it's not Stoney anymore.
Thank you.
Mr. Stone.
Thank you, Paul.
What's up, Paulie? How are you?
Great, Mike. Mike, you're right. You make them bleed. This is what you do. You got
Paul, your phone sucks.
Uh-oh. I'm going to put Paul on hold. Jeff, square him away. Let's see if we can get him off Planet Nebular and get the cell phone in order, and we'll get back to him. Let's go to Dale, 97.1. Dale, how you doing, buddy?
Yeah. Hey, good, Mike. How are you?
I'm excellent. What's on your mind?
Good. So you're absolutely right. This is a litmus test for Scott Harris, but he better be working the phones and talking to Jack Flaherty's agent right now about him possibly resigning in Detroit. And then if he gets an unbelievable offer for Skubal, he's got to do what he's got to do. But he absolutely has to listen.
So you want Flaherty signed, it sounds like, more than Skubal.
No.
Okay.
What I'm saying is they couldn't afford to lose both of them. And I know you guys are saying that he just has to listen to offers. But if he got an unbelievable offer and there was the opportunity to re-sign Flaherty, they'd take a lot of the sting out of it.
Yeah, and look, I mean, Dale, I've made the point here, like if the team started to play better, it opens up a door to something else, which is you can be a selective buyer at the deadline, provided it's a player with term. Now, are those hard to come by? Yes, but as an example, I mean, Toronto, I think there's a very good chance one or both of Bichette and Vladdy are getting dealt. Both those guys are signed through next season. Both of those guys would immediately become cornerstone players in your franchise. Those are multi-time all-star caliber guys. I mean, Dale, there's a million ways to do this. So I'm with you, Dale. And again, I'm happy to call Jack Flaherty and go, do you want to be a Detroit Tiger? Yes or no? And it begins and ends there.
Right.
We've revived your career. We love having you. You seem to be having a hell of a good time here. Do you want to stay? What does it look like? But what I worry about is look, that trade deadline last year was inexcusable. Inexcusable. I don't care. I don't care how you want to spin it. I don't care who you want to blame. The bottom line is
the result is the bottom line.
That's it. And that's your job. When you're the CEO, you get all the credit and you get all the blame. That's how it works. Go to Colston 97.1. What's up, Colston? How you doing? Hello? Hello. How are you?
I'm good. How about you?
Excellent.
I'm here to talk about Skubal.
Okay. What do you got?
Well, I don't think we should trade him unless we have somebody else that's fully capable. No?
Do you think they should at least investigate, listen, take offers?
Yeah.
Okay. Have a good day.
All right. That was succinct. Appreciate it.
Let's go back to Paul.
Kenny, are you hungry? Check yes or no. Well, what? I mean,
Jeff?
Right.
That's what.
Jeff, that's what.
Yes.
I mean, it's radio. You can't do one-word answers.
He
Come on.
seemed a little nervous.
Don't be nervous. The hell's there to be nervous about?
I know.
He's talking to the big stars.
It's the boy.
He's talking to Mr. Stone.
They used to use the Boy Scout credo. Don't be nervous. Don't be scared. Be prepared.
Okay. I'll let it go. Let's go to Sully, 97.1. Sully, how you doing, buddy?
Wow, you put me up against that. That's a hard act to follow, man. I'm coming up against crickets. Jesus, Pete. Hey, good afternoon to Mikey V and the Godfather.
That's right.
Congratulations on your semi-retirement.
Thank you.
I bet you made it about 7 or 8 days home, and your wife said, you got to get out the house and go back to work.
Well, it's funny you mentioned that because Mike blamed me for this topic, and I thought I was doing a show with my wife, who blames me for everything.
Oh, dear.
Oh, yeah. You're married. I can tell.
Yeah.
Yep. Okay. We're not going to go there. We're going to go with the Scooby-Doo stuff, right? You know what? I want you guys, your opinion on this. Are they better with him or better without him in the net hall? What would they get for him? Are they going to go to the postseason with Skubal, or are they going to go to the postseason without Skubal, or are they just going to roll over and play dead?
All right. For this season, okay, if the trade would have happened and they get who we would think they would get, they're better off with Skubal for this season, okay? Down the road, if these guys turn out, they're better off down the road with the trade.
Then there's choice 3. It depends on what Chris Ilitch and Scott Harris decide the course of the franchise is. If the plan is to keep him and go out and have a blockbuster offseason like the Rangers had a couple of years ago when they brought in Marcus Semien and brought in Corey Seager, if you're telling me they bring in 2 $20 million bats in the offseason, then you're better keeping him. But we don't have that information, nor any inclination what the hell this team's plan is other than wait for the kids.
To me, it's like, look at what the Lions did last year. It's the GM and the coach. There is no tomorrow because there is no tomorrow. Wise man once said it was Yoda in Return of the Jedi. There is no try. There is only do. And there is no tomorrow. There is no next season.
Well, and actually,
today,
if we're being accurate, it would be Apollo Creed in the closing scenes with Rocky Balboa saying, "What's wrong with you, Stallion? There is no tomorrow. There is no tomorrow. Right. Come on."
I like Yoda's line better.
All right,
that's fine. There's only do.
That's fine.
Mikey.
You got it, Salt. No, it's just.
But tomorrow makes more sense than today.
But see, in this town, there's only try. Nobody ever demands that anybody does. It's only try. And somehow you're ungrateful if you ask them to do. It's the truth.
I know.
whether it's the Iser plan, which apparently we're not supposed to call it anymore because he doesn't like Iser plan. It's just this long drawn out rebuild. Really pumped up for year 6. Then there's whatever this Scott Harris thing is, and then there's the Pistons. It's the Lions are the only one delivering, and they're deliberate about it. And it's just laser focused.
It's amazing what a decade will do.
And it's linear in its path. These other 3 franchises, I'm sorry. There's only try. They don't do. I mean, look at that offseason for the Tigers. What? They could be a playoff team now if they had handled themselves correctly. I stand by that.
Close. Yes, absolutely.
They've never been a bad team. They're not bad. They weren't horrible last year. They won 78 games. It's not like they won 53 games. And they're not horrible this year. My venom and vitriol is because they have 90-win pitching. And for a lot of this year, they had about 70-win hitting. And it was self-induced. I don't want to hear about Torkelson anymore. Enough. The whole idea is you provide insulation because you can't bank on every young player working out. And they refused it. And they also did what they did in the draft. I'm not going to say it. I'm not going to say it.
Come on.
No.
You know you want to.
No. It's personal development.
No, you're right, though. They're good enough to be middling, but they're not good enough to be, a good to very good team.
And they did
lack
it to
the hitting.
themselves.
The Torkelson thing, though, it would be one thing if he stunk last year. But even, I think...
He did stink up until what? The last 60 games?
Whatever, close to half the a little more than half the season.
Mike, but the point is you couldn't count on him like he was Vlad Guerrero.
No, but you could count on, okay, he might not hit 30, but you think he's going to hit 20, 25.
Fine enough. But the point is, look at the people who have played for this baseball team outside of first base.
Right, I know.
What was your plan at third? What's your plan in left?
That I agree with.
We are treating Kerry Carpenter like he's Roberto Clemente, okay? Like, think about this.
I know.
There was something called the Buddy Kennedy era. Zach McKinstry is still here.
Z-Mac.
Right. Well, hey, Akil Baddoo, what are you doing on my planet? Like, that's not all on Torque.
No.
That's faulty roster construction.
No, I agree.
And the reality is, just forget it. You know what? F it. I'll get more to people next. You did this. You did this, Stoney. This is your topic.
You brought up Torque.
Mistakes were made. Let's talk about something nice. It's summer. It's hot. It's sunny. How about Old Nation and their shandy? Now, they finally upgraded the can. So no longer are you looking for something that looks like a Duff beer can. You're looking at a can that has lemons on it. Bottom line, they make the best shandy in the market. They sell out every summer. You guys crush. So if you're running low on beer, you're going to stock up for the barbecues. Get that shandy before it is gone. It's made right here in Michigan. It's brewed right down the road in Williamston, and it is higher quality, better tasting. It destroys the competition. It's Old Nation Shandy, sold wherever good beer is found. 21 and up, and Old Nation Brewing Company reminds you to please drink responsibly. All right. Odyssey.com rewind. You missed anything. Get a little football at 4:45. Right now, yeah, listen, this is against my will. Stoney, the Godfather, is here this week. Rico on World Tour.
So I'll give you a brief respite here with a question before we go back to the calls.
What do you got?
I know how you stand on All-Star games.
Mm-hmm.
So you probably will not watch it any of it tonight, right?
Correct.
Even Skubal?
Correct.
Even Skeens? You're not going to watch?
Because I watch his actual games,
Okay,
which are way more fun.
Death not an option. All-Star game or Pistons Bulls Summer League at 6:30. Come on, what's his name? Harris had the kid from St. John's had like 25 points last night.
Oh, Dijon or whatever the hell his name is.
Yeah.
At least these are
Denise or
people
whatever.
you know, though, in this All-Star game.
Wow.
Yeah, good question. Let it
I would
percolate.
okay.
Let it think
All right.
think about it.
I will admit to you, I would probably watch the All-Star game.
Okay, good.
I would probably watch the All-Star game.
I'll probably watch both.
Or I would throw my television out the window. Let's go to Paul, 97.1. Paul, is the cell phone better?
I hope so.
Now
Can
we're
you hear
good.
me?
Yes.
Carry on.
All
We're
right.
good to go.
I don't know where I dropped off, but I'll just say the caller before Sully got straight to the point, and what a call.
Yeah.
What a call.
Yeah, it was fabulous.
Listen, fellas, I think we can all agree that Scott Harris's moves thus far have been underwhelming at best.
Correct.
If he would have gotten 2 legitimate bats in March, we wouldn't even be having this conversation right now. We'd be in the thick of it.
I agree.
And our worries would regarding trading Skubal. In the beginning, I wasn't really for it, but now with his value so high and the needs that we have, this is my wish list. You start high, you make them bleed. You're absolutely right, Mike. You make them bleed, and you get a bidding war going. What I'd love to see would be a minor league can't miss blocked third baseman, a minor league blocked shortstop, ready to go, plug him in.
All right.
Give me an outfielder, give me an arm, and then I want you to tell him I want that can't miss, unbelievable guy you got, and they say no. And you go, okay, well, then I need you. Now, Dombrowski filled Billy Bean's pop machine for 3 years. I want half of the buyout for Javi Baez so I can go to my
All right,
owner
so
and
then,
sell
but
this.
Paul, here's what I would say.
Let's be
realistic.
somewhat realistic.
No, I'm just saying,
right,
guys.
so
Come
you-
on now.
right.
I know it's high.
But you don't want to get a deal done in those terms. Look, most of what you said is realistic. Look, Baltimore's the team. They've always been the team, Paul. And that's before John Means was lost for the year, before Kyle Bradish was lost for the year. They've always been the team. Whether it's Mayo, who's their best third base prospect, whether it's Basallo, who is blocked by Adley Rutschman and I believe is moonlighting between catcher and first base for them and has carried an 850 OPS in the minors, whether it is Jackson Holiday, whether it is Kierstead, whether it's Connor Norby.
It has to be minimum 3 of those 5 guys, right?
I would say yes. Okay. I think, again,
minimum.
Their pain is not my problem.
Right.
If what Verducci wrote is true, which again, if it's sourced with people in those organizations saying Skubal's at the top of our shopping list, we're preparing a massive package. Yeah, Mike, there's no free rides.
No.
I don't treat it flippantly. I don't know where anyone in this town thinks anyone wants to trade him.
No.
But I would listen. That's it.
Right.
That doesn't mean I deal him. Now, I'm sure that'll get twisted 7 ways to Sunday.
Yes.
Let's just continue along. We'll go to, who the hell is next? George is next, 97.1. Hi, George. How you doing?
Excellent. I really admire your knowledge about the workings of sports in general. Great show.
Very nice of you. What's on your mind with
Absolutely.
this craziness we're talking about? What do you got?
Well, I don't want to fix something that's not broken. I mean, we supposedly have the best pitching staff in the world, so let's just leave it alone. Pay Flaherty, go out at the trade deadline and find a shortstop that can hit the ball that's not a hot dog, and see where it takes us.
George, I have no problem with the plan. Here's what I'm requiring if we're going to do this, and this is what none of us can answer. Will Scott Harris and Chris Ilitch put their you-know-whats on the table and go spend $50-60 million this offseason on a couple of heavies, on a couple of big-time $20 million bats via trade, via free agency, add them to the lineup. And if you tell me the answer is yes, then, George, you and I are in complete agreement. You keep it all together, and we make a run at this thing next year. But I don't have that answer, George. I don't think anybody does.
Yeah. Well, you're right about that. And if that's the case, then that was the Harris plan all along. We're bringing up the kids as a group.
Exactly. And here's the thing.
When we got Baez.
And here's the thing. And look, I can say this because I saw him the other day. I'm not talking behind his back in any way, shape, or form. Mark Ryan was in here the other night. And I said, Mark, what is it with you just saying people are stupid if they're saying, I think the Skubal thing is interesting or I might consider trading him? Like, you have to understand, if the window to win isn't this year or next year, you're in a lot of trouble as it pertains to Skubal, because you're going to enter the final year of his deal and Boris is his agent. Yeah. Now, does Boris do well for all of his clients? No. What I would argue is, he doesn't have a lot of clients like Skubal. I don't think there's any comparison between Blake Snell and Tarik Skubal. Sorry. Oh, but Blake Snell won the Cy Young. Right. He also led the league in walks. Then if you look at the analytics and his peripherals, nobody's more dependent on outside zone swing and miss than Blake Snell. And he wanted to go home.
And his injury history is even worse than Skubal's, right?
Right. So my point is, I can't play all scenarios out. If you want to keep Skubal, I am not here to argue with you. But it comes with the following price. I have to get him signed. Do we have any indication he'd sign an extension right now? No. When he was asked about it by Rieger, I'm going to leave it up to my agent.
I was with him and followed him up. I said, does that mean that's why you pay Scott the check? And he said, yes.
Yes. Okay. So I can't answer that. Do I know that ownership will spend this offseason?
No.
I don't.
Resume says no.
Well, and by the way, the two expenditures that Scott Harris had this offseason, Mark Hanna, Kenta Maeda.
Yeah. Flaherty was good.
Flaherty worked, but it's a 1-year deal.
Right.
So again, it's complicated. All of it's complicated. And I don't take it lightly. I'm not making fun of people that want to keep him.
No.
But I'm also not going to, I'm not going to.
But you have every right.
I ain't going to do what he did the other day.
But you should make fun of people who won't even listen.
Well, what do you want me to do? I only got so much energy in the day here.
Okay.
I just.
Well, that's. I'll make fun. I'll make fun.
Yes. 248-539-9797. Let me go. Kenny, I got time for one more? Yes? Thank you. I appreciate that. Let's go to Ryan, 97.1. Ryan, how are you, buddy?
Good. How's it going, Mike?
Good. What's on your mind?
I got two for you. The first one, if Baltimore is going to give you a haul, you can completely rebuild your infield. You move Colt Keith to first base, and you got Kobe Mayo and Jackson Holiday and Connor Norby in the infield for you, and you're looking real nice.
Well, if you're getting those three.
Yeah, hold on. My point to you would be, let's say they gave you Mayo and Basallo, and then it's up to Harris to go find a couple high A guys he projects a few years out, right? Your point is well taken. Ryan, you move Keith to first. Young can't play third so far. I think it was 12 errors in 42 games, whatever. Young goes to second. You got to find a shortstop, but you'd have a third baseman in Mayo. You'd have the best catching prospect in baseball in Basallo. Yes.
So my second one, Mike, and I've wanted to ask you this for weeks. Do you think they could get Dominguez plus from the Yankees for him?
Yes, 100%. I say it with no hesitation. 100% you could.
Oh, I would love that.
I'm
and if
telling
you're a
you,
Yankee fan, you'd want to make that trade too,
well, first of all, if I was calling, let's say Ryan is the president of the Tigers, I'd say whatever you want. It's like a pizza. You can pick up the 4 toppings. What do you need? You want Dominguez? You want Spencer Jones? You want Oswaldo Peraza? Who do you want? What do you need? Get the bread while it's hot. Here it is. I do whatever it takes because Skubal's a lefty in my ballpark. My job's on the line. Cashman's going to get fired. Yeah, Ryan, I can tell you, the people I talk to, the desperation in New York is all-time high. So my answer is yes to anything you say. Yeah, 100%, Ryan. That's been my point since the beginning. Show me an aptitude for being a shark, because I think that's going to be required in the absence of spending like the Dodgers or spending like whomever. You got to be a shark. You got to take advantage of people. You got to make great killer deals. Ryan, I'm with you, brother. And yes, I don't think the Yankees would say no to anything.
The one thing the Yankees would have to make sure of, though, not doing New York radio here, because a lot of my friends can't stand when the Yankees get guys who they're too weak for New York. I don't think Skubal fits that. But there have been
Sonny Gray?
Sonny Gray.
Oh, Denny Nagel.
You go back to Ed Witts. I mean, there's a history there.
Yeah, there is. Can't speak to it with Skubal.
Right.
And you're right. It's a consideration.
Yeah.
No question. All right, 248-539-9797. Look, sometimes you want a good deal. You got to sacrifice certain things. That is not the case with Hungry Howie's. Right now, they got their deal of the summer. Fresh dough made in-house, real cheese, not that space block cheese other places use. Bottom line, you can get 51% off any large regular menu price pizza. Again, 51% off the regular price. You stop in, you pick it up. There's the catch. No delivery. You got to pick it up. Online carry out only. But for 51% off, it's worth the 6-minute car ride to go and get yourself what you need. It's Hungry Howie's most aggressive offer of the summer. Dinner shouldn't feel daunting because of the price. 51% off. Online carry out only. Limited time only. So download that Hungry Howie's app today. All right, 5 o'clock. Good to have you with us. The Godfather, Mike Stone, with us. Rico World Tour continues, and this is Stoney's Ruin Today show, and I'm very, very pleased to announce it. By way of Tom Verducci, SI.com. You can do what you want with this. I'm not interested. If you think Tom Verducci is a deadbeat loser, you're free to. If you think Tom Verducci's credible, that's also acceptable. I don't care. Here is what he wrote. The Dodgers and Orioles are both circling Tarik Skubal. He's at the top of their list. Sources from both organizations confirmed they're interested in putting together packages loaded with top prospects for Skubal. No indication whether the Tigers' president of baseball ops, Scott Harris, will move Skubal, though Los Angeles and Baltimore have the capital to make a trade interesting. Harris believes Tigers have a developing pitching core that is the center of the rebuild and doesn't want to disrupt it. That's according to a source familiar with his thinking. The source said it's doubtful the Tigers move him, but added everything has a price. And he comped it to Juan Soto's deal, 2.5 years of control, superstar. That deal, the Nats acquired 4 of the top 9 prospects that the Padres had. It became C.J. Abrams, Robert Hassel, James Wood, and Mackenzie Gore. And they also got some guy I've never heard of. Here's the point. I've chosen a different way. I've told you, you don't have to deal him. You don't have to die on the hill of keeping him. Listening is where I'm at. I would listen. But here's my question to you, and if you think I'm being unfair, say it. This is a litmus test for Scott Harris. It's July 16th today. The next 2 weeks are a litmus test to see if we've got a shark as a GM. Because if you know there's a market for Skubal, your job is to create or enhance an existing bidding war. And it's not listening if you just pick up the phone, zone out, and say thanks but no thanks. That's not listening. Listening is, all right, I hear your offer, but here's what it's going to take. And I don't care. You can make the other team hang up the phone. But I want to read a report between now and the deadline. The Tigers asked for X, and the Orioles balked. Because that's what your job is. Now, if you can promise me that this team will get aggressive in the trade market and in free agency and add multiple legitimate MLB bats, not Mark Canha, not a broken pelvis, legitimate, then I'm fine keeping Skubal. But if we're just going to have another offseason of Nothingville and wait for the kids, I'll tell you who's not going to make fun of people who want to trade Skubal on this station. Me. I don't think I have a right to make fun of you if you want to deal him. Because the window doesn't make a hell of a lot of sense if Scott Harris and Chris Ilitch aren't going to effectively and quickly support the lineup. So that's where I'm at. I'd love to know where you guys are at with it. Do you agree it's a litmus test? Stoney, please.
Yeah, but it's definitely a litmus test. And I think it's pretty basic that you have to at least listen, and hopefully you can figure out a way to make it into a bidding war. But if that's not the case, at least I just want some proof that if the Yankees, the Dodgers, or the Orioles call up, he's not going to say, we're not interested, thank you very much, and that's it. If that is what we are told, then I will be extremely disappointed, because you have to, as you mentioned, you have to make people at least think that you're thinking about doing it, because you get a better offer, technically, from somebody else, and you can do something. Nobody wants to trade this guy. He's great, but you don't want to lose him for nothing. And each year or each minute that you keep him, the value, it's like a car.
I thought it was interesting. One of the executives in the article said, you know, his maximum values right now, because he could impact 3 postseasons. You lose one of those if you wait till next year.
Right.
I don't understand an argument of, well, we might have to trade him, but we'll get to it later. Or look, if you want to extend him, I'm fine with that too. Show me a report they've engaged in talks.
Now,
show me a report that they'd be willing.
And if you're close, if you think, which I don't, and I don't think you do either.
What's that?
If they were close to competing this year, then you don't have to even think about trading them.
Correct. Well,
but they're not. I don't care that
ultimately-
we have 7 games out. If stranger things have happened, you can't live on stranger things.
Ultimately, that's why I've been so venomous about their offseason. It's an absurdity. We shouldn't be in this spot. The pitching's been good enough. We should be in the wild card hunt, legitimately. Not some illusion, for real. But they chose not to add any bats anyone cared about. They chose to do certain things in the draft that I'm not going to say because it's personal growth that cost them the ability to have a really good player. So I'll just tell you, that's the source of my angst. But if they're going to right their wrongs and it's going to be a big offseason, I have no problem if you want to keep them.
So let me go back here for a second. Would it be fair to say that if they would have gotten a bat or two in this offseason, you would have lived with them selecting Max Clark when they selected Max
Over unnamed player?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay.
But once they did what they did in the draft and didn't take an unsaid player,
I get that.
to
Yes.
double down on that and present Mark Canha and Gio Urshela's MRI, come on.
I know. That I don't disagree with. The
248
actual draft itself wouldn't happen, I was okay with.
248-539-9797. And again, dude, I hope Max Clark is Mike Trout. I hope he's the best player in baseball.
Yeah.
But the problem is, even once he gets here, it is a 1 in 1,000 prospect who comes up and is awesome. And it's just always going to be that way.
I know.
It's probably not until 2027 and about 600 professional at-bats are you really going to know what Max Clark is.
Now, it's too early to tell exactly how good the ceiling is on this player, but let's say Max Clark turns into another Riley Green.
Mm-hmm.
Is that enough?
Sure.
Okay.
One problem. How long did I have to wait for it? Versus guy who could help win now. End playoff drought now. So look, that's the issue with timeline.
Right.
And it's why I don't make fun of people who want to trade him.
Right. Because of the timeline.
Because they have a point, and I don't know why people get so mad at their point. Like, their point is, look, I just don't believe in my heart we can win the World Series this year or next year. I don't think that makes them terrible people.
No.
So it's just the idea of, all right, I also have Jackson Jobe. If he's 80% of Tarik Skubal, he's a number one in this league, right?
Yeah.
Like, I've developed pitching. Chris Fetter is a witch. Like, this team, they can develop arms. I'm comfortable there.
248-539-9797. Is there anybody alive out there that disagrees with us as far as listening?
And is it a litmus
playing
test?
the game? And yes, is it a litmus test?
I don't believe sitting this one out and just hanging up the phone is doing your job.
No.
I think we're going to learn a lot in the next 2 weeks how good Scott Harris actually is at his job, because we need to be seeing those reports. The Tigers are interested, active in trade talks is words that I'm looking for.
And I need to see him do what other organizations have done to you. I need to see him pull a deal for Flaherty where you go, wow, the Tigers got that for Flaherty? That's what I need.
Yeah.
Okay?
Mm-hmm.
Like, last year, I couldn't believe the Guardians got Kyle Manzardo for Aaron Savale.
Right.
You went, wait, what? And again, Manzardo hasn't flourished yet. The point is that was Tampa's best hitting prospect, not named Caminero, the third baseman they got.
And now Savali's in Milwaukee already.
Right. But my point is, do that.
Yeah, I get it. By the way, I asked you to percolate on this for about a half hour.
What's up?
That's not an option?
Yeah.
The Bulls-Pistons
All-Star
Summer
game.
League or the All-Star game?
All-Star game.
Okay.
You win. 2-4-8.
Well, actually, everybody wins because the Pistons game, I think, starts at 6:30 and the All-Star game starts at 8. So you can watch both or watch
what a
neither.
blessed night of sports.
That's a
or I could
back-to-back
bash
right
my head
there.
off a fire hydrant. That's an option,
Come
too.
on, you get to watch the guy the Bulls picked play who was Tellum's son's client who you didn't
Matas
want.
Bazelis.
Yes. You know that's what's going to happen because we wanted to make sure that there was no nepotism in the pick. That's whoever got him, which in this case is the Bulls in our division, he's going to be a superstar just to spite us.
It's plausible. Let's go to Nick, 97.1. Nick, how you doing, buddy?
Hey, Mike, thanks for taking my call. To answer your point during the Blitz, why Vanderbilt exists, all you have to do is look at my
my football team, coached by Mr. Dumb McStupid Pants, former head coach of Vanderbilt football, now coach at Penn State. Mike, I love how yesterday I called and you just said, I'm pretty sure that's the angry Penn State fan.
Yes.
Well, you were right, because it was.
Okay. Nick, I thought it was you, and I'm like, well, and then you just,
How did you how did you know, though? Like,
because you freaked out, and
like
it
the tone of
sounded
my
like
voice, or?
it sounded like the money thing that you did the one time, and I'm like,
yeah.
I think that's
I
Nick.
still remember that. All right,
Yes.
all right.
So Nick, did you grow up near Happy Valley, or you just became?
No,
I
I started going to Penn State like in 2016. I didn't finish going to school there. I went there for like 2 years, but I was there when Saquon Barkley and Chris Godwin, and when we're actually doing things. Now we don't even do things anymore. But that's totally different. Football season's a long way away.
Okay.
Anyways, getting my point on Skubal conversation, Mike. I think it's extremely foolish not to listen in general, but I'm sort of neutral on the subject. I'm sort of whatever Scott wants, it'll be okay with A or B. Now, there are things that need to happen for me to like either decision, but if he does option A or option B, I'm good. Now, option A, if he wants to trade him, I'm okay with that. Set your price, and if a team hits it, then get it done. Like if what Verducci is saying is true and teams are loading up offers and he gets the perfect one, then he should do it. And if he doesn't like it, then don't make the trade. But you kind of got to do it now, because from here on out, it's diminishing returns. Don't wait. I don't want to trade him after the deadline. And if he's not traded before the deadline expires, then I have to extend him, which brings me to option B. If Scott doesn't want to trade him, then we can, and all this talk about our pitching core being so great, and he believes in it, I'm okay with that too, but he's got to extend him, and they got to have an actual off season versus last year. By the way, Scott, if you'd signed Chapman, you could be trading him for even more assets. Oops. But on Skubal, he has to be proactive and reach out to Skubal and start negotiating as soon as possible and show him and his agent you're serious. They're like, hey, man, we want you here. We want you to be our ace. We want you to be our guy, be a beacon to our younger pitchers, and we're willing to offer you ace money right now, whether it's 8 years, 10 years, I don't know. But, I'm not going to lowball him and give him the idea that Scott Harris doesn't value his talents, and more importantly, give Boris the idea that he can hold out for more money. And the reason you do this, you got to do it before the winter meetings. The reason you do this is to show his agent and Skubal that you're serious about extending him. It's a show of good faith, and it'll make Skubal believe, wow, they've really made this a priority. They're clearly serious about this. They value my talent. And you know what, Scott? How many boats can I ski behind? Let's get it done. Hell, we've seen with Boris and other clients. Austin Riley, was he a Scott Boras client? The Braves signed him on a team-friendly deal.
There it is. No, Nick, just to build off of that, it's something I did when I first brought up the Skubal thing, and everybody hated my guts, and I'm like, we may have to listen. I went back and looked, and there are 9 or 10 high-profile deals where Scott Boras has not taken a client to free agency with 2 years or more control left. Altuve being one, Strasburg being one. You got to go back a little bit for a few of them, but Carlos Gonzalez, who was, Cargo was the nickname.
Right.
He's gotten those deals done. If you show me that the Tigers want to sign Skubal, you think I'm angry? Absolutely not. But this is going to be the next 6 to 9 months, or if you want to simplify it, the deadline and the winter meetings. This is going to be one of the most important ones in recent Tiger history, because I'm sorry, I think you got a lot of people in this town who have just about had it with this franchise. They're getting disenfranchised. They're getting very angry. They're tired. They're beaten up, and they want to know a direction here. And it's like, if it's wait for the kids, say it.
Yeah.
But you got to do certain
things. Just be honest about it.
Or what I would do if I owned the team, re-energize the entire city. I'm not happy that the Lions own this town now, and I need to get 3 million people through my gates. And I would make it rain. I would bring in players I can put on tickets. I need butts and seats. I need wins.
How much would you have to pay to get Juan Soto to come to Detroit?
That would never happen. You would have to pay him $70 million a year. It would never happen.
I know.
You don't even need that, though.
Okay.
I know, but you don't.
Right.
You just need to not be obtuse. But see, my fear, Kenny, I know, 1 second. It's just my fear, and I hope Harris proves me wrong. My fear is he wants to recreate what they did in San Francisco. Not he didn't do it. His boss did it. It was just this team of tryhards that had this one magical year. I'm sorry. I'm not interested in Moneyball.
No.
I'm not. It's an entertainment product. All right, good talk. Companies out there advertising BOGO offers on AC and furnaces. Look, nothing really for free. You want a fair deal. Mastercraft Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. They've got you covered 24/7. Locally owned for over 40 years. They're going to back their work with a 5-year warranty. Mastercraft, your one-stop shop for heating, AC, plumbing, and electrical. They'll beat any price. And now, you bundle a new high-efficiency AC and furnace, you're going to save up to $2,000. Fast installation and great same-day service. Just visit mastercraftheating.com. All right, Kenny Cott, give me a few of the ticket texts. We'll get some football, bottom of the hour, the Tom Verducci report. Obviously, a lot of people want to talk about it. I'm not trying to shake both hands. I'm just first of all, I don't think they got the chops to trade him. I don't think anybody down there is interested in taking their own job in their hands. And I think they have a longer-term vision. I don't. And if someone like the Orioles wanted to overwhelm me, I'd take a listen. But I'm also fine keeping him. But ultimately, we're only going to get the answer by what kind of offseason they have. If they don't bring in a multitude of hitters, heavy hitters, real difference makers, guys to insulate Colt Keith and Riley Green, then I'm sorry. I think it makes it very hard for me to start buying into the whole, well, we'll just keep Skubal because he's a joy to watch every fifth day.
How about this? How about this alternative? They make the trade. They get all these young guys. One might be able to play next year, one not.
Okay.
And then they don't go anywhere else. They wait for this group to get there too. You know what I'm saying?
Well, I think just because I wanted to do something doesn't make it right.
No, I know. I'm not saying
I'm saying, like, Mike, you're not wrong. It's playing out like I feared, which is the pitching's awesome. And they messed around for too long. They did too little too late. And we're sitting here at the break with 65 games to go, and they got to basically play 660 ball to try to make the playoffs. Mm-hmm. And I don't believe in that. And I know it's been a blast seeing them go 8-2 over 10 games, but what did it measure in? All right, you were 8.5 or 9 out at the start of it, and you're 7. No, you're not as good as the Red Sox. You're not as good as the Astros, and you're not as good as the Royals. So, yeah, it's another wasted year, and it's like, yeah, great, we're going to have a Cy Young Award winner. The hell's it do for us? We have the longest playoff drought in baseball.
He didn't even get to start in the All-Star game.
He got screwed.
I know.
Let's just be fair.
Yes.
Kenny, ticket text. What do you got?
After last deadline with Erod, do we really expect Harris to be able to fleece teams and make these Skubal Flaherty type deals?
That's his job.
Yep.
That's not my problem.
He learned on it.
And the Flaherty thing, it's the same deal.
Right.
If you don't want to get rid of him and you want to try to do some long-term deal, I'm not mad at you. I understand if you want your rotation to look like Skubal, Flaherty, Olsen, Job, and then, whatever. Yeah, I get that.
Yes.
I'm not mad at that. But show me.
It'd be pretty damn good rotation if Job is Job.
It'd almost be like the rotation you had with 4 Cy Young winners who didn't win a World Series.
Yeah.
Why only prospects for Skubal? Can't we get a proven short or third baseman as a part that hits as a part of a package?
No. It's just not how it works.
No.
The teams that have those things, who want Skubal,
they don't want to give him up,
need those things in order to keep winning. You can't make a deal where you're subtracting real time, we just traded our 3-hole hitter. Huh?
Yeah.
What? The hell we did.
It's that text that we get frequently, and the other one is staple Baez to this trade, and then all of a sudden you
get no value.
Problems. Right, exactly.
Right. Like, you don't think I'd love to tell you, oh, yeah, let's go get Jordan Westberg. You can't do that. It's not going to happen.
Stapling one of the worst hitters in baseball right now to this deal diminishes that value so much.
I'll tell you this right now. A real ownership group would be more than happy to pay the money for Baez to get Skubal. You would get nothing in return. You think there's a lot of owners in this league, believe it or not, I know it's hard to hear, they don't care about the money. They don't care.
No.
I would trade Flaherty, and Skubal sets this team up for a 10-year run combined with the high schoolers they've drafted.
If these guys pan out, who they would get in trade or drafted for. Yeah.
That's what bugs me, too, is a lot of people just counting on these prospects to turn into something.
No.
We're looking at it with Torque. How many Dowell Lugos have we seen in this town?
Yeah.
There's how many Kristen Stewarts have we seen in this town where you're like, wow, that guy's going to be the next guy. And then
Riley Green's the first guy that they drafted that made the All-Star game as a position player since Curtis Granderson, for crying out loud.
Colt Keith looks like he's developing into a success story, but there's still Parker Meadows, and there's still, like, this Young thing has been a disaster at third base. Okay, now what are you going to do there? Torque, it's real. Mize, it's real. Look, you need more lottery tickets. You give yourself the ability to build a real lineup that's cheap and under team control and devastating. Look, we're going to find out here next 2 weeks, man.
Mm-hmm.
That's it. If they don't trade Flaherty, I got nothing for you.
I know.
Let's go to Dave, 97.1. Dave, how you doing, buddy?
Guys, how are you?
Good, man. What's on your mind?
I want to talk about the Skubal thing. And Mike, I really like your line of thinking for the past few weeks, because I think, if they're really going to build this team, they have to consider trading him. And I'm not a big believer in Scott Harris. I'm like you. I mean, this team could have been competitive this year with a couple of choice free agents, and we'd still be at the average payroll. But the reason I'm calling is I've heard that 3 teams are interested, the Dodgers, the Orioles, and the Red Sox. And I looked up the top prospects for each team, and I would not settle for anything but the top 3 prospects on either of these teams or whatever prospects fit best. And everybody keeps talking about Baltimore, but reading the descriptions of those prospects, they say this guy's a catcher, but they said, well, he may not have the tools to be a catcher. He may be a first baseman. There's a third baseman who's tall, good hitter, strong arm, but he may project as a first baseman. And I don't want to trade the guy just for the sake of trading him. I want players that are going to fit this team. And I was just curious if you've looked to see which combination of players would be best for the Tigers.
Yeah, I mean, obviously the short answer is the one that's probably the most unlikely. It'd be Jackson Holiday. He's a shortstop all day. Profiles to be a Gold Glover and be a top-of-the-order hitter. Can you get him? Can't speak to it. I mean, I know there was some chatter around the league where Pittsburgh was thinking about Jared Jones for Holiday, and Pittsburgh backed off of that. I believe if Skubal was really in the offing and you asked for Holiday, that's a conversation Baltimore's got to have. But yeah, Dave, the Basallo thing is because Rutschman's there, so they've been moonlighting him at first. No, I mean, I think catcher's the hardest position to play in the sport, and it's really difficult. Like for me, and I'm not being flippant when you ask me, Dave, if I could have a catcher who was elite at pitch framing and calling a game and a great defensive catcher and eliminated the running game, I'll live with a guy who's actually just terrible hitting.
Well, that's what we thought Jake Rogers was, but his defense is not as good as we thought.
Correct. Dave, for me, it's so hard to find a two-way catcher. It's so hard to find an Adley Rutschman or a Will Smith or whatever it may be. But yeah, I mean, Mayo projects as a third baseman. I mean, is it going to be Brooks Robinson? Probably not. But yeah, Dave, there's nothing perfect. So the short answer,
I understand.
Jackson Holiday.
Well, that'd be fine with me as long as the guy who's currently projected as a catcher can catch.
Yeah.
And then the guy he's 6'4", the third baseman, he's got a strong arm and he's a good hitter. Why not keep him at third? His range is fine that they were talking about. You get Holiday, that guy, and Bucello, and I think his name's Kobe Mayo.
Yeah, it's Kobe
Mayo. I'd make that trade yesterday.
Yeah, Mayo's huge. I'm pretty sure he grew to 6'5" or 6'6". He's a massive kid. Look, Baltimore's loaded. Connor Norby's a kid who, again, a lot of people think can play multiple infield positions. This is up to Scott Harris and your scouts. They have distinct thoughts on these people. And again, if they don't value these people, if they don't fit the plan, you don't make the trade.
Right.
That's it. But what I want is for them to play the game. So we'll see.
We all agree on that.
Not all of us. 248-539.
People in this studio.
248-539-9797. All right, Northville Lumber. We talk about it all the time. Oldest company in the state of Michigan. Largest Trex decking outlet in the country. Nobody stocks more. Nobody sells more Trex than Northville. Last year, contractors, homeowners, they bought enough Trex from Northville to cover 26 football fields. And there's a reason they can move that product. It's all in stock, right in their warehouse, right down the road. You buy it, you build it, you get it. Some of it as low as $1.59 a foot. Simple. They'll intro you to a Trex certified pro. So all you need to do is call Northville Lumber today or go to northvillelumber.com. That's northvillelumber.com. America's favorite place to watch football. It is Stadium Swim. And it's simple. Football is not far away, located right at Circa, downtown Las Vegas. 6 pools, 3 different levels, and a perfect view of the big screen for all the action. If you're taking a trip to Vegas for football season, book your spot today at Stadium Swim. Go to circalasvegas.com. Odyssey.com rewind. You missed anything. A lot of Skubal talk today, not by design. Mike Stone demanded it. The SI report from Tom Verducci. You can do whatever you like at this point. I am done caring because I can't answer the question. If I knew ownership would spend and they were going to accelerate this puppy this offseason, you keep him. But I can't guarantee that. And what I'm not going to do while they continue to draft high schoolers or continue to wait for things that are years away, I'm sorry. I'm trying to make the playoffs. So we'll see. I mean, we went through it. I'd at least listen if teams are going to, lace you with offers, you listen. I want to see how Scott Harris handles this deadline.
All right,
That's my position.
Michael, you don't know I'm going to ask you this, but it may be unfair, but I'm going to ask you anyway.
Sure.
One of the highlights of the NCAA basketball tournament is on this program where you successfully know the nickname of every participant.
Okay, yeah, it's a ridiculous bit.
It's great.
Sure.
Okay, I'm pretty good, not quite as good as you, but pretty good as well. But you're you're better. The Major League Baseball draft just ended.
Okay.
The Tigers made 20 selections, and what I love about the Major League Baseball draft is there are colleges that they pick kids out of that I've never heard of.
Oh, Jesus. Okay.
Now, the ones that some of them I'm going to announce, we both know the nicknames. Obviously, Wake Forest. How about this one? Their third-round pick, the University of San Diego.
That's where Harbaugh started.
Yes.
It's blue and white. What the hell is their name?
I forget what.
No, it's blue and white. I know it is. It's like light blue.
Josh
royal
Johnson
blue.
went there,
yeah,
right?
What the hell is their name?
See, I'm being unfair.
No, you're fine.
You can think about that, but you can think about that when I give you the other ones. Wake Forest, we both know. Notre Dame, we know.
Yeah.
University of California, Irvine, we all know.
Anteaters.
Canisius College, we know because
they're the Griffins, right?
Golden. Yes, exactly. But there are some colleges that I never even heard of.
This is where I
I don't expect you to know.
I can't wait to hear this. Southern New Hampshire.
No, but did you ever hear of Regis University?
Philbin. I got nothing.
I was going to say the same thing.
Regis University.
I have no idea. Regis University.
No.
It's in Colorado. That's all I know. Let's see where else. UNC Wilmington. I know that one.
Seahawks.
Correct. Utah, we know. Let's see. How about this college? Let me read this correctly. Chipola College in Florida.
I can't help you.
Did you ever hear of that college?
Some of these have to be like junior colleges.
Well,
I have no
the
idea.
one is a junior college I'll get to later. St. Mary's College, we know.
Gales.
Miami University of Ohio, we know that
Yeah.
one. How about this one? The Southern Union State Junior College in Alabama.
I got nothing.
Eastern Oklahoma State Junior College. That was the Tigers' last pick.
You know what this proves? If you're good, they'll find you.
Yes.
Think about some of these places. Like, what was the one? What was the one from Alabama?
The one from Alabama, Southern Union State.
All right. Southern Union State.
Junior college.
Google that college and tell me what those facilities look like. But if you're good, they'll find you.
Well, hopefully Bryce Alwine is good. He was their 18th pick. He's a pitcher.
See you in 2029.
Yes. They drafted a 17-year-old pitcher from some high school in Tallahassee, 19th. But, however, there is one that's kind of interesting.
Okay.
They drafted a kid at the 17th round, Gabriel Rosado. And you know you're getting old when this person's school is named after him. From the Carlos Beltran Baseball Academy.
No way.
Yes.
Holy hell. That's an actual thing?
Yeah. And probably, I assume, the Dominican.
He was such a good player.
I know.
Him and El Caballo, like the old Astros, were awesome.
Yeah. So
Southern Union are the Bison, by the way, just in case you were wondering.
Oh,
Kenny, how's their apparel store? Let's go to the team store.
What about Chipola? The Chipotles? The Chipola College in Florida.
It's wild. I mean, the baseball draft, you truly have to scour everywhere.
I know. Yeah.
High schools, junior college, regular college, the international game. I mean, that's what makes baseball. That's why, it's a double-edged sword. It's why it's so hard to rebuild, but it's also you can get so lucky and you can sign a guy like O'Neill Cruz for $30,000,
right?
And get a player.
And it's the only sport where a D3 team could beat a D1 team because of the pitcher. Like Jordan Zimmerman, forgetting that he sunk here, he was good with Washington. He was at a D3 school.
Yep, 100%.
Did we find Chipola College?
It's just Chipola. It just says Chipola on
Do
their
they eat
website.
Chipotle
Chipola
there?
College.
That we don't know. And we have to find the nickname for University of San Diego so Mike will be able to sleep tonight.
No, it's fine. I don't know why I can't think of it. Probably because it's the end of a 4-hour show and I'm fried.
I don't know how to pronounce it, but it says the Torrio.
Yes.
Yeah.
Toreros?
Torero.
Sure.
Yes. There you go.
Torios?
Yes. Ladies and gentlemen.
Sounds like a guy raised on Willie Nelson.
Yes.
It's them there Torios.
Mike, look who's here, back from detox. His family came in and he was just drinking gin for a week.
That's good. I'm just entering detox, okay? I'm not out of it yet. Let's just be clear about that.
Do you even have hangovers anymore? Or?
Yes, I do.
Or you just go straight to drinking the next
we
day?
behaved ourselves. The Wojo Palooza lasted about 6 days, and it is now over, and I have to completely clear out my house because it's junk everywhere. But in the meantime, when I left to go on vacation, the Tigers were dead, buried. We're not even talking about them. We'll revisit them at the end of the season. And every time I looked up, wait, did they just win again? Wait, another big comeback win?
Right.
So now do we have to unbury them?
No, because it only took them from 9 games out to 7.
Okay, so it doesn't change the buy-sell argument, but does it change the Skubal Flaherty argument?
No. There is no Skubal argument. They're not trading him.
But they should.
I don't think they're trading him.
Listen, I would listen to offers, and if Baltimore is that hard up, great, I'll take Mayo and Holiday. And if they're willing to do that, my infield becomes Mayo, Holiday, Young, Keith. Now that I could sell you on, but I don't think they'll do it, and I'm not taking less than that. My point is, no, because here's the math. I know you like numbers. 65 games left, okay?
Yeah, and they got to win like 60%.
No, they got to go 660 to get to the 90 wins.
The Devil's number. Whoa.
But it's just I think
that's 666.
It's too little, too late.
Yeah.
Now listen, if they come out at a break, this is the problem. It's too late, but they've got the Guardian. First of all, they got 3 against the Jays, who are awful. Then it's Guardians, Twins, Royals, deadline. Bob, now if somehow they go like 9-2 and the deficit is down to 3.5 or something, you can have a different conversation. But
you know what we're finding out? And their hitting came alive too, but since nobody can hit in baseball, if you got a pitching staff like the Tigers, you should be able to go on these streaks.
The problem is, if they would have gotten a few bats in the offseason, we wouldn't be having any of these conversations at all.
But their bullpen is not as good as it was earlier
I'm
this
actually
season
in the
either,
headquarters right now.
Oh, boy. But doesn't 7 seem astronomical?
Yes,
it really does.
Because you're not as good as the Astros. You're not as good as the Royals.
The Rangers even are in it?
No.
They're ahead of the Rangers.
Only teams ahead of you. You're not allowed to do this where you're talking about teams behind them.
Kansas City,
Boston,
Minnesota,
Boston.
Boston.
The point is they're going to have to play. Let's say it takes 88 wins to get in, and you work the math backwards.
Okay, but let me ask, because I've been listening on and off, but when you have 12 family members, you're kind of busy. But
you're not dedicated.
But I tried. Did the buy-sell debate resurface, or have you guys squashed it?
No, there are a lot of people that want to hang on to Jack Flaherty and make a run for this.
Well, that doesn't make any sense.
Of course not. I'm just saying there are people that believe that.
Offer and get a pick, and then maybe by 2030 that guy's here. But look, if you could guarantee me that a certain somebody will spend, and I'm talking about adding 50 to 60 million to this payroll. I'm talking make a big trade, take on a stud hitter who makes a ton of money, go sign somebody. You do that, you got every right to tell me I want to keep everybody. But, what proof do I have that that's happening?
You know what the biggest bitch about this whole thing is? You go to the National League, the Giants are the same exact record as you. They're 3 games out of a wild card.
Okay, but that flips
that
every
doesn't matter.
year.
The bottom of the NL's terrible. Now, the bitch of this is we should have Wyatt Langford. All right, we'll talk to everybody.
Take that back. But no, listen, it's fair to have the Skubal debate. I totally get it. But there's so many obvious reasons why Scott Harris won't do it. For instance,
so many obvious reasons why he should.
Well, he's crafting his own image or his own system, and he just drafted a shortstop of the future in his mind. In his mind,
that's fine. He's a high schooler. 2028.
Well, that's sort of his schedule.
Okay, well, guess what? Then make the games free. Because real people are taking real money and real time and real emotion.
But the other thing is, do you really think he wants his first reshaping of the organization move to be to trade the Cy Young winner? And
oh my God, if you do it right, it could be the pinnacle move. No, it could be the move that... What are you talking about?
You don't know. You won't know if he did it right for 3 years.
Not true.
You won't know immediately.
That's not true.
No, some of these kids that you actually trade for could play next year.
Bob, I'm not being smarmy. If you make the right move, and I'm not saying I'm doing it.
But
I'm saying if you did it. Mm-hmm. Let's say you went to the Orioles and got Mayo and Holiday, or Mayo and Basallo. Both those guys break camp with you next year. You know right away.
Nobody is even sure you can get both of those.
Well, then there's no deal.
Right.
And we get to keep him.
Which is why I think there will be no deal.
No, there
probably will be no deal, but there should be a
Stoney,
deal.
you were
Let's
wonderful
stop.
today. I'm done with this.
I love, you know what, John? I love
what
you being
happened?
back.
Where's he going?
He always gets so flustered.
We scaring him away.
You're fine. We'll talk to everybody tomorrow at 2.